The Darkest Vampire, Book 1 of Rite World, The Vampire Wars. Written by Juliana Haygert. Narrated by Candace, Joice, and Maxx Pinkins. Chapter 1. So this was the place that would change my life? I stared at the shop across the street. Peeling gray paint, a rickety wooden door, a narrow window covered with twinkling lights. A precarious and rusty metal sign hung from the top with the shop's name, Arcana's Cove. I had driven from Forest Creek to Portland for this? I wrinkled my nose. This place didn't look legit, but Rex had promised it was. I reached down and patted my boot, feeling my dagger tucked inside. I had received it from my father when I was 8 years old. 12 years later, and I hadn't used it yet, but I liked to know it was there, just in case. With a sigh, I crossed the street, the cool wind of early September messing my wild hair, and opened the door. A bell jingled as I walked in, and a heavy scent of sweet incense filled my nostrils. I glanced around. The place looked even smaller inside. A horrid pink and gold wallpaper covered the walls, and dark stains covered the beige carpet. A small round table sat in the center of the room, with 2 chairs, a red tablecloth, and a crystal ball on top. I frowned. Did people really think this crystal ball was real? Well, I didn't know enough about the supernatural world. Maybe it was. A short woman with unruly black curls and wrinkled brown skin and a ridiculous orange gown with too much frou-frou walked out of the back room, the green beads hanging from the doorway jingling in her wake. "Welcome to Arcana's," she started with a big smile. But when her dark eyes settled on me, her smile faded. "What do you want here?" I glanced around. Was she talking to me? Do you know me? "No, but I can sense your magic," she said. "It's weak, but I know you're a witch." "And so are you." At least, that was what Rex had told me. "I don't deal with real witches or any other supernaturals." She gestured for the door. "You can go." "No, you pretend to be a witch and exploit innocent humans." It was a nasty thing to say, but it was true. "Look, Fawn Strain, I'm not here to judge you." Her eyes bugged. "How do you know my name?" "Rex told me." He had also told me she went by Arcana to her customers. Only a handful of people knew her real name. She bristled. "Of course he did. And what is your name?" "Lavinia," I answered, telling her my real name. I had no reason to lie. "I just need some help, and I'm willing to pay." I fished the thick wad of cash from the inside pocket of my leather jacket and showed it to her. "All I'm asking is a few minutes of your time." Fawn stared at the cash in my hand, her eyes narrowing. Usually, I didn't have this crazy amount of money with me, or in my bank account, but I had stolen a fancy bracelet from one of my customers last week and sold it to Rex for this purpose only. "Fine," she snapped. She took one of the chairs around the table and pointed to the other. "Let's make this quick." I sat on the chair and couldn't help myself. I touched the crystal ball. "Is this real?" Fawn snorted. "Of course not. It's just glass with LED lights inside, but humans think it's great." She frowned. "Enough chit-chat. What do you want, Lavinia?" I let out a long breath. When I was 11, my mother put some sort of spell on me. Like a blood promise, I think. She made me promise I would keep my magic hidden and only use it when it was absolutely necessary. She had also made me promise I was going to live like a human and forget the supernatural world existed, but those had only been verbal, I hoped. Fawn reached over and took my hand in hers. She turned them around as if she could see inside them at the weak magic running through my veins. If it was a blood promise, I don't think I can break it. Only your mother can. I was afraid of that. But I'm not sure it was a blood promise. I was young and didn't know much about magic. I still didn't, but Fawn didn't need to know about that. Can you at least try? For the amount of money I was offering her, I really hoped so. The witch exhaled through her nose. Fine. She placed my hands on the table and rested hers over mine. She closed her eyes and started chanting under her breath. A rumble of magic charged the air, and I gasped. I rarely felt magic like this, like it was a current of air that brushed my skin. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and I glanced around as if I could see it. But there was nothing there. It was just magic. My attention snapped back to Fawn as her chanting sped up. Her brows curled down in concentration. A jolt of magic raced up my arms, and I bit my tongue not to yelp. My impulse was to pull my hands back, but Fawn held them in place. Don't move, she whispered between the chanting. I stood still, barely breathing. If she could undo whatever had locked my magic away, I would endure this and more. I dug the heels of my boots into the floor and braced myself. But no jolt or pain came. Fawn stopped chanting, lowered her hands, and opened her eyes again. It really is a blood promise, a powerful one. I can't break it. My shoulders sagged. That meant I would never be able to break it, and I would never have my magic back. Without my magic, I wouldn't be strong enough to hunt for my parents' killers and avenge them. I was stuck as a half-assed human. There has to be a way, I said, my voice rising a pitch. It made me sound desperate. Maybe you know of another witch, someone even more powerful than you, someone who could help me. Fawn offered me a sad smile. No witch can break a blood promise but the one who made it. I'm sorry. No, I couldn't accept that. If she didn't know someone who could help me, or if she didn't want to tell me, that was fine. Portland was a city full of supernaturals. Someone would know something. Someone would be able to help me. She didn't seem willing, though. I swallowed the ball of frustration and disappointment that had formed in my throat and slapped the cash on the table. Here, as promised. Fawn reached for it, and her fingers brushed mine as she took the money from me. Another jolt of magic ran up my arm, stronger this time. A heavy shadow fell over the room, darkening our surroundings, and a chill pressed against me. No darkness. A whirlwind whipped around the room, and my long brown hair danced with it, the red tips slapping my face. What in the... Fawn's eyes rounded, and her mouth fell open. I followed her gaze and saw a bulky figure standing amid the shadows, a silhouette in the dark. I swallowed hard. What is that? Who are you? It's not a real person, Fawn said, her voice faint. It's not even a demon or a ghost. Frowning, I turned back to her. What do you mean? The figure ran around us in a perfect circle, faster than we could follow with our eyes. Even though it wasn't more than a black and lean form, we could see it was a man. It didn't make sense. The silhouette stopped. I haven't seen one in many years, Fawn said. This is a harbinger. Something is coming. Something enveloped in darkness. I looked at the shadows again, catching a glimpse of the figure before it disappeared. The shadows faded back, and the lamps once again illuminated the space. Or someone. The witch nodded. Supernaturals have died in the Seattle area, and last week a family of supernaturals died not even 1 hour from here. Are you saying supernaturals are being hunted? Fawn scoffed. Supernaturals are always hunted, but this is different. Do you think this warning, I gestured toward the room, indicating the shadow we had seen, is related to these deaths? I don't know. She pushed to her feet and beckoned for me to do the same. All I know is that our time is up. I have another customer coming soon. I stared at her for a moment. She could be lying about the client, but it was clear that she didn't want me here anymore. Well, if she couldn't break the blood promise, then she was of no use to me. It was a shame I had paid her so much for nothing. Thanks, I muttered before turning to the door. Lavinia, she called. I glanced at her over my shoulder. Be careful. No supernatural is safe. I nodded, then exited her shop. As I walked to my car on the other side of the street, my mind reeled. Fawn couldn't break the blood promise, which meant I would have to find another witch, someone even more powerful, to help me. And what was that shadow thing? And that freaky silhouette? A harbinger, Fawn had said. Of what? The murders she mentioned? I now had more questions than before. I entered my car and turned on the engine. It was okay. Fawn said supernaturals weren't safe. Well, my magic was weak thanks to this damn blood promise, and only a handful of people knew I was a witch. I was safe. Chapter 2. Tired and upset, I drove back to Forest Creek, the small town 1 hour east of Portland where I had settled a few years ago. After my parents' death, I had roamed around a little, until I met Delia while on an impromptu visit to Portland. She hadn't exactly taken me in, but she'd influenced my decision to stay. I parked my Corolla in my building's parking lot in the back. I took the concrete steps 2 at a time to the second-floor landing and rushed to my apartment. It was getting late. Tomorrow morning I had first shift at the tea shop, and I still had to eat dinner and take a shower before turning in for the day. I punched my code on the keypad and pushed the door open. A heavy feeling washed over me. Something was wrong. I reached for my flashlight inside my purse and the dagger inside my boot. Then, without turning on the lights, I walked in. I stayed close to the door in case someone was in here, and looked around in the near dark. I swallowed the fear rising in my chest. I had this thing with darkness, hence the magical flashlight. I turned it on and pointed ahead. Is someone there? I asked, feeling stupid, as if a person waiting to commit a crime would answer. My apartment was small, a tiny living space with a 3-seat couch and a low coffee table, a flat screen on a narrow TV stand, a 4-place square table to the side, and behind it an even smaller kitchen with a tall bar counter and 2 stools. In the back there was a hallway, if you could call it that, with 3 doors. My bedroom, a bathroom, and the washer and dryer combo. Floor and table lamps sat in every corner. That was it. If someone was in here, there weren't many places to hide. I took another step inside, sure I was spooked after what Fawn had told me. There was no one in my apartment, and there was no heavy feeling. I reached for the light switch. A burst of magic enveloped me, freezing me on the spot. Behind me, the door closed on its own. Oh, shit. Panic flared in my chest as my flashlight went out and a shadow moved in the dark, a silhouette highlighted by the faint moonlight filtering through the window. Was this the same shadow from the warning? Was this the murderer? Who are you? What do you want? I jerked against the spell, trying to point my dagger at the shadow as it made its way closer to me, but to no avail. I was in the dark with the supernatural. The panic seized my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Stay back! My flashlight turned back on, and white light covered the space between me and the shadow, revealing a tall man with greenish skin, short horns behind his ears, and near black eyes. You must be Lavinia. I swallowed. What was he? And how did he know my name? What do you want? I asked again, my voice breaking. I need your help, he said. My flashlight shone brighter, flooding half of the living room. The man wore brown slacks and a nice shirt. I know you're good at stealing. I actually caught scent of you when a necklace you stole months ago ended up in my hands on the other side of the country. I frowned. What the hell was he talking about? The necklace was sold and resold, traveling around, and I followed the trail. At some point, it even ended up in Mexico. Did you know that? I blinked. You're not making any sense. What are you? What do you want from me? I'm Tayden, a neutral demon, and I'm getting to what I want from you. The man sat on my couch and crossed his legs. I need you to steal something for me, something that doesn't look like much, but is precious. Why don't you steal it yourself? Because I can't, but I know you can. If this situation wasn't twisting my gut in fear, I would have laughed in his face. This was ridiculous. And why would I do that? I only stole small jewelry or cash from the tea shop's rich customers, people whom I knew didn't need the money, and I only used it for unselfish things, like paying a witch to try to break a blood promise so I could avenge my parents. Totally not selfish. Tayden leaned forward, his lips stretching into a wicked smile and revealing very sharp teeth. Because I have something you want. I stared at him for a moment. What could he have that I wanted? I didn't want money or power or fame. I doubt it. Besides, I don't work with demons, especially ones who hold me down with cheap magic and threaten me. I haven't threatened you. Not yet. Yet. Just call back this spell and leave. The demon pushed to his feet and stopped right in front of me. What if I tell you I could help you too? I snorted. Like I said, I doubt it. Tayden sniffed the air in front of me. I wanted to recoil from him, but his spell had trapped me. I can smell your magic. It's locked inside of you. A blood promise, it seems. That's why you went to that little witch this evening, to try and break it. My stomach dropped. How do you... I came to this shitty little town to talk to you, Lavinia. He reached up and grabbed some strands of my hair, curling the red ends around his fingers. You weren't here, though, but it was easy to find you again. You're a creep. The panic was back in full force. I needed to move, to run, to kick his balls, and to plunge my dagger into his stomach. I needed him gone. I needed to flee. That I may be, but I'm a creep who knows things. Whatever you know, I don't want to be a part of it. Oh, but This you do." He stared at me with those evil eyes. "For example, I know you want to break the blood promise so you can go on a little adventure and find the one who killed your parents. You want to avenge them." The blood drained from my face. "You can't know that. I'm a special kind of demon, Lavinia. I know a lot. For example, number 2, I know you don't know who killed your parents. And here's where my part of the bargain comes in." He dropped my hair but leaned closer, his mouth close to my ear as he whispered, "I know who killed your parents." Chapter 3. I barely slept last night. In fact, I didn't think I slept at all. And it wasn't because of the fear the demon had brought with him. I mean, a demon was in my house. More people knew I was a witch. So that meant I wasn't safe here. No, that was nothing compared with the sudden hope blooming in my chest. The demon knew about my parents' killers. At least that was what he said. Well, he had known where I lived, where I worked, where I had been that evening, and more stuff about my past that no one else but Delia knew, and Delia would never tell anyone. If he said he knew who the murderer was, then I believed him. I had to. It was the only clue I had, and I hadn't even started actively looking yet. This was too good to be true, but I couldn't take the chance that he was lying. I held on to this with both hands and teeth. Of course I agreed to steal for him. I would do it tonight. But for now, I got ready and went to work. I had started working at Susie's Brew shortly after I moved to Forest Creek almost 4 years ago. I had just turned 16 and had stopped by longer than my usual stints because of Delia. And then I met Susie, and I happened to help her with one of her famous tea flavors. I enhanced it with more herbs. Since my magic was weak and blocked, I had learned all I could about herbs and potions. There wasn't a lot of information available, but I had met a witch here and there who had shared their knowledge with me. The best teacher had been Delia, of course. She didn't really like using magic, but she still relied on potions for many things. Anyway, Susie had loved the improvement I had made on her tea and promptly invited me to work with her. In a month, I had created 3 new flavors, and the number of customers had doubled. 6 months later, it had tripled. Then, 9 months later, when I convinced her to add Delia's baked goods to sell with the tea, it quadrupled. Susie called me her lucky charm. Susie's Brew Tea House opened at 6 in the morning for the early birds, but I never arrived before 8, and Susie was okay with that. But today, I didn't arrive until 9 because I was moving slower than usual, both from the number of thoughts in my mind and from the lack of sleep. I had sent a text to Susie, letting her know, and she didn't care. But when I got there, the place was packed. As I walked in, everyone greeted me, perks of a small town and also from being a celebrity in the tea house. Susie always told everyone that her success was because of me. I greeted Beth at the register and headed to the back, where I put on my apron, pulled my long hair in a ponytail, and started preparing the herbs for the afternoon batch. It didn't take long for Susie to sidle up to me. She leaned her ample bosom on the counter beside me and smiled at me, her blue eyes twinkling. She was definitely up to something. "So, what do you think about creating a new special tea flavor for the festival?" Oh, the festival. If not for her tea house, Susie lived for the small festivals the town held every couple of months. The next one was the Fall Festival, when the townspeople celebrated the first weekend of fall. The green in the center of town was transformed with stands, tents, games, and more. It was a whole ordeal that got the entire town busy. Susie always had a big stand and made a lot of extra money there. I understood her enthusiasm. I stopped crunching the herbs with the mortar and pestle and turned to her. I like that. I can try to create something woodsy and cozy to go with fall. She chuckled. Try to create? Always so modest. That's why I like you so much. She adjusted the cap on her graying hair and skipped back to the main room where she took orders and chatted with the townspeople. The customers might love my teas, but I was a hermit who didn't socialize much. They definitely loved talking to Susie, too. I helped with serving tea, though. I didn't like it, but sometimes there wasn't much to be done in the back, not once I had prepared the herbs and brewed them, and the main room was always crowded. I was finishing up my last brew of the moment when I saw Mrs. O'Connor coming into the shop. She was a 50-something widow with too much money and makeup. Though she seemed naive to me, word was that her husband had been in charge of their lives, and now that he was gone, she was lost. She was also kind and generous with her tips. She also dripped from earlobe to fingers with jewelry I was sure she didn't need. I prepared her favorite tea, grabbed one of Delia's cinnamon scones, and took it to her as she sat down at a table. "Oh, dear Lavinia," she said with a smile, "you know how to make one old woman's heart happy." "You're not old." She really wasn't, and she didn't even look a day over 40, but she behaved as if she was 80. Red tinted her cheeks, and she splayed her hands on the table. "You flatter me." I rested my hand on top of hers. This was how I usually did it. I kept her attention on me, using the little magic I had to slip one of her many rings or bracelets off. Then she drank her tea, the one in which I had put a few drops of a special forgetfulness potion, so she would forget all about this jewel. If she wasn't a millionaire who didn't have anything better to do with her money, I would feel bad about stealing from her. But as I saw it, it was charity. A big ring with multiple diamonds started slipping down her finger, and, "Love," a voice called out, breaking my focus. I pulled my hand back, sans ring, and turned to face Adrian, Susie's son, and my former boyfriend. Hey," I said, taken by surprise. I glanced at Mrs. O'Connor. "Excuse me for a second." She winked at me. "Of course, dear." Everyone in town knew Adrian and I had dated. If they had their way, we would be engaged by now and soon to be married. I faced Adrian again. He looked good in his college's jacket and his shaggy blonde hair in need of a trim, but his blue eyes, so like his mother's, shone as he smiled at me. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in college?" I thought about the day. It was Thursday, first week of September. I couldn't remember anything important going on. "I was homesick." He approached me. "Come on, I want to say hi to my mom." In a few long strides, Adrian rounded the counter at the back and disappeared into the kitchen. It took me a moment to follow him to the back. When I got to the kitchen, Adrian was hugging his mother. "You should have told me you were coming." She slapped his back lovingly. "I could have prepared your favorite for lunch." She glanced at the big digital clock above the door. "I still have time. Can you help Lav and Beth?" She took off her apron, shoved it in Adrian's hands, and raced out the back door. Good thing they lived only 2 blocks from here, in a cute white and blue townhouse that meshed well with the rest of town. I stared as Adrian put on the apron and army saluted me. "I'm all yours. Your wish is my command." Oh, shit. I rolled my eyes at him. "Adrian, I know you. What is going on? It's the end of the term. Why are you home?" That was the excuse I had given him when we broke up 3 summers ago. Adrian was a year older than me, and he had started college in Seattle, approximately 3 hours from here. He had gotten a full scholarship for football, so it wasn't like he could say no. His mother had been proud of him. His father, who barely saw Adrian since the divorce 8 years ago, had called and told him he was proud of him. But when it came time for him to leave for school, I noticed how confused he was. He had asked me several times if I wanted him to stay. So I broke up with him. I couldn't do the whole long-distance thing. Well, the thing was, I had never loved Adrian the way he loved me. He was cute, hot, fun, a good guy all around, but he didn't make my heart flutter. He didn't take my breath away with one look. Maybe I was expecting too much, but there was another reason for our breakup. My main goal in life was to recover my magic and avenge my parents. I wanted to break the blood promise, then hunt down my parents' killers. I couldn't involve a human guy, because once the time came, I wouldn't look back. My goal was closer than ever. All I had to do was steal whatever that demon wanted, and he would tell me all I wanted to know. Adrian's amused face fell a little. "I flunked one of my big projects a few days ago, and the coach is mad at me for it." Oh, that wasn't good. He had to keep his grades up, or he would be kicked from the team and lose his scholarship. "I needed time to decompress, so I decided to come spend the weekend home." He took a step closer. "And seeing you always brightens my mood, too." Shit. I had hoped that by now Adrian would have met another girl he liked and started dating her. But according to his football buddies, who had come visiting during winter and summer break, Adrian was still hung up on me. He barely looked at other girls, never partied, never got drunk, and talked about me nonstop. Once more, the idea of giving him a forgetfulness potion crossed my mind. Or if only I found out how to make a fall out of love potion. "Adrian," I started, matching his stride and putting some distance between us. "Please don't do this." "Lav, I can't not do this." His eyes pleaded. I stuck my finger out. "Do not say that word." He had said it to me once, and it had freaked me out. "Adrian, you're mistaken. You don't love me. What you need is to be a real 21-year-old guy. Go back to college, get drunk, party hard, kiss a lot of girls, sleep with them, and then find one who makes your heart race and be with her. You're that girl." I shook my head. "Please, Adrian, if you keep doing this, I'll have to leave. I adore your mother. I love working here. Please don't make me move." His face hardened. We had had this conversation at least 4 other times since he started college last year. I wondered how many more times I could endure it before actually leaving. Beth stuck her head in the door. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." She looked from Adrian to me. She knew she was, but she also knew I was grateful for it. "But Mr. Crow is here, Lav." "Oh, thanks." I promptly started moving. I turned my back to Adrian and grabbed my special herbs box. I kept a weak healing potion in there that I had made just for Mr. Crow. The old man suffered from chronic pain, and sometimes he couldn't even get out of bed. Since he started drinking my tea, he had improved a lot. and the pain was a faint memory. "We're not done here," Adrian said to my back. I added a drop of the potion to Mr. Crow's tea. To humans, that was a special brew I had made with some herbs, nothing more. No one ever questioned if I was doing more than serving tea here. I picked up a tray with the tea and faced Adrian. "If you don't want me to give your mother my notice, yes, we are." With that, I marched away from him. Chapter 4. Tayden hadn't said much about what I had to steal. All I knew was that I had to enter the mansion of a recluse widower who lived by himself with a plethora of security at a fancy golf club on the outskirts of Portland. I drove there late at night and wore all black, tank top, leather jacket, jeans, and my combat boots. It was cliché, but it was better to blend in with the dark. The club was gated, of course, and I had to start using my magic right at the gates. I had brought some ashwagandha dust in a small leather pouch. When the guard approached me, I threw some at his face. He blinked and became a perfect doll. The effect would last for a couple of hours. I exited my car, pushed him back until he was seated inside the small guard post, and then threw some of the dust on the computer. I touched the screen with my fingertips and sent a little jolt of my magic. The computer frizzled, and the security system was temporarily disabled. I drove to the man's house and parked my car in the driveway. There was no reason to hide now. There were no guards here, but there was another security system and a keypad at the door. The demon had assured me the man would be out tonight, attending an event in downtown Portland, so I wasn't that careful with noises. I threw the same powder at the keypad, pressed my fingertip to it, and focused my magic. Like before, the system crackled and frizzled, and the lock opened with a satisfying click. I pushed the heavy glass door open and stepped into an impressive foyer with a smooth stone floor, a beautiful crystal chandelier, and a wraparound staircase. Magical flashlight in hand, I closed the door behind me and waited. 2 seconds later, the heavy thump of footsteps came from the second level. The 2 Dobermans raced down the stairs, growling and barking. Even though I had been prepared for this, seeing 2 big dogs lunging for me with their teeth bared sent a little jolt of panic through me. I threw the powder at their muzzles, and both of them fell to the ground. They didn't sleep, but they were dazed and compliant, like the guard had been. Following Tayden's instructions, I entered the hallway to the left and went directly to the double doors at the end, the office. As expected, the doors weren't locked, and there was no other security detail here. Apparently, the owner thought an alarm system and trained dogs in a gated community was enough. Well, he hadn't met a witch yet, had he? Amused with myself, I entered the large, wood-heavy office and immediately spotted the item I had come to retrieve. A rectangular black stone block, not much longer than my forearm, and just as thin. It sat on the bookshelf with built-in lights pointed right at it. Spotlights illuminated artwork and other trinkets, but as I walked closer, I wondered what was so special about a stone block. It didn't matter. It could be the cure for cancer or the way to fix world hunger. Right now, all I cared about was getting it safely to the demon. I knew that made me a bitch, but I had thought of nothing else since I had lost my parents, since they had died at my feet. Someone could offer me $100 million to forget about it, and I would turn that down. But there was no way I was turning this one down. I grabbed the stone block from the shelf, expecting it to be super heavy. but was surprised to find it was as light as a feather, and it had a smooth and shiny exterior. But the moment I touched it, a rumbling of magic rushed around me. Engravings appeared in the stone, and white light shone from them. Startled, I yelped and dropped it. A second later, I slapped my mouth. Stupid! The stone could chip or crack. But it didn't. Instead, it glowed brighter. Then it opened right in the middle, like a box, and black smoke floated up from inside. The smoke quickly filled the room, and I coughed, retreating a couple of steps. The smoke started fading, and a figure appeared from it. A dark figure, much like the silhouette I had seen at Fawn's shop. But this one didn't seem like a shadow. The smoke disappeared, and I gasped as I took the figure in. A man. A half-naked, half-mad man, with murder written all over his face. He was large, with wide shoulders and ripped arms, rags for clothes, and an attack stance. What? I didn't have time to say or ask anything. The man moved like the wind. In a flash, he had his hand around my throat and my back pressed against the bookshelf. Panic laced its way around my spine as I fought his steel-like grip, my legs dangling and my feet off the ground. My flashlight slipped from my hand. I tried telling him to stop, to listen, but my voice wouldn't come out. He snarled at me, and in the near dark all I could see were the dark veins around his dark eyes and his fangs. 2 long fangs. Holy shit. He was a vampire. The panic tightened around me. I had never seen a vampire before, but I had heard they were fast and vicious and dangerous. The vampire's gaze fell to my neck. Oh, shit. I swung my legs and kicked him in the thigh, or at least I tried to. He probably felt nothing more than a scratch, but it had been enough to take his attention from my neck. His eyes locked on mine as he snarled again. Then, as quickly as he came, he backed off. My feet hit the floor with such impact I thought I would kiss the carpet, but I was able to hold on to the bookshelf and stay upright. My lungs screamed as I inhaled deeply. I grabbed the dagger from inside my boot and pointed at the vampire. Stay where you are, or I'll use this. I was sure I couldn't really hurt him if he didn't allow me, but it was all I could do not to panic some more. The vampire took 2 slow steps back, his eyes wide, his hand pressed to his heart. It's you, he rasped. I frowned. I don't know what game you're playing, but I'll be taking that box now, and you... He glanced at the box right behind him and raised his hands. No, wait. He stepped closer to me. I didn't think. I threw my hand out, and a blue bolt flew at him. It hit him square in the chest, pushing him back a few feet. He stepped in the box and disappeared inside it. The box closed again, and the runes, the engraving, disappeared. I stared at the stone, the box, for a moment, completely lost. What the hell had just happened? The stone was actually a box, and a vampire was locked inside it, and it had opened when I touched it? Did Tayden know? Holy shit. What was going on? My mind raced. What should I do now? Leave the box here because it seemed too dangerous to let a demon have it? Or take it with me so I could finally learn more about my parents' murder? There was no question here. I took my jacket off, wrapped it around the box, took it in my arms, and fled the mansion. Chapter 5. I drove without direction for a while, stealing glances at the box wrapped in my leather jacket on the back seat. I should just give it to Tayden and be done with it. This box seemed dangerous, and there was a freaking vampire inside it. But for some reason, I felt like I shouldn't hand it to the demon, exactly because it was dangerous. Didn't I tell myself I didn't care? He could use it as a nuclear bomb and destroy half of the country with it as long as he told me about my parents' killers. No, I had to stop lying to myself. I wasn't that uncaring. But still, this was my only shot. With a heavy sigh, I took the exit before Forest Creek and drove to Delia's ranch. It was almost midnight, but she would understand. I hoped. To my surprise, the front porch light of the log house was on, and Delia sat in one of the rocking chairs with a blanket over her legs and her knitting kit in her hands. I parked my car beside the house on a patch of gravel. Reaching into the back seat, I grabbed the box with my jacket, making sure I didn't touch it, and made my way to the front porch. "What are you doing up?" I asked as I climbed the front steps. Her chocolate eyes regarding me, Delia lowered her knitting needles. I imagined that in the past, Delia had been a very beautiful witch, tall and lean like a model, but now she seemed not to care about her appearance. She was only 40 years old, but like Mrs. O'Connor, she behaved like she was at least 20 years older, and dressed like that too. Tonight, Delia had her long auburn hair tied in a braid over her shoulder, and she wore a long, flowery dress with the shape of a potato sack. "I couldn't sleep," she said. "I guess you were the reason. What's going on? Why are you here at this time of night?" She narrowed her eyes at my bare arms. "Aren't you cold?" I frowned. Delia and I had known each other for almost 4 years. Since we first bumped into each other in Portland, Delia had been kind and generous to me. She had taken me in when she had no reason to, and became like an aunt to me. Despite our closeness, she never told me about her past. The only thing I knew was that she was once from the Wildthorn Coven, which didn't mean anything to me since I didn't know much about the supernatural world. Why she left the coven, why she had hidden in this shitty town, why she refused to use her magic except to help her with domestic chores and baking her pastries and such, I didn't know. I had asked once or twice, but she had shut me out so harshly I hadn't asked any more. But despite everything, she was the reason I had finally stopped roaming around like a homeless teenager, found the perfect job for me at the tea shop, and gained a semblance of a real life. Even if I plan to abandon it all in the near future. Which reminded me of the thing in my arms. "I think I need your help," I confessed. I scanned the area for anything amiss. The woods surrounding her house were dark and, besides the sound of insects, quiet. "Can we go inside?" "There's no one here besides us, Lav." "I know, but—" I walked past her and pushed the front door open. "Just come." I entered her log house and inhaled the permanent cinnamon scent. So delicious. The scent was faint in the living room, mixed with the smoke from the fireplace, but in the kitchen it was all I could do not to devour her goodies before she could sell them. Before I had come into the picture, Delia used to set up a stand at the Green on Saturdays, right beside a handful of food trucks, to sell her baked goods. It was her pastime and also a manner of honestly earning money. Now she sold her pastries and scones to Susie, who then sold them at the shop with her teas. The workload had increased for Delia, but she didn't mind. It wasn't like she had anything else to do. And when it got to be too much, she used magic to help her. Delia closed the door behind her and went to the fireplace on the other side of the living room. Should I start the fire again? The ashes smoldered with the remains of a recent fire. I shook my head. No, there's no need. She stood in front of the fireplace and crossed her arms. All right, Lavinia, you're scaring me. What is it? I let out a long breath, then placed the bundle in my arms on the coffee table in the middle of the living room and unwrapped my jacket, revealing the black box. Delia took a giant step back and gasped, her hand over her mouth. Her usual golden skin paled to paper white. Well, where did you get that? Well, I told her about Tayden and his offer. You know I couldn't refuse that. Then I told her what happened when I touched the box. A freaking vampire came out of the box. It should have been impossible, but Delia's face turned ashen. Oh, my spirits, she whispered. Delia, what's going on? I pointed to the box. You seem to know what this box is. Tell me. Shaking her head, Delia reached for the box. No, don't touch. She took the box in her hands and nothing happened. It didn't open. We need to destroy it. She darted to the back of the house, walking through the dining room and the kitchen and exiting to the back porch. I scrambled to follow her. There should be some firewood in the shed. We can make a fire right there. She gestured toward the open area behind her house. I'm not sure if it'll work, but... She faced me and shut her lips. I glared at her. What the hell is going on? Why do you want to destroy it? Why are you so afraid of this box? Delia pressed her lips tighter. I can't. Just, let's destroy it. It's safer. I exhaled sharply. Delia, I'm going to ask you one more time. What is going on? You know this box is the key to finding my parents' killers. I won't let you destroy it without a good reason. You have to trust me, she shrieked, nearly hysterical. I recoiled, shocked. I had never seen serious and composed Delia lose it. This was it. I grabbed a thin throw blanket from the wicker couch beside me and took the box from Delia. I'm not destroying the only thing that might give me the answers I'm looking for. I went down the back porch steps and rounded the house, heading back to my car. Lavinia, wait, Delia called out. You don't understand. She kept on yapping, but I tuned her out. When I got in the car, I turned on the radio and blasted the speakers, the beat of the music drowning out her shouts. I carefully deposited the box in the back seat and drove away. I glanced at the rearview mirror once. Delia stood at the front of the house, her arms hugging her torso. I understood why she didn't want to tell me about her past. She kept saying it was painful and she didn't want to relive those days. But things had changed. This wasn't about her past. This was about this damn box. It was clear she knew about it, and she still didn't tell me about it. Her lack of trust in me was clear as day, and that was what hurt the most. Chapter 6. Tayden and I agreed to meet at Liberty Park at midnight. I had trouble staying awake all day long, and then from 8 to midnight, the tea shop was already closed, and I had nothing else to do other than pace around my apartment, aware that the box was still wrapped in Delia's throw blanket and hidden in my closet. In fact, I had barely slept since I got back from Delia's last night. I couldn't relax knowing that the box was in my closet. Delia's words and fear kept replaying in my mind. And my morals were shot because I didn't know what to do. That made me a huge bitch. But I couldn't help it. I wanted to hear what the demon knew, and I wanted to avenge my parents. So first thing in the morning, when I finally stopped wrestling with my pillow and covers, I sent a text to the number the demon had left for me, and he promptly replied, telling where and when to meet him. I would rather have gotten it over with, met him right away and gotten rid of the damn box, but he said the cover of night was better. So I got a shower, got dressed in my usual skinny jeans, shirt, and boots, and this time I grabbed an old jean jacket since I had left my favorite leather one at Delia's, and went to work on time. But I was off my game all day long. I was slow and even messed up one of my concoctions, something that had never happened before. And Adrian had been there almost all day, not really pushing at me, but always close by, waiting for me to look at him. Dream on, buddy. So at midnight, I parked my car just outside the park and quickly checked for my leather pouch. I still had some of the ashwagandha powder, my dagger neatly tucked in my boot, and my flashlight. Holding my breath, I picked up the wrapped box in my arms, left my car, and halted just at the entrance to the park. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down my senses. The darkness couldn't hurt me. I had my flashlight, and there were lampposts everywhere. I could do this. After another long breath, I walked into the park. Liberty Park was located between a mostly residential side of Forest Creek and downtown, where all the stores, government buildings, and the green were. It had beautiful gardens, a wishing fountain, trails for running and biking, a playground, and an open baseball court. Usually on the weekends, this place was more crowded than the green, which was just that, a large green area in the heart of town. But at this time of night it should be deserted. I took the nearest cement path, dotted with a few tall lampposts, and followed it deep into the park to the wishing fountain, where Tayden had said he'd wait for me. With each step I took, my fear grew, and my heart beat faster. Every cricket that sang, or owl that hooted, or even the whistle of a soft breeze made me jump. Once, when I was sure I saw a rat or a squirrel scurrying across the path, I had to slap my mouth so I wouldn't yelp. "Stop being stupid, Lavinia," I told myself as I pushed forward. Finally, I reached the open area with the circular pavement flanked by several lampposts and the fountain in the center. Right now, the fountain was closed, and the water was stagnant at the angel's feet. I looked around before approaching the fountain. Angels. That was one supernatural kind depicted a lot in movies, TV shows, and books that I hadn't met before or heard about. I should ask Delia if they were real. My mood soured. Delia. She sent me a few texts during the day, asking me to talk to her, then asking me to hide the box from the demon. I answered only once. "Are you ready to tell me about the box?" She didn't answer that. I shook my head and pushed thoughts of Delia and my frustration with her out of my mind. My fear grew by leaps and bounds as I waited by the fountain. I glanced at the time on my phone. The demon was 8 minutes late. I frowned. Maybe he played me. This could be a crude joke if he knew about my fear of the dark. Another 5 minutes passed, and I sent him a text. Nothing. What was going on? I walked a full circle around the fountain, looking out into the expansive lawn, the playground in the distance, and the wooded area. No movement, no sounds other than insects and night birds. Only shadows that drifted under the moonlight. No, I told myself. It was only the wind ruffling some leaves, creating those shadows. The sky was clear for Oregon, and the moon was bright, enhancing the shadows. I was about to call the damn demon when a figure materialized in front of my face. I yelped and stepped back, almost losing my footing. "Careful there, Lavinia," Tayden said. "You don't want to damage the stone." I pressed a hand to my racing heart and straightened my back again. I wouldn't cower in front of him. I took a good look at him. His green skin had a sickly tint under the light of the weak yellow lampposts, but he still wore a fancy suit, even in the middle of a park. He called it stone again. Did he know this was actually a box, not a stone? I hugged the box tighter. What took you so long? I was busy. He eyed the package in my arms. I see you got it. Well done. You can hand it to me now. I took a large step back. First, tell me about my parents' murder. His lips stretched into a wicked grin, his sharp teeth showing. Well, they were killed unjustly, and they left you alone. You're not telling me anything I don't know. He stared at me for a moment. Give me the stone, he said, his voice growing harsher, darker. Or I'll take it from you. I retreated another step. You promised to tell me about my parents' killers. Tayden snorted. Haven't you ever dealt with a demon before? We lie and cheat. I have no idea what exactly happened or who killed them, aside from rumors I've heard here and there. My stomach sank. No, it couldn't be. I had been so stupid. I mean, I knew this was a possibility, but the reward was so sweet, I had been fully ensnared by it. The reality crashed over me and my chest constricted. This demon had tricked me. He didn't know anything, which meant he planned on taking the box from me by force. Why didn't you do it yourself? I blurted out the first thing that came to mind, trying to gain time so I could come up with a plan. Right now, that plan was to put some distance between him and me and then run. Why didn't you take the stone yourself? Well, if you really want to know, it's because that house was warded against me. I frowned. Against demons? Tayden shook his head. Against me. What? That didn't make sense. I opened my mouth to ask more while I took 2 more steps back, but the demon snarled. Enough games, little girl. I braced myself for his attack, but he didn't move. Instead, a handful of other demons came out from the shadows, revealing themselves. He really had been prepared to take me down. My hand shook as I grabbed the dagger from inside my boot and pointed at him. Stay back, I shouted, well aware that I wasn't intimidating anyone here. The demons stood in a circle around me. Anywhere I tried to run to, at least 2 demons would be on me in a second. I was doomed. Tayden stalked toward me. I can kill you quick and painless, or I can take my time and make you suffer. Let me just warn you, I would actually enjoy the latter, but it's your choice. He stretched his hand in between us. Give me the stone. The fear overwhelmed me, but I tried thinking for a moment. I could use the dagger, but I hadn't had much practice with it. Or I could drop the dagger and grab the pouch with the ashwagandha powder from my pocket and throw it at him. I didn't know how effective that would be against his kind of demon, or any demon for that matter, but it was the only option I had. As quick as I could, I held the box under my arm while I let go of the dagger and reached for the pouch. But I wasn't fast enough. The demon jumped at me while the others closed in. With one hand, he grabbed me by the throat, and the other went for the box. I grappled with him for it, but the pain around my neck increased, and my lungs screamed for air. It was hard to hold on to it. He snatched it from me. With a grin, he unwrapped one side of the box and touched it with his bare hand. I gaped at it. He had touched it and nothing had happened, just like Delia. It didn't open, I whispered. shocked. He threw me back and frowned. "Open! What are you talking about?" I shut my mouth. What was I going to tell him? He snapped his fingers. "Kill her." The shadow demons advanced on me. Panic seized my heart, and I did the only thing I could. I threw my hands up and conjured my power, not so weak because of the situation, and a faint wave of blue magic traveled through the air. It washed over the demons, making them recoil. Tayden swooshed the magic away with his free hand, but that had been enough time for me to get my dagger from the ground and the ashwagandha powder from the pouch. I threw the powder at Tayden. He cried as it disoriented him and pushed him back, but not before grabbing the box back from him. Then I ran. "Get her!" Tayden yelled. The shadows rushed after me. I cried, tripping on my feet as a demon popped up in front of me. I lost the grip on the box and it slipped from my hands. I tried catching it, but the throw blanket fell to the ground first, and my fingertips brushed the smooth stone. Instantly, the box changed. Engravings appeared, and light shone from them. "What the?" Tayden said from right behind me. The box shook and opened. Smoke came out and filled the air around us. The vampire. The demon dropped the box. Crouched down like a feral animal between the demons and me, the vampire snarled, his eyes dark, showing his fangs. He glanced back at me, then his eyes locked on Tayden. In a flash, he attacked. My jaw hit the floor as I watched him move faster than I could follow. He sank his fangs in the nearest shadow demon's neck and tore it open. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the body fell face first not 2 feet from me. Then it evaporated in dark smoke. I scurried back, doing my best not to scream. Movement caught the corner of my eye. Tayden running away like a coward. The vampire busied himself with the other demons. Perhaps they were irrational, but none of them were as fast as the vampire. In less than a minute, the vampire had killed all the demons. Piles of dark smoke rose in the air, disappearing in the night sky. Then the vampire turned to me. I stilled, my stomach hard as a bowling ball. Now it was my turn. He would kill me as he had killed the others, and there was no way I could fight him off. The vampire took a step toward me. Then another. He dropped to his knees right in front of me. He blinked twice. "Help." Then he collapsed over my legs. Chapter 7. "Delia!" I screamed as I got out of my car. I had stopped in front of her porch. I wasn't sure how I hadn't driven into the porch itself with my hand shaking so hard, or into a ditch as I drove here. I must have lost my mind. After the vampire killed the demons, he collapsed at my feet. At first I scurried away from him. After all, he had ripped those demons apart with his bare teeth and hands. But then I remembered how he had looked at me, his big eyes unguarded, devoid of the black veins, his fangs retracted, and asked for help. I couldn't leave him there, especially because he belonged inside the box, didn't he? I stared at him. Though his torn pants and shirt barely hid his powerful frame and defined muscles, right now he looked peaceful, unguarded. I could grab the box and place it beside him, have him disappear inside it again, but it didn't sound right to me. So I wrapped the blanket around the box and tied it up so it wouldn't fall, and using a little magic, I dragged the half-naked vampire to my car and placed him in the back seat. He barely fit, but that was the best I could do at the moment. "Delia!" I cried again as I opened the backseat door. The vampire's legs spilled out. Wide-eyed and barefoot, Delia darted from her house, a wool shawl in her hands. She wrapped it around her shoulders. Her hair, usually tied in a braid, was loose behind her back. "What is—" She skidded to a stop, her gaze locked on the feet sticking out of my car. "I know we're not in a good place right now, but I need your help." Slowly, Delia made her way down the steps to the car. She halted by the open backseat door, leaning in closer to take a better look. Delia gasped and scurried back until her back pressed against the porch railing. Her face paled, and her eyes became so big I thought they would fall out. "How?" She inhaled deeply, and with her gaze still on the vampire, she asked, "What happened?" "Can we talk inside?" I asked, feeling exhausted. The adrenaline was fading, and soon I would crash hard. Besides, the chilly night wasn't helping. She turned toward the house, and I stepped in her way. "No, with him." I pointed to the vampire. She regarded me as if I had grown a beard. "You want to take a vampire inside my house?" I gaped at her. His fangs had retracted, and he was unconscious. "How do you know he's a vampire?" Delia bristled, but didn't answer. She reached toward one of his legs and pulled. I helped her. Using our magic, we carried him to the living room and deposited him on the love seat. Once more, he was too large for that, but I wouldn't push my luck and ask Delia to allow him to rest in the guest bedroom. I placed a pillow under his head and adjusted his legs so they were folded over the love seat's arm. While Delia checked his health by hovering her hand over his head and chest and using her magic, I went back to the car and picked up the box, still safely wrapped into the throw blanket. I dropped the bundle on the coffee table like I had done the previous night. After a minute, Delia retreated. "He's okay, just weak." "Should we draw a circle around him?" I asked, worried about the vampire waking up and attacking us. He had done it before, hadn't he? "Just—" She waved me off, but didn't finish the sentence. I was so freaking tired. This was the second night in a row I was up late. I couldn't go to bed and sleep, no matter how much my muscles screamed at me, with the adrenaline coursing through my body. More tired of this bullshit, I crossed my arms and faced her. "All right, spill. What is going on?" "I'll need something strong for this," she muttered, turning her back to me and heading to the kitchen. Holy shit. I sat down at the coffee table, as far away as I could get from the box, and finally took a good look at the vampire. Again, the first traits to hit me were his long length and his powerful body. Before, he had looked like a giant to me, but perhaps that had been because I was short and because of the situation. He had looked like an enraged animal on the prowl. But now I saw his body was more like a dancer's or a martial artist's. Through his torn pants and shirt, it was easy to see he was long and lean and covered in muscles, with wide shoulders and narrow waist. But he wasn't as bulky as I first thought. He had plenty of scars, though, some tiny and thin, and others not so much. His messy light brown hair was longish, going to the middle of his neck, and an uneven beard covered most of his face. I had seen his eyes before, but it had been dark, and I had been flying high in fear. I didn't remember their color, but he had impressively long lashes and thick eyebrows. Other than looking like a homeless man, it seemed like the vampire had lived through hell. That was the only explanation I found for how bedraggled he looked, the ripped clothes and the scars. What was he doing inside the box? Why was he there? "Here." A tumbler with amber liquid and some ice appeared in front of my face. I had been so focused on the vampire, I hadn't even noticed Delia approaching. "Thanks," I muttered as I took the glass. "Whiskey?" I wasn't sure I knew Delia had that in her home. The most I had seen was her nursing a glass of wine some nights during the winter. Otherwise, she was a tea kind of woman. I set the glass down beside me with no intention of drinking it. If I did, it would make me sleepier and groggier, which wouldn't help one bit. Delia took the armchair to my left and drank half of her almost full glass in one gulp. "I can't believe this is happening," she said, almost too low for me to hear. I looked at her, doing my best to sound neutral and composed. "What is this? What is happening?" She inhaled deeply and opened her mouth. The vampire groaned. Delia and I froze, both of us staring at him. He turned his head to one side, then the other, groaning louder. His legs kicked and his arms swept wide. I leaned back even though I wasn't that close. Then, with a roar, he jumped up in one fluid motion and stood before Delia and me, his feet apart, his fists up, and his fangs bared. He took a step forward, but then his eyes landed on me, and he lowered his hands. His gaze shifted to the table, where the box was peeking out from under the blanket. Shock flashed through his features. With a snarl, he grabbed the box, touching it without any problem. He threw the box at the wall with incredible speed and strength. The log splintered where the box hit, and several pieces fell to the floor. But the box, now on the ground with the broken wood, remained intact. The vampire went for it again. "Killian, stop." My head snapped to Delia. What the hell? She knew his name? He glanced at her, his brows curling down. "Delia, what the hell is going on?" There was a bite to his coarse voice. He eyed her up and down. "What happened to you?" Oh my freaking God! Incredulity had a strong grip in my chest, right along with frustration. I stood, which made me closer to the vampire, so I rounded the table, putting distance between us. "I want to know that too." Delia downed the rest of her whiskey. She showed her glass to Killian. "Want some?" He blinked once, then shook his head. "You both better sit down for this." Holy shit, this would be big. I sat in the other armchair across from the coffee table. Killian hesitated. "I'm not in the mood for—" "Just sit down," Delia insisted. The vampire regarded her with a murderous glint in his eyes. Green. He had deep, brilliant green eyes. "This will be long and painful." With a grunt, Killian sat back on the love seat. "You're scaring me," I said to Delia. "I'm scared too." She sighed. "Killian, Lavinia doesn't know anything about it, so I'll go back to the beginning. Bear with me." He crossed his arms, his chest puffing, but he didn't say anything. "I don't even know where to begin." "Anything," I said. "I'll accept anything at this point." "I told you I'm a witch from the Wildthorn Coven," she started. "But I didn't stay with my coven. 20 years ago, I was stolen, along with several of my sisters, by a powerful warlock." "Soren," Killian said with a hiss. "Yes, Soren," Delia nodded. "He was the warlock lord of Darkwitch Manor. He liked to steal witches from their covens so he could use them to increase his army." "What do you mean?" I asked. "He and the other warlocks locked them up and raped them, hoping to have warlock babies," Killian answered. I gasped. "What?" Then that had happened to Delia? She had been a sex slave? Killian ignored me and said, "You're using past tense." "I'll get to that," Delia said. "There's just too much. Anyway, one day a vampire lord contacted Soren. His name was Domic. He said he was sick and tired of how Lord Reynard of Dumora Castle, the strongest of the vampire covens in North America, kept a leash on him and his coven, the Dark Devils. He wanted to become powerful enough to take on Reynard and take Dumora Castle. Killian scoffed. "Stupid prick." Delia gestured to Killian. "He's from Dumora Castle." I stared at Killian. So, he belonged to the most powerful vampire coven around. Of course he did. "Go on," I urged. Delia exhaled. "Soren was able to create the black boxes, which held a supernatural inside them, one of each species if he could get them. With the boxes, Domic would be able to summon the power of the supernaturals inside the boxes and become not only the most powerful vampire, but probably also the most powerful supernatural in the world." I raised a finger. "Wait, so there is more than one box?" Delia nodded. "Yes, there are several. Soren started with one, a prototype to test his spell, and when that went well, he created the real boxes. He started kidnapping supernaturals to put in the box." "So that's how you ended up in that box?" I asked Killian. "Yes," he said, his hoarse voice tight. "Domic had requested a meeting with Lord Reynard, but Lord Reynard was too busy, so he sent me. On the way, I was ambushed by Soren and his warlocks." His hands curled into fists, the knuckles turning white. "If I had been prepared, if I hadn't been outnumbered—" "They got Killian and brought him to Dark Witch Manor," Delia said. "They kept him sedated, and when it was time, they put him in the box." She paused, her brown eyes softening. "How was it inside the box? Do you remember anything?" Killian's green eyes became two fiery balls. "It was hell. I had no idea where I was. There was no notion of time, but there were plenty of monsters I had never seen before in my life. I had to fight every second I was in there." "Killian." Delia shook her head. "There's no easy way to tell you this. Damn it. I remember when Soren put you inside the box. It was over 20 years ago." The vampire jumped to his feet again, his eyes hard. "What?" Holy shit. I stared between the two of them, confused and shocked. "You've been inside the box for 20 years, Delia said again. Killian plopped back down. The love seat groaned under his weight. "It can't be. What happened? Why didn't Lord Reynard search for me?" Delia shrugged. "Akala told me they covered their tracks and Lord Reynard believed you left." "I would never leave," he barked. "Wait." Once more, I raised my hand. "Who's Akala?" Killian grunted under his breath. "Soren's favorite witch," Delia said, her voice softening. "She was from the Silverblood Coven. Like me, she had been stolen. She was beautiful and powerful, in a wicked way. Soren was in love with her. And Akala had fallen in love with him, too. Deep down, she knew he was evil and she had to break away from him, though they had a small boy together, Esmond. She didn't want to, but he forced her to help him. He trusted her, not fully, but enough, so she knew a lot more than I did." She paused. "She was my best friend in that place. She and Rue, a witch from the reclusive Ravensoul Coven." What happened then? I asked. Soren chose Rue to be put inside the witch's box. Delia swallowed hard, her gaze on the ashes in the fireplace. Rue went nuts. She tried attacking them, defending herself. He killed her. He told Akala I would be prepared and put in the box instead. I inhaled sharply. No. Akala said she couldn't lose another friend and came up with a plan. She kept Soren distracted with their son. Then she stole the boxes, put them inside a bag, gave them to me, and helped me escape. She looked down at her empty glass. A young warlock who fancied me helped us, but both of them stayed back. When she looked back at me, Delia's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. I don't know what happened to them. All I can think about is that Soren found out and punished them both. She wiped the tears before they could fall. What did you do with the boxes? Killian asked, eyeing the box on the floor. At first I tried opening them. I wanted to free the supernaturals. I thought that if the supernaturals could get away, then the boxes would be useless. But I couldn't. For me, the box was never more than a block of stone. So I tried destroying them. She looked at Killian. That would have either locked you up inside it forever or destroyed you with it, but I couldn't risk it. Soren was evil, and Domik sounded even worse. If they had a way of becoming even more powerful, I couldn't imagine what they could do then. Obviously, you didn't succeed. I gestured to the box. I hid them. In Canada, Mexico, Chile, Brazil, the United States. I hid them as best as I could, and then I prayed that no one would ever find them. Delia scoffed. And it seems someone found one anyway. That's why you were in shock when I brought the box to you, I said. Not only that. She regarded me as if she would a stranger. Akala told me she had put a powerful spell on the boxes before she handed them to me. She said no one but her could open them. But I had opened it. Then, I don't know. I don't know how you opened it. She shrugged. Like I said, I tried opening them too, in case she was mistaken, or had done the spell in a hurry. She was more powerful than I was, but still. After that, I thought that even if the boxes were found, no one would ever be able to use them unless they figured out where Akala was and took the boxes to her. She jerked her chin to me. But you opened it. How? I asked. I don't know, she said again. After I hid the boxes, I ended up here in this small town where I could hide. I didn't think much of it when you stumbled into me, and I couldn't resist but taking you under my wing, she said to me. But I could never have imagined one of those boxes would make its way back to me. What now? Killian asked. I don't know, Delia said, a third time, and each time she sounded and looked more and more tired. I've been out of the loop with the supernatural world. I thought that if I went poking around, I would be found, and then Soren and his warlocks would come after me for the boxes. Speaking of that. Yes, Delia interrupted Killian. Why I talk about Soren in the past tense. A couple of years ago, I met a witch in Portland. I didn't mean to prod, but she seemed happy to tell me everything. It turns out a young warlock named Kieran overthrew Soren a couple of years ago and became the new warlock lord. From what she told me, he took it by force. But I don't know what happened to Soren. I like to imagine Kieran killed him, but I can't be sure. Killian frowned. If he's dead, I can't kill him myself. His eyes grew brighter, fiercer, and his knuckles turned white again. Black lines appeared around his darkening eyes. He bared his teeth, his fangs showing. Then his gaze locked on my throat. Killian! Delia shouted. The vampire snapped his head and stared at her. I don't know how you fed for the past 20 years, but you seem to be starving. Before you do something stupid, go into the woods. She pointed toward the kitchen. You'll find plenty of deer and other small game there. His eyes returned to me once more. Then, in a flash, he zoomed away, leaving behind a whoosh of wind that blew at my hair. I glanced at Delia. I was a little disappointed in her because she had never told me any of this. Also, a little frustrated that she had tried covering it up even when I had first brought the box to her. But deep down, I knew I would have done the same. I wouldn't have told this tale to anyone unless I had no choice. Unless one of the boxes landed right at my door. I let out a long breath. What now? Chapter 8. First, I need another drink. Delia stood and went to the kitchen. Knowing I would end up crashing if I stayed quiet and alone, I followed her. The movement would keep me awake. In the kitchen, I noticed the back door was half open. In his haste to leave, Killian hadn't closed the door. I stared out at the chilly, dark night and imagined him zipping in the woods, hunting deer, his teeth sinking into their skins, the animals dying at his hands. A shiver ran down my spine. I closed the door. On the other side of the kitchen's island, Delia braided her long hair and tied the shawl more securely around her shoulders. She poured whiskey in her glass to the brim. Will you join me? I shook my head and grabbed the kettle from over the range. No, I can't. A drink like that will really put me to sleep, and I have to work tomorrow. I glanced at the clock on the microwave. It was freaking 3 a.m. Susie will understand if you take the morning off. She would, but usually on the rare occasion I took days off, I left plenty of herbs prepared for her and our customers. This time I hadn't. I filled the kettle with water and put it back on the range. A nice, energizing tea would do me wonders right now. In need of something to do before I went crazy, I grabbed a mortar and pestle and started preparing the herbs for my tea. It didn't matter. This was not a topic I could ignore. I had no idea what you went through when you were younger, I said, my voice low, my eyes on the mixture I was working on. I'm sorry. Delia drank half of her whiskey before saying, I'm sorry I never told you. I looked at her. You don't need to apologize for that. I understand why. I was luckier than most, she said, her tone strangled. Like I said before, a young warlock fancied me. Bates. He took care of me and didn't let the other warlocks touch me. My heart hurt for Delia. So, they really wanted more babies? Delia nodded. Like most witches have male human slaves to make more witches, warlocks do the same, but they prefer to take witches as the chances of having a baby with magic are higher. But most babies aren't born with powers. Did you ever... I paused, suddenly aware that I was prying too much. Did I ever have a baby? She nodded. 2, but they didn't make it. One was never born, and the other died a couple of days after his birth. Shit. I'm so sorry, I whispered, not sure what else I could say. That was a long time ago. She offered me a tired smile. Anyway, I really never thought this would happen. I put a strong ward around the area each box was hidden so no one could stumble on them. And just like that, she turned the subject away from that painful side of her past. I didn't blame her for it. And yet someone found one. If one was found, who says more weren't? How many boxes are there? Besides the prototype, which wasn't really part of the set, 15. Soren wanted to get one of each known supernatural, but of course there are plenty more we don't even know about. I blew out a breath. What happens if we can destroy this box? Then the set won't ever be complete, and the spell can't be activated. We should probably try to destroy it then. Delia drank the rest of her whiskey in one swallow. Let's do that now. She marched out of the kitchen, back to the living room. Wait, now? I dropped the mortar and pestle and went after her. She put new firewood in the fireplace, and with a flick of her fingers, fire caught. I stared, amazed. This was simple magic, but Delia rarely used any of her powers in front of me. As far as I knew, she avoided most types of magic. Then she crouched down and picked up the box with her bare hands. I braced myself, but nothing happened. Why did it only open when I held it? Or perhaps that had been a fluke, since I had only touched it twice. But both times it glowed and opened. Without ceremony, she threw the box in the fire. The flames roared and cracked, and I jumped back. The smell of smoke and burnt wood filled the air. A sudden thought occurred to me. What about Killian? Didn't you say destroying the boxes would kill the supernatural inside it? Killian wasn't inside it anymore, but who knew how these things worked? She narrowed her eyes at me. Do you care about a vampire who you just met? Who cares if he turns to ashes with the box? I didn't. Not really. If we could destroy this box and the mad-looking vampire disappeared from our lives, maybe things would go back to normal. Besides, Killian hates witches. I looked at Delia. How do you know? When he was captured by Soren and his warlocks, Delia started. Killian had contact with Akala, Rue, me, and several other witches Soren had in his captivity. Killian cursed us all, and the few moments when his sedative would fade and he was half-bound, he would try to attack us. But why? Once, Killian tried to fight off the warlocks by himself and flee. He fought well and almost succeeded, but there were too many warlocks for one vampire. He got hurt really bad and was given strong pain meds. He was high on the pain meds, and he told us about how his human family was killed by witches. He and his younger brother, the only ones who survived, were turned into vampires by Reynard, the lord of the Dumora castle, and for many, many years they hunted witches who were wreaking havoc. Killian enjoyed it, and I assumed that was because it felt like avenging his family. Shit, I knew how he felt. If only I knew what kind of supernatural killed my parents, I would probably be hunting them all, not just the ones who had done the deed. I didn't blame him for hating witches. I grabbed the metal poker and reached into the fire. The firewood turned and the box appeared in the middle. Jaw tight, I fished it out of the fire with the poker, dragging it to the wooden floor. There wasn't even a mark on it. No red spots, nothing. Totally intact. I grabbed the throw blanket from the coffee table, crouched beside the box, and touched it with the fabric wrapped around my fingers. I wasn't afraid of getting burned, as I didn't plan on touching it for more than a brief second, but I was afraid of opening it again. I placed 2 fingertips on the side and pulled it back quickly. Frowning, I reached to it again and rested my entire blanket-wrapped hand on it. It's cool to the touch, as if it hadn't been burning in the fireplace a second ago. Delia snatched the box from the floor. Let's try something else. She placed the box on the coffee table, then went to the closet in the hallway where she found her electric drill. She plugged it in an outlet and pressed the trigger. The drill sound echoed in my ears. With a murderous look, Delia held the box down and pressed the drill against it. She pushed it hard, gritting her teeth. By the loud, ringing noise, I would say she had succeeded in making a hole in it. But when she pulled the drill back, its metal bit was halfway gone, as if it had been a pencil and a sharpener. And the box remained intact. Not even a tiny scratch on its side. Cursing under her breath, Delia dashed to the side of the house, where there was a small shed with her garden tools. She turned on the lights inside the shed, picked up the heavy axe she used to cut the firewood, took the box to the stump she used for that, placed it right in the center, lifted the axe above her head, and let it fall. The axe clinked on the box, and Delia fell back, hitting her bottom on the grassy ground, the axe between her legs, and the blade broken. Meanwhile, the box sat on the stump, shining in the moonlight. "Holy shit," I whispered, half amused, half upset. How come the box was so strong? "I know," Delia said with a groan. She pushed up and looked around. "What else can I use?" She ran back to the shed, grabbed a long saw, and came back to the stump. The axe didn't work. Why do you think that will?" I asked, worried she would hurt herself. "I have to try anything I can." Like she had done with the drill, Delia held down the box with one hand and started sawing at its side. Again, nothing happened to the box, but the saw lost a few of its teeth. Delia threw the broken saw down. "Damn it!" "Delia, I don't think anything can destroy this box," I said in a soft voice, afraid her anger would spill over and she would throw the saw at me next. "We haven't tried everything yet." I frowned. What did she mean? She opened her arms and took a few steps back, pulling me with her. A swoop of magic brushed against me as Delia lifted her hands in front of herself. Green zaps of magic flew from her fingertips, hitting the box right in the center. The green zaps ricocheted, dying in the air a few seconds later. With a grunt, Delia flicked her hands, her fingers curling like claws. A green ball of magic enveloped the box. The green ball lifted the box from the stump. Another grunt escaped through Delia's lips as she pushed her hands together, as if shaping the green ball. A few feet from us, the green ball slowly shrunk, pressing against the box. The green magic ball exploded, carrying a wave of power as it faded, and Delia almost fell back again. I reached for her, but she swatted my hand away. The box clanked down on the stump, rolled away, and fell on the ground with a faint thud. I ran to the box and, as expected, found it intact. It didn't work. Of course it didn't. Delia put her hands on her hips. Akala was a lot stronger than me, and with Soren's magic added to hers, there was no stopping those two. She blew out a breath. I don't think there's anything else I can do to the box now. So what? What do we do now? There's only one more thing we can do. Chapter 9. I stared at her, waiting for the response, but Delia didn't continue. What is it? I prompted. We need to hide it again. She picked the box up from the ground. It worked for 20 years. It might work for another 20. Holding the box in her hands, she headed back into her house. I glanced at the woods, wondering if Killian was still out there, or if he had left. I wouldn't blame him if he had. After all, he had spent 20 years inside that box. If he never got too close to it again, it would be too soon. As I turned to follow Delia, a rustling came from the trees, along with the sound of a broken twig. Moments later, Killian stepped out from the woods. I immediately took a step back, and my gut tightened. Besides his torn clothes and the bedraggled hair and beard, he looked dangerous, and he was a freaking vampire. A practiced killer. I gulped down my fear. Feeling better? Yes and no, he said, his voice not as coarse as before, but still deep. His eyes searched around. Where's the box? I frowned. Inside with Delia? He walked past me toward the house. I followed a few steps behind. In the log house, Killian halted in front of the box, which Delia had placed on the coffee table. There was no evidence we had tried to destroy it. Delia was nowhere to be seen, but I could hear the clank of pots and pans coming from the kitchen. I walked around the table and stood on the other side. What did you mean, yes and no? He kept staring at the box. I can feel the box. He pressed a hand to his chest. It's calling to me, to my essence. It's draining my energy. I frowned. What? But you're not inside it anymore. I know. He lifted his head, his green eyes finding mine. Believe me, I thought I was free from this curse, but apparently I'm not. The farther I went in the woods, the weaker I felt. It's like the box is consuming me, and the farther I am from it, the faster it goes. And what happens when it drains all of your energy? He shrugged. I don't think we'll find any answers at this time of night, Delia said as she walked into the living room. It's late, and we're all tired. She was right, of course, but what did she want us to do? Just go on with our lives as if nothing happened? Did Killian even have a life to go back to? What do you suggest we do? Killian asked. Right now, you could take a shower. She pointed to the guest bedroom. You'll find towels in the bathroom along with soap and clean clothes on the bed. They will be a little tight for you, but it's what I have. Meanwhile, I'll prepare breakfast for us since it'll be morning soon. She turned on her heels and headed to the kitchen. Killian glanced at the box once more, then went to the guest bedroom. I stayed in the living room, the fireplace crackling behind me, the box taunting me from the coffee table. Why was this happening? Why did this box come back to Delia after 20 years? Why could I open it, and Delia and Killian couldn't? My head spun. With a sigh, I decided to help Delia with breakfast. She worked on biscuits with eggs and bacon made in a cupcake pan. While she prepared the food, I finished preparing the tea, though I now doubled the amount of energizing herbs. If I was to go to work soon, I would definitely need it. Half an hour later, Killian emerged in the kitchen, wearing tight black sweatpants and a gray Henley shirt. Delia told us a friend visited her long ago and had forgotten clothes here. His hair was damp and combed back, and he had cut his beard a little. He still looked savage and dangerous, and his bright green eyes regarded us with suspicion. Now that I knew he didn't like witches, it was easy to see the hatred in his gaze. Breakfast is almost ready. Delia gestured to the round table and 4 chairs in the corner of the kitchen. Sit down. I already ate, Killian said, his tone sharp. She glared at him. At least sit down with us while we eat. He hesitated, but huffed, and after taking 3 long strides, sat down on one of the chairs around the table. Delia took the pan out of the oven, and I served the tea in 3 mugs. I was sure Killian wouldn't drink it, but I felt awkward not giving him anything. I sat on the chair across from him, as far as I could. Delia picked up 3 biscuits, put them onto 3 plates, and brought them to the table. After turning on the iPad she kept on the counter to a local news channel, she sat down with us. She always watched the news while having breakfast, and I hated that. Why would you want to start your day learning about robberies, murders, and other awful things? Surprising me, Killian held up his mug and drank from the tea. I arched an eyebrow at him. Just because I don't need to eat or drink human food doesn't mean I sometimes don't do it. He paused, his eyes darkening. Or used to. What are you going to do? Delia asked before taking a bite of her biscuit. Are you going to go back to Dumora Castle? Killian lowered the mug. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be too far from the box until I figure out how to break my connection to it. You mean how to make it stop draining your energy? Delia asked. He nodded. That, or I could take the box with me. That wasn't a bad idea. If Killian left with the box, all of our problems would be gone. Delia wouldn't have to worry about the box anymore, and I wouldn't have to keep wondering why I could open it. Though I was really curious about that. What if it meant something? What if there was more to it that we didn't know? If Killian left and took the box, I would never know. I have no idea how things are at Dumora Castle right now, Delia said. I haven't had any news about them since I fled Dark Witch Manor, to be honest. But I remember the vampires there being pompous and self-righteous. I'm not sure I like the idea of Lord Reynard in possession of one of these boxes. Killian stilled, his eyes turning dark. Lord Reynard might be harsh sometimes, but he's a great leader. In the centuries he has commanded Dumora Castle, he has never steered us wrong. That might be true for you, but Lord Reynard is greedy. Delia plucked a piece of her biscuit with her fingers. And, like you, he doesn't really care about witches or any other supernaturals for that matter. Because Dumora is so strong, he thinks he's the lord of all supernaturals in North America, which isn't true. She put the piece in her mouth. I would rather he never learn about the boxes. That's absurd, Killian snarled. If it weren't for Lord Reynard, my brother and I would have died along with my family. He took us in, made us strong, gave us a community and a purpose. If there's someone who would know what to do with these boxes, it's Lord Reynard. You're not taking it. I could. I would like to see you stop me. I rolled my eyes and tuned them out. No way I was going to participate in this discussion, especially because I had no idea who they were talking about. I bit down on my biscuit and glanced at the iPad. I didn't like the news, but it had to be better than listening to these two arguing. A reporter stood in front of the camera. Red and blue lights flashed atop police cars behind him. The headline read, "Woman found dead in her home." The camera turned toward the house. I gasped, dropping the biscuit from my hand. It wasn't just a house. It was also a shop. Arcana's Cove. What is it? Delia asked. I got up and raised the volume of the iPad. Was found when a client came to her shop on the building's first floor. The shop was locked and the lights were off, even though they had scheduled an appointment, according to the client. She went to check on the self-proclaimed psychic through the side door. When Arcana didn't answer, she called the police. The reporter went on, showing the inside of the store. The table was broken, the crystal ball shattered, and the bead curtain was gone, the small beads scattered across the floor. Blood smeared the floor beyond the archway where the bead curtain once was. Lavinia, Delia called. I glanced at her. Do you know her? I nodded. I went there 2 days ago. What? Why? To break the blood promise. Oh, by the spirits, Delia muttered. Blood promise? Killian asked. I ignored him and focused on Delia. You know I can't stay like this. You refuse to do it. I have to find someone who can. But, well, she couldn't. The odd thing is, she warned me there was someone killing supernaturals. She told me to be careful. Delia fumed. I can't believe this. The body was found with multiple lacerations, burn marks on the fingers, and a clean cut through the heart, the reporter continued, and I turned my attention back to the iPad. According to the police, this is the third in a series of similar murders to hit Portland. I froze on the spot. That was how my brother was killed, Killian said. I stared at him, sure I hadn't heard him right. That was how my parents died, too. He frowned. Supernaturals being killed with that same M.O. It can't be a coincidence. My parents died 9 years ago. And my brother died 23 years ago. And yet he died the same way. It can't be a coincidence. He stood. We should investigate this. We can't go now. I pointed to the TV. The place is swarming with cops. They won't let us near Arcana's Cove. We have to wait until they are gone. I glanced at the microwave. It was almost 7 in the morning. Besides, I have to work. You're still going to work? Delia asked. Just call Susie and say you're coming down with something. I shook my head. It's not like we can do anything right now. We have to wait. Besides, busying myself will keep me from going crazy until we learn more. What about you? Delia asked Killian. She's right, he said. His tone clipped. It was like it hurt him to agree with a witch. We'll go tonight. I grabbed the rest of my biscuit and turned to the door. You're leaving? Delia asked. Yeah, I need to stop by my apartment, take a shower and change. I skidded to a halt. What about the box? Delia let out a long sigh. I'll keep it for now. I'll put a ward around the house. In case anyone is after it, it'll be harder to find it. I nodded and glanced at Killian. And you'll stay here? I can't go far from the box. He didn't look happy about it. I confess I considered taking it and leaving, but I'm curious about these murders. I'll stay until we figure out who's behind it. He paused, his jaw tightening. It seems I've been missing for years. A couple of days won't make a lot of difference. I nodded again. I'll pick you up once I'm off work. Killian held my gaze with his deep green eyes. I'll be waiting. A slow shiver made its way down my spine. Why did that sound both like a threat and a treat? Chapter 10. I could have called in sick, like Delia had suggested, but it didn't feel right. I did like my job. It was one thing in my life I was good at. Besides, I hadn't lied to them. It wasn't as if I could lie down in bed and sleep, not after all that had happened the last couple of days. Being in the tea shop would make me at least partially busy, and for a few hours I would forget about the box, the vampire, and the witch's murder, along with the murder of my parents and Killian's brother. After stopping by my apartment and entering with care to make sure no one was hiding in there this time, taking a nice hot shower and changing to clean jeans and tea, I arrived at the tea shop a little earlier than usual. I used my keys to enter and started working. By the time Susie and Beth arrived, I had half of the usual morning requests ready to go. Someone fell out of bed, Susie teased me as she put on her apron. More like someone didn't sleep well at all. I could have scratched well from that sentence, since I had not slept, period, but that would invite questions I wasn't ready to answer. Oh no, nightmares again? I nodded, though I hated lying to her. It had been long after my parents' murder when I had first started in the shop, and back then, nightmares assaulted me almost every night. But time, working here, and befriending Delia had helped, and the nightmares had become infrequent. The morning flew by. I served Mrs. O'Connell and Mr. Crow, and I prepared the afternoon batch, plus some extra for the next day, just in case. Adrian showed up at some point and followed me around with the excuse of helping out, but I ignored him in the politest way I could, and soon he left. Meanwhile, my phone kept vibrating with calls and text messages. The first few I had checked, but they were all from the same person, Tayden. I didn't answer any of his calls, but I read his texts. "Where's my stone? I'm coming to get it. You better hand it to me. Answer my call, you bitch." The exhaustion hit home right after lunch. I drank some more energizing tea, but it had little effect. Not being able to hold my body up anymore, I went to Susie's tiny office and sat down in the corner armchair. I needed to close my eyes for a few minutes, then I would be good as new. "Lavinia." Someone tapped my shoulder. "Lav, wake up." I sat up with a start and looked around, confused. Susie leaned over me with a soft smile on her lips. "You dozed off. If you're that tired, you should go home and rest. I would rather have you function well tomorrow than have a half-zombie this afternoon." No. I stood, and my head spun. "I'm fine, I just need to move." "Lavinia." Susie put her hands on my shoulders. "We can handle one afternoon without you. As your boss, I'm telling you to take the rest of the day off. Go home and rest." "But—" "No buts." Susie turned me around, untied my apron, pulled it from around my waist, and pushed me out of her office. "Go home." I faced her again, a protest on the tip of my tongue, but Susie lost her smile and gave me a pointed look. All right, I sighed. I told her about the herbs I had prepared, but she didn't let me finish. "I know what you did and where you store everything." She picked up my purse from the hook behind the back door and shoved it in my arms. "I'll manage." She pushed me out the back door. "See you tomorrow." She closed the door in my face. I let out a long breath, half glad I was going home and half guilty for missing an entire afternoon of work. As I turned my back to the door and faced the long, narrow, and dark alley behind the tea shop, a snake of fear and anticipation wrapped around my spine. Tayden had said he would come for the box. He had been at my house before, had sneaked in and found me there. Who said he wouldn't do that now? I shouldn't be home alone. I would go to Delia's. I could take a nap there until evening, when Killian and I could go to Arcana's Cove. I inhaled deeply and started down the narrow alley. It wound behind a couple of buildings and shops before opening to the sidewalk, and it was usually dark because the buildings obscured the sun. Right now, the sun was high, but the shadows made me uneasy. As I walked, the walls felt close. I kept glancing up at the sunlight, and that made me feel better. "There you are." I froze, and my breath fled my lungs. I turned and faced Tayden. He stood a few feet behind me in the alleyway, his dark coat and even darker grin giving me creepy vibes. "Did you think you could run from me, witch?" No, not really, but I had hopes I would be with Delia and Killian when he came again. I took a step back and put on a false bravado. Didn't you see what my friend did to your demons? You don't want that to happen to you, do you? He glanced around, bored. I don't see your friend anywhere. His eyes turned dark. Now give me the damn box before I kill you. If you kill me, you won't find the box. I doubt that. He ran at me. I pulled the dagger from my boot and struck. He easily deflected my strike and slapped my hand away, making me lose my grip on the dagger. It clattered on the ground with an echoing thud. His hand wrapped around my throat. He pushed me against the dirty wall. Where's the stone? He asked, his sharp teeth gritted and only a few inches from my face. Tell me, and you'll die fast and quick. You won't feel a thing. I jerked against his grip, my throat tight and starting to burn. I've heard that before. Dark spots formed around my vision, and panic threatened to take over my senses. If I fell into that dark hole, there was no coming back. Go to hell. I didn't see the punch coming. Pain exploded in my stomach, and I gasped for air that didn't come. My vision blackened. I called on my magic, hoping, knowing it would answer me now. I threw my hands out, pushing his chest back and sending a blue magic bolt into his demonic body. The bolt zipped through him, jerking his body violently for 3 seconds. You bitch! He came at me again. Crouching, I fingered my dagger and thrust upward. The demon wrapped his hands around me again, but my dagger found home. To make sure he went down, I pushed into his chest until only the hilt remained. His eyes widened, and a gurgling noise came from his lips. His body went limp and fell against me. I yelped and fell back with it, hitting my head on the wall. A sob stuck in my throat as I tried crawling from under him, but I was losing the battle. The strangulation, the punch, the hit against the wall, it was all catching up to me. I called my magic once more to pull myself free, to call for help, to get out of there. But the darkness took over, and I lost. Chapter 11. My body rocked, and pain jolted through my head. I groaned, forcing my eyes open, but that was a battle in itself. Easy, someone said. Gripping to a wave of despair, I opened my eyes and found myself in someone's arms. I yelped and pushed back, trying to get down and run. Calm down. I was in my bedroom. The stranger deposited me in my bed on a bath towel and backed away. I grabbed my dirty dagger from where he had left it beside me and jerked it at him. It's me. He raised both hands. Killian. I blinked. What? The last events I remembered flooded my mind. The alley, the demon, the dagger, my clothes stained with dried blood. I had fainted. I had been as good as dead in that alley. All of a sudden, the pain escalated, and I pressed a hand to the back of my head, where I had hit the wall. Does it hurt? Do you have any pain medicine? I didn't answer right away. I pushed through the pain and took a good look at him. The first thing that struck me was his eyes, the same brilliant green I had seen before. But everything else was different. Killian had somehow cut his hair shorter, leaving a few strands longer on the top, and shaved most of the beard, leaving only a subtle 5 o'clock shadow and revealing a sharp chin and even sharper jawline and pink lips. He also had decent clothes on, black jeans that hugged his thick thighs, and a dark blue Henley that contoured his ripped shoulders and chest. Holy shit, Killian was hot. I cleared my throat and averted my eyes. Under the counter in my bathroom. I watched as he went into my bathroom, then to my kitchen. 2 minutes later, he came back with 2 Advil tablets and a glass of water. Here you go. Thanks, I muttered as I took the medicine and water from him and swallowed it. Despite the pain, I couldn't help looking at him again. Gone was the bedraggled, half-naked, half-mad man. Now I could see an elegant and deadly vampire. It was unsettling. How did you find me? Delia lent me her car, so I came into town to get a haircut and some decent clothes. He leaned against the wall beside the window, looking like a model in a photo shoot. I frowned. Did she lend you money, too? He didn't answer right away. No, I used compulsion to buy things. My eyes widened. Compulsion. One of a vampire's unique powers. Anyway, I was driving downtown and saw the tea shop. I went in and asked for you, but your boss told me she had sent you home. I heard the fight and smelled the blood. When I got there, you had fainted. I gulped. If he hadn't found me, Susan or Adrian could have, and what would I have told them about that? I found your phone in your purse and called Delia. She told me your address and the code for the keypad on your apartment's door. Thanks, I whispered again. I sat up on the bed and groaned, my shoulder hurting. I reached to massage it, and my fingers came up red with blood. What the... Killian went perfectly still. His green eyes darkened, fixed on my fingers, and his nose flared. Oh, shit. Then he shook his head and relaxed his shoulders. He moved in a flash, zipping to my bathroom and back faster than I could follow. He sat on the bed beside me, the first aid kit in his hands. Instinct kicked in, and I scooted back. I won't apologize for my reaction, he said, his eyes on mine. I'm a vampire after all, and blood is the most alluring thing to me. But I do know how to control myself. Now let me see where the bleeding is coming from. At Delia's house, he had sounded like an angry mobster ready to kill anyone who crossed his path. Now that he had been out of the box for several hours and had cleaned up, it was like he had regained his composure. He sounded educated and logical, and a bit cold, even if he was trying to help me. I can do it. I snatched the first aid kit from him and glanced at my shoulder. Shit, I couldn't see much other than some red smear. I must have scratched my shoulder when I hit the wall. I closed my mouth. I didn't want to think about the fact that I had killed someone, even if he was a demon. That was the first time I killed, I whispered before I could stop myself. Killian nodded. I still remember my first kill. This might sound ludicrous, but it gets easier. You don't forget any of them, but it does get easier. I frowned. I didn't want it to get easier, and I didn't want it to happen again, ever. Besides, I couldn't stop thinking of my hand and my dagger striking his body, and the dead demon pinning me to the ground. What did you do with the body? I hid it inside one of those big trash containers, he said. I wanted to take it to the woods, but I had to tend to you first. I stared at him. Didn't he hate witches? It didn't seem like it right now. It's okay, you can go now. I'll do this. I reached around my shoulder. Damn, I had to either go to the bathroom to do this or let Killian do it. Nope, not going there. Killian stared at me for a moment. I thought he was going to fight me and yank the first aid kit back. But his gaze fell to my head again, where my blood was fresh. His eyes darkened again. The black lines surged across his fair skin. He stood. "I'll be back soon." He rushed out of my bedroom, a blur I barely saw. A small ball of disappointment fell heavy in my stomach. Why? I shouldn't be disappointed that a vampire wouldn't be near my exposed blood. A dangerous vampire. A hot vampire. Holy shit, Lavinia! Berating myself, I pushed to my feet and went to my bathroom. I turned my shoulder and spied at the wound. It was a minor scratch. But what really made me balk was my appearance. My hair was a huge mess, my face was dirty, and my clothes had to go to the trash. After locking the bathroom door, I took my clothes off and climbed in the shower. I needed it. But as I washed the grime and blood away from my body, a deep feeling filled me, an unbidden fear and dread. I had almost died twice in less than 24 hours by the hands of the same crazy demon. Besides that night when my parents were murdered, I had never come this close to death. My life had changed in a way I couldn't comprehend, and I was starting to understand that it would probably never be the same. I was sure that wasn't a good thing. So when a couple of tears escaped my eyes, I didn't push them back as I usually did. I let them fall and clean my soul. At least until the next danger knocked on my door. Chapter 12. After the shower, I cleaned the nasty scratch on my shoulder and checked the bump on the back of my head. It hurt to the touch, but I didn't think it was more than that. I had faint marks around my neck, too, but nothing a good concealer couldn't hide. I made myself a tea for pain and soothing and went to bed. I really needed a nap, not just because I was exhausted, but now also because I was hurting. But when I lay down in bed, I couldn't sleep. My mind swirled with the idea that someone would enter my apartment and kill me while I was sleeping. Hell, even Killian could do that. But soon, the tea worked like magic, and I dozed off. When I woke up, the sun was setting, and Killian was standing in the living room, looking out the window. The sun's orange light filtered through the glass, giving him a warm shine and making his hair look more blonde than brown. He turned to me, his face still in the sun, and his eyes seemed to glow. "Feeling better?" I nodded. "Did you deal with the body?" "I took it deep into the woods. If anyone finds him, it won't be soon." I didn't like this. Even though Tayden had been a demon, I didn't like killing, hiding, lying. I wanted to avenge my parents, but that was the only violent act I wanted to be a part of. I frowned, realizing something. What about the box? Shouldn't you be close to it? After taking the body to the woods, I stopped by Delia's house and recharged. I also told her what happened and that I had left you resting. She didn't sound happy. In fact, she yelled at me to check on you. I scoffed. Sounds like Delia. He glanced out the window. We should go. By the time we get to Portland, it will be fully dark. Right. I grabbed my leather jacket from my bedroom and my car keys from the kitchen counter. Killian showed me Delia's car keys already in his hand. I'm driving. Have you ever been to Portland? I asked, heading to the door. Even if you did, I bet the roads and streets have changed a lot in the last 20 years. Which made me think, do you even know what a GPS is? He stared at me as if I was crazy. I might have been gone for a long time, but I learn quickly. I snatched the car keys from him and walked past him. Still, I'll drive. The drive to Portland was quiet and somewhat tense. Killian either seemed uncomfortable with me driving or with being near a witch, or both. As I expected, the police were long gone from the witch's shop and home. Yellow plastic tape with "Do Not Enter" made an X on the front and side doors. Killian and I walked around the block for another few minutes until it was darker before slipping inside the store. In the near dark, I pulled the curtains closed and turned on the big flashlight I had brought with me. For this purpose, it was better than my little magical one. Killian probably didn't need it, but I did. Beside me, Killian wrinkled his nose. A moment later, I smelled it. Rot and decay filled the air. For him, it had to be a lot stronger than it was for me. I looked around with the flashlight. Just like the brief video we had seen this morning, the round table was turned to the side and broken, the crystal ball shattered, and the green beads were everywhere on the floor. "You told Delia you had been here a couple of days ago," Killian said, his eyes on the crystal ball. "Something about a blood promise." I pursed my lips. I didn't want to tell him about it, but it wasn't really a secret, and maybe he knew someone who could help me. Right before she was killed, my mother made a blood promise with me, asking me to live like a human and only use my magic when absolutely necessary. He looked at me. "So, your powers are limited?" I nodded. "Very. If you asked me to do something now, I wouldn't be able to. Nothing big, at least. The few times I was able to use more of my magic were when my life was on the line, which had been too many times recently." "And you came to this witch to break it?" "Yeah." I stepped around the broken table and headed to the archway leading to the back. I wasn't really sure it was a blood promise, but Fawn confirmed it. Only my mother can undo it for me. "Blood promises are tricky." That was true, but I didn't accept that I was stuck with this blood promise. Someone, some witch, had to be strong enough to break it. I shook my head and pushed those thoughts away. We weren't here to talk about my doomed blood promise. I crossed the archway and saw a large storage room with upturned boxes containing incense, candles, tarot cards, beads, crystals, and herbs. The small office to the right had papers strewn across the floor. The only intact place was the bathroom. On the left wall, stairs led to the apartment on the second level. I pointed the flashlight down and found the smear of blood I had seen on the news. I thought there would be a bigger blood pool right beyond it, but the smear grew smaller, leaving a trickling of blood leading to the stairs. After a quick look around, Killian and I went up. A door met us at the end of the stairs. I turned the knob. "It's locked." Killian reached for the knob, and I pulled my hand away. He twisted it until a loud crack echoed through the stairs. He pushed the door open. "It's not anymore." Shaking my head, I stepped into Fawn's apartment. Colorful wallpaper, heavy wooden furniture with floral cushions, thick rugs, and way too many decorations, especially figurines and paintings of cats, and a lot of it turned around and broken. Even the small altar she had in a corner with crystals, herbs, and other witchy things had been smashed to pieces. It reminded me of the apartment where my parents and I had lived. With the exception of the closet where I had hidden, the rest of the apartment had been destroyed by the killers. "The same happened to my brother's cabin," Killian said, his voice low. "You mean the mess? The destruction?" He nodded. "It was like there had been a huge battle in his cabin before he was killed." I gulped, not sure I wanted to talk about this, even though all I could think about was to avenge my parents. I did everything I could not to relive that day in my head. But Killian needed to know. If we are dealing with the same killer, then it's plural. Killers. And no, there wasn't a battle. I mean, Fawn and your brother and my parents tried fighting them off, but they destroyed it all item by item, most of it after committing murder. His eyes widened. Are you saying you saw it? No, I uttered, my breath getting heavy. But I heard it. I turned my back to him, in need of letting the memories fade away before I had a panic attack right here, right now. I pointed the flashlight to the floor. The trail of blood continued here until I found where the crime had occurred. A bigger blood stain covered most of the narrow rug that went from the living room to the hallway leading to the rest of the apartment. Killian stopped by my side. His eyes narrowed and his nostrils flared. He probably smelled the blood from the outside. Now, being so close to it, it had to be torture for him. I took a subtle step away from him. During the last few hours, there were moments when I had forgotten I was beside a vampire, and Delia had told me he was a powerful vampire from the most famous coven around. Killian was a predator, and if I wasn't careful, I could end up being the victim. I shuddered. She was killed here. I focused on the investigation. I stepped around the rug and turned on the hall lights. It was in the middle of the apartment, so no one would be able to see it from the outside. There has to be something here to help us figure out who did this. After my parents were killed and I was able to leave the closet, I had been in full-blown panic mode. I didn't think about searching for clues or examining their bodies to see how they had been killed, other than the report I saw later. At that time, I wanted to get as far away from the apartment as possible. Now I had the opportunity to do what I hadn't back then. Even though my breath grew shallow and my hands trembled more and more with each passing minute, I had to do this. I crouched beside the rug and looked closely to the floor, trying to spot some clue, some indication of who had done this, and why. If only I had some herbs with me. Well, we were at a witch's house. I walked past Killian, who was looking around the living room, and went into the kitchen. Everything here was also a mess. The cabinet doors were open, some had been torn from the hinges, and the plates, pots, pans had been thrown to the floor, most broken or dented. Trying to avoid stepping over everything and falling, I saw several herbs in the pantry, most of them on the floor. I found what I was looking for, grabbed a chopping board, a knife, and a bowl with a small broken edge, and started working. "What are you doing?" Killian asked from the kitchen's door. "A potion." I found some space on the counter and started chopping the herbs. "You'll see." Killian picked up something from the broken shelf outside the kitchen. His brows curled as he looked at a portrait. "What is it?" He glared at the portrait before putting it back on the shelf. "Nothing." Why was I trying to make a moody vampire talk? He was here because of this case, not to make friends. As far as I knew, he would never associate with witches. He was here helping me because of his brother. I opened my mouth to ask him about his brother, but then bit my tongue and focused on the potion. I scraped the herbs into the bowl and started mixing them. When the mixture was thick and dry, I added a little bit of olive oil and continued stirring it. After a moment, Killian asked, "Are you done with that?" "I am, actually." I held the bowl in my hands and walked out of the kitchen, just 1 foot from where Killian stood by the door. He held his breath as I walked past him, his tall frame looming over me. Pretending I hadn't noticed how he had tensed, I turned to the stained rug and knelt beside it. "What does it do?" Using my fingertips, I pinched some of the mixture and spread it over the floor, forming a wide circle around the stain. "It'll show us anything magical about this." I paused and glanced up at him. "Don't tell Delia about this. She doesn't know that I know spells like this." I didn't think he was the type to tattle, but still, I needed to be sure he would stay quiet. He did seem to have a connection to Delia, since she was there when he was locked in the box. Last thing I needed was both of them ganging up against me. I closed the circle and dropped the bowl beside me. I hovered my hands over the lines and chanted words in Latin. Ostende mihi magicae. Ostende mihi magicae. Ostende mihi magicae. Ostende mihi magicae. Show me the magic. My weak magic charged the circle, and a faint green glow appeared from the herbs. A snake of green light swirled inside the circle and traveled up, around the circle, over the line, and under the upturned armchair. I pushed to my feet and went to the armchair. I pulled it up, straightening it, and saw the small bronze coin underneath it. I picked it up and magic surged into me, sending a jolt up my arm. I gasped and almost dropped the coin. "What is it?" Killian loomed over me, staring from the coin to me and back. I think this means something. There's something here." Killian's brow furrowed. "I don't understand." I pocketed the coin. "Me neither, but I think I know someone who does." Chapter 13. The treasure chest wasn't far from Fawn's place, closer to downtown Portland, and even though it was getting late, I knew it was still open. Killian stared at the building after we parked the car and walked toward it. A metal door, a narrow window full of junk, and terrible yellow painting squeezed between a shoe repair shop and a liquor store. "What kind of place is this?" "A pawn shop," I told him. "At least, on the outside." I pushed the door open and gestured for him to follow me. "Welcome to the treasure The tall and wide man behind the counter started, but once his eyes met mine, his face fell. "Oh, it's you." "Hi, Rex." I waved at him and made my way to the counter. Rex's eyes settled on Killian. He sniffed the air and inhaled deeply. "A vampire, and a powerful one at that." Magic rushed through the room. Suddenly, the man disappeared, and Rex, in his true form, stood in his place. A short creature that didn't reach my shoulders, with sickly pale green skin and absurdly long and pointed ears. His luscious blonde hair went down to his waist, though, and always gave me a pang of jealousy, as did his icy green eyes. As a half-goblin and half-fae, Rex was nasty and greedy, but also ethereal and a know-it-all. Literally, there was little he didn't know about supernaturals and magic around Portland. "Glamours are getting harder to hold, "Indeed. I'm getting too old to be using glamour every day." He stepped on a wooden stool behind the counter and faced me. "What do you want now?" "Is that the way to treat your best customer?" I flashed him a wide grin. "Bah, only if my best customer paid me better." I faked a gasp. "What about the thousands of dollars I paid you for your last information?" I didn't tell him that his tip about going to see Fawn about breaking a powerful spell he didn't know about the blood promise hadn't worked out. I leaned in closer. I might be willing to do the same now. Rex watched me for a second, then turned to the vampire. I've never seen you around these parts before. Where are you from? Not from here, Killian said, the bite in his tone pronounced. Rex raised one hairy eyebrow. Mysterious, aren't we? He ignored Killian and looked at me again. What are you looking for? Actually, I have something, and I need information on it. I pulled out the coin from my pocket, bracing myself for the shock. But this time, it didn't come. I was wondering if you could tell me about the magic in the coin. Rex placed an augmentation lens on his right eye and took the coin from me. He didn't flinch when he touched it, so I guessed he hadn't felt any jolt or shock. Had that been a fluke? I can't feel magic in it. He pulled out something like a microscope from under the counter and dropped it between us. Then he placed the coin in it and leaned forward to see it. A microscope? Really? Killian asked me in a low voice. I have fey ears, vampire, Rex said, his attention on his equipment. This may look like a human tool, but it's not. I've modified it to my needs. Meaning it was enchanted and could detect different types of magic. I had seen him using that before and had been absolutely entranced. My mother and Delia wanted to keep me out of the supernatural world, but that only made me more curious about it. What do you see? I asked, eager to know. I do see a magic protecting it, Rex said. A witch's magic. I would say this magic is hiding something. A message, perhaps. He straightened and looked at me. Where did you get it? Sorry, I can't tell you that. I smiled at him again. He once said that his goblin part was greedy for things, anything or anyone, and that his elf side liked pretty things and pretty people, and thus he succumbed easily to pretty women. I wasn't sure I qualified, but every time I smiled at him and batted my lashes, Rex had a hard time saying no to me. Well, I had been resistant to flirting with such an ugly monster at first, but when it proved useful, I lost all qualms. But you could tell me who can undo the protection spell and read the message. Rex stared at me with doe eyes before snapping out of it and groaning. This will cost you. I pulled out my phone and showed it to him as I opened my bank app. I'm ready to pay you. Last time I sent you to a witch, she ended up dead a few days later. I raised both my hands. That has nothing to do with me. Which was the truth, and he had to know it. Mumbling under his breath, Rex picked up a Post-it and a pen and wrote a name and an address for me. She's a powerful witch, but she likes to keep to herself. Not a lot of people know about her. Do not tell her I sent you there. I grabbed the note and the coin. You're great, Rex. I made a nice transfer to him and showed him when it was finalized. Thank you. The half-goblin, half-fey rolled his eyes. One of these days you'll bring trouble to my table. Maybe, maybe not. I winked. Just then, the front door opened and a human man, clearly drunk, walked in. Rex donned his glamour again. Welcome to the treasure chest, he said, loud and clear. With the last wave, I turned toward the door, Killian right by my side. We walked past the man as he headed to the counter. He looked like a biker, in leather pants, a vest, a bandana on his head, and silver-studded ears. He had a bushy mustache and a round belly. As I passed him, he looked me up and down, lust in his glassy eyes. I shivered as I exited the shop, wishing I could shower to take off the man's slime. Killian stopped right outside the shop and glanced back. That human was a complete sleazeball. I tisked, "That happens all the time. Just ignore it. That's what I do." Killian looked at me, his green eyes shining in the dark. His fists were clenched, and he seemed ready for a fight. What the hell? I beckoned him to the car. "Come on, let's see if this witch is home." Chapter 14. We drove directly to Catherine Hughes's house. It was a little blue townhouse in a residential neighborhood on the outskirts of Portland. It was late at night, but I had hoped to see some lights on inside the house. Then it would feel okay to knock on her door. But there were no lights on anywhere. I hopped out of the car and stared at the house, an uneasy feeling growing in my chest. Fawn had warned me about supernatural killers around Portland. Now she was dead. What if they had gotten to Catherine, too? I started toward the house, intent on knocking the door down if the witch didn't open it. If she was sleeping and yelled at me, I wouldn't mind. At least that would mean she was alive. "Can I help you?" someone asked from my right. I faced a chubby woman with a thick floral robe and pins in her hair. She stood by the open door of the house next door, a neighbor. "We're looking for Catherine," Killian said from right beside me. He had gotten out of the car? I hadn't even seen it. "At this time of night?" The woman arched an eyebrow. "In any case, she's not home. She's traveling." Oh, shit. If she was away, then she couldn't help us with the coin. "Do you know when she'll be back?" "Today is Friday, then tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken." "Great," I said. "I'll come back tomorrow then." "During the day." It wasn't a question. Right. The woman remained by the door, watching us. What did she think, that she could take on Killian and me? Even if she had no idea we were supernaturals, Killian alone was a lot taller and stronger than her. Some people were clueless. Killian and I entered the car and drove away, the nosy neighbor still watching from her door. "What a creep," I muttered when I finally couldn't see her from the rearview mirror anymore. At a red light, I changed the GPS to head to Delia's house. Killian's brows turned down. "We're going to Delia's?" "Yeah, I thought you would want to. It has been a while since you were close to the box." "I don't want to go there yet." That edgy bite was back in his voice. The light turned green, and I started driving toward the interstate. We could set the GPS later. "Why?" I was curious. Killian hated witches, but at least he had a history with Delia, a connection. I was the oddball here, the stranger. I would have thought he would prefer her company over mine. "Stop the car," was all he said. "Why? What happened?" I glanced around. "Did you see something?" "Just stop the car," he practically snarled. After a quick glance at the side mirrors, I pulled over. "What is it?" I asked, worried. Had he seen something? "I can find my way." Killian opened the car's door. "Wait, what?" I stared at him, confused. "How are you going to find your way?" "I can feel the box's pull from here. I'll be able to find it." That didn't make much sense. "What happened? Why aren't you going with me?" He turned to me, his green eyes shining dark in the gloominess of the car. "Because after seeing so much blood, my senses are high and demanding. Because I can see you want to ask more than I'm willing to talk about. And because being in this car with you and your scent is torture right now." His gaze fell to my throat. I swallowed hard. Without another word, Killian got out of the car, closed the door, and zipped away in the dark of night. I sat there for a minute, holding the wheel and trying to wrap my head around what had happened. Hell, I kept forgetting Killian was a vampire, a predator, a practiced killer. And now he craved my blood, again. I should be glad he had left. But for some reason, I felt abandoned. I almost didn't go back to my apartment. Like a coward, I considered going to Delia's house. After having Tayden inside my apartment and then almost being killed in the alley behind the tea shop, the places where I was supposed to feel safe were most definitely not. Sprinkle my crazy fear of the dark in there, and voila! I had a recipe for disaster. But I was tired, confused, and could use some alone time. So I put on my big girl pants, aka held my flashlight and my dagger close, and entered my dark apartment. I turned on many of the lights and dragged my feet to my bathroom. Though it was almost midnight, I needed a hot shower and probably some tea. The water was warm and made me sleepy, but it felt nice on my tense shoulders. I let the water fall over my face as if it could wash away all the thoughts running through my mind. If only it was that easy. What was happening here? A demon had hired me to get a stone because he couldn't. The stone turned out to be a box that only I could open. A vampire appeared from inside the box, a vampire that had been missing for 20 years. Moreover, supernaturals were being killed in Seattle and now in Portland, and all of them matched the MO of my parents' killers and of Killian's brother. But how was that possible? Killian thought it was the same killers, but that meant there were killers on the loose for more than 20 years. Wasn't there a group that policed the supernatural world? I would have to ask Delia. I finished washing and put on my favorite pajamas, tiny black shorts and a loose hot pink sleeveless shirt. I went to the kitchen, my bare feet grazing the old stained carpet. It was just past midnight. I was so freaking tired, but my fears kept me on the edge. I needed tea to help me doze off. I put a kettle with water on the range. Grabbing the chamomile, lavender, and valerian from the cabinet, I ground the leaves and flowers with my fingers and put them in a big mug that read Resting Bitch Face. The kettle screamed, and I poured the hot water into the mug. I stopped midway as a faint sound reached my ears. I turned around, looking for it. It came again, a little louder this time. It was coming from the door. I reached for my dagger, but I had left it on my bed before I took a shower. The door opened and something came in a flash. I yelped and dropped my mug, breaking it and spilling hot water all over the floor. I jumped back, avoiding the worst of it, but my heart raced and my chest hurt. Killian stood a few feet from me. He had even closed the front door again, and I hadn't seen it. He looked down to the wet floor and the broken mug. Slowly, his eyes moved up my bare legs to my flimsy shirt, to my naked neck, where they lingered for a couple of heartbeats before he met my gaze. Didn't mean to startle you. He grabbed a kitchen towel and knelt on the floor at my feet. I stood frozen in place for a moment, willing my heart to slow down. I inhaled deeply and crouched down to pick up the broken mug pieces. How did you get in? The same way I did before. Right. Delia had told him the keypad code so he could bring me in when I was hurt. A vampire could now get in and out of my house. Great. I stood with several pieces in my hands and threw them in the trash. I wanted to ignore him, but how could I when he had left the way he did and suddenly came back? Did you clear your mind? Killian finished drying the floor and stood too. I fed again, and I stopped by Delia's to get close to the box. Did she say anything? He shook his head. She was sleeping. I stayed on the porch until I felt better. I frowned. He could have stayed there. Why did he come here? I bit my lower lip, holding the question in. Killian's eyes flicked to my mouth for a brief second. Then he turned around and cleared his throat. I ran around the neighborhood before coming here. There doesn't seem to be any suspicious activity nearby. Okay. You can go rest and get a good night's sleep, he said, his voice insistent. Why was he pushing me to sleep? Well, it was after midnight already, and this was the third night I either stayed up way too late or didn't sleep at all. I felt like a zombie. I really did need some sleep. How about you? I'll stay around. He held his figure tall and proud, and too still. I'll make sure you're safe. My mind took off, turning that sentence in many ways. But the one that stuck the most was the one that didn't make any sense. I'll make sure you're safe. I reminded myself Killian hated witches. If it weren't for the fact that we were investigating these murders together and that I had been the one to open the box and free him, he would have killed me already. I couldn't forget that. Not in the mood for tea anymore, I grabbed the kitchen towel from him and walked past him. Good night, I whispered. I forced my feet to move, one step after the other. I stopped in the hallway and threw the dirty towel inside the washing machine, along with the other dirty things I had put there earlier. I would have to turn it on tomorrow. Pretending I couldn't feel Killian's gaze boring holes into my back, I slipped into my bedroom and closed the door. Holy shit. How would I sleep with a vampire here? Chapter 15. You don't need to come. That was the third time I told Killian that as I drove to the tea shop. It was a short ride, but gray clouds covered the sky, and I didn't want to get caught in the rain. As I expected, I didn't sleep well. I had dreams of Killian turning into a monster with many fangs, long claws, a distorted face, and pitch-black eyes. In one of my dreams, he broke down the door and came for me. For my blood. For my flesh. He ripped my throat out and eviscerated me. In the other dream, he chased me through the woods, toying with me and scaring the hell out of me, until he caught me and killed me in the same gory and bloody way. I had another dream where monster Killian grabbed me and shoved me inside the box, locking me in a tight, dark space. I screamed my lungs out, broke my nails trying to claw my way out, and passed out from pure panic. Each time I woke up with a jerk, drenched in sweat. In the morning, after I took a shower, put on my favorite skinny jeans and a fitted tee, and looked more presentable, I held my breath and left my bedroom. Even though he must have heard my nightmares, Killian didn't say anything. He stood once again by the window, looking out at the day, but not exactly in the daylight. I frowned. I hadn't really considered that yet. Could vampires be out in the sun? The times I had been out with Killian, it had been either evening or late night. I told him I was going to work and that he should go to Delia's, but he insisted on coming to work with me. I have nothing better to do, he said, his voice tight as usual. I didn't say anything else as I parked my car in the parking lot a half block from the tea house and walked toward it. There were a few parking spaces in front of the shop, but I liked leaving those for our customers. I arrived 15 minutes early and used my keys to get inside and start working. Killian followed me in. While I got my breakfast ready and started on the first batch of herbs for the day, Killian walked around, taking in every inch of the place. When Beth came in and stared at him with her mouth agape, Killian took a table in the corner. "Bring me something," he said. "Surprise me." Oh, shit. Beth grabbed my arm and pulled me to the back. "Who is that hunk?" I coughed. Hunk? Oh my God, who said that? Also, I was sure Killian could hear her, even if she was half whispering and we were on the other side of the building. "An acquaintance." She raised an eyebrow at me. "I don't think acquaintances look at each other the way he was looking at you." "What? And how was he looking at me?" "Like all he wants is to devour you." She wiggled her eyebrows. Oh, shit. If only she knew the way he wanted to devour me. If Killian looked at me as if I was something delicious, it was because he craved blood. Anyone's blood. "You're seeing things, Beth." I pushed her toward the front of the store. "We open in 2 minutes. Go get ready." She held up 2 fingers and moved them between her eyes and mine, telling me she would be watching me. Whatever. It wasn't like I was hiding anything here. Well, I was. I let out a long breath and went back to my workstation. I tried ignoring what Killian had asked me as I worked on my herbs, but I couldn't. He wanted me to surprise him. He had told Delia and me that the box drained his energy, so I put together a supercharged, energizing tea with some drops of the magical oil I left in the back of the shelf. I picked one of Delia's famous blueberry scones. They weren't fresh, but after a few seconds in the toaster, they were almost as good as fresh. I put it all on a tray, along with neatly folded napkin and cutlery, and took it to him. As I approached him and placed the tray on the table before him, his expression didn't change. Killian took a long breath. "Ginseng, sage, guarana, peppermint, and something else I don't think I've ever smelled before." He was probably talking about my special concoction. "And blueberry with sugar and cream." "Well done. Do you want points for that?" One corner of his lips stretched up. I balked. Was that almost a smile? But as quickly as it came, it was gone. "Let's see how it tastes." Killian picked up the teacup. Let me ask you, how do you plan on paying for this?" He didn't answer right away. Finally, he fished a $20 bill from his suede jacket. "I compelled the bank teller." I stared at the money and hesitated. He had stolen it, which wasn't different from what I did when I stole from my customers. With a sigh, I picked up the money. "Doesn't it bother you?" His eyes darkened, and I knew I had hit a nerve. "I'm a vampire from Demore Castle. We have more money than the country's treasury. Once I'm back at the castle, I plan on paying for everything I got." Oh, these crazy, dangerous vampires. Were all of them this self-centered and arrogant? The front door opened, and I turned to greet the new customer. "Welcome to Susie's." Adrian walked in, and I shut my mouth. His eyes went from me to Killian, and his entire expression closed. He walked to me, stopping a foot away. "Are you okay? My mother said you were tired yesterday." I took a step back. "I'm okay." His face softened. "Lav, you know you can talk to me, right? If anything happened, his gaze flicked to Killian. You can talk to me. Nothing happened, Adrian. I'm fine. He reached for me. Lav, I took another step back. And then Killian was right in front of me, his mountain of a body not even half a foot from mine, his head turned down, his eyes on mine. I inhaled deeply, suddenly dazed. Hey, Adrian cried. Killian turned and faced Adrian. She said she's fine. You should mind your own business. Adrian puffed out his chest. He was tall, but not as tall as Killian, and even though he was a football player, he didn't exude the power and strength that Killian did. Besides, he was human. He had nothing on a vampire. Mind my own business? Adrian asked, his voice rising. She's my business. You're the one who's overstepping here. Killian kept his cool. She was clearly trying to avoid you. You kept pushing. Adrian fumed. Who the hell do you think you are, dude? Killian shook his head. Dude, how creative. He stepped closer to Adrian, looming over the human like a giant boulder. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Adrian paled but pressed his lips and shoved Killian back with all he had. Killian didn't move an inch. I rounded both men. That's enough. I pushed them apart. Adrian stood in place, but Killian relented and inched back a little. You two are acting like children. I grabbed Killian's wrist. The coldness of his skin hit me hard, and I almost pulled my hand away. I hadn't touched him until now. His eyes widened, fixed on my hand on his skin. Come on. I tugged him, and he followed me until we were on the sidewalk outside the tea shop. I let his arm go then. Who is that jerk? He asked, his voice low. Dangerous. The owner's son. He didn't need to know more than that, though I was sure he wasn't stupid and had put two and two together. And because of that, I think you should leave. Killian watched me for a moment, his gaze cold, his jaw ticking away. Fine. I gaped at his back as he walked away. Wow, that was easier than I thought it would be. I would have bet he would have argued with me about it, saying that it was Adrian's fault or whatever. But I kept forgetting Killian didn't care about this sort of thing. All he cared about was catching his brother's killers and getting rid of the connection to the box. The rest was just that. The rest. I braced myself and went back inside. Adrian was waiting for me, his arms crossed, his eyebrows curled down. Who the hell is that guy? Not now, Adrian. I walked past him. I didn't owe him any explanation. Adrian turned with me and grabbed my arm, stopping me. Love, if... I jerked away from his grip. What the hell do you think you're doing? Just let me be. His mother, who I hadn't even seen entering the store, appeared from the back and glared at her son. Adrian, we talked about this already. Let Lavinia alone. I could count on my fingers the times I had seen Susie mad, and this was one of them. Adrian bristled but dropped his hand. This isn't over, he told me, his tone harsh. With one last look, he marched out of the shop as two customers came in. Welcome to Susie's Brew Tea Shop, Susie said to the customers with a big smile. Then she turned her back to them and leaned closer to me. Sorry about him. Adrian is an adult, Susie. It's not your fault. From behind the counter, Beth pretended she didn't see anything. She was usually quiet and did her own thing, but I knew she loved every bit of gossip she could get her hands on. She glanced at me as I headed to the back room, pity stamped in her eyes. What? Just because Killian and Adrian almost got into a fight in the middle of my workplace, I was now something to pity? Ugh. I got busy in the back, filling my mind with herbs and potions and moving my hands as fast as I could, everything so I could pretend I was an ordinary young woman doing her job. It was ironic, since all I wanted was to have the blood promise broken so I could be a real witch and use my powers. The morning flew by, and right after noon, two of my favorite customers arrived. Mrs. Lewis and Melissa came in for dessert once a week. From what I had heard, Mrs. Lewis had been born and raised in Forest Creek, but after she had Melissa, everything changed. Melissa had severe autism and required full-time attention and care. Mrs. Lewis, who had a great career, abandoned everything to take care of Melissa. Melissa had just turned 10. Before I came to town, Mrs. Lewis rarely left her house with Melissa. It was too hard, she had told me one day. But that was until I saw her taking a short stroll through the green with Melissa and brought them one of my teas. I had made it for Melissa. The potion, mixed with the tea, helped her calm down and focus. It wouldn't cure her, nothing would, but it gave Mrs. Lewis a few hours of peace. Since then, they started coming weekly to get more tea. Once I saw them in the shop, I prepared their tea and pastries and took the tray to their table. Mrs. Lewis always got up and hugged me, and Melissa offered me a quick, crooked smile. Despite everything in my life, moments like this warmed my heart. After talking to them for a couple of minutes, I stopped at the back counter and stayed there with Beth, watching our happy customers. So, Beth started in a low voice, Adrian or the hot hunk? Oh my God, she had been hounding me about them all morning. Where is Beth, and what have you done to her? She chuckled. Come on, that was exciting. I hadn't seen anything that exciting in a long time. I rolled my eyes. The flat TV in the upper corner of the main room caught my attention. It was always either on the news, sports, or the home improvement channel. This time, it was on the news, and the reporter stood in front of the mansion I had sneaked into 3 nights ago. My stomach dropped. I reached for the remote and raised the volume a little bit. Was stolen from Mr. Boris's office. Mr. Boris is an avid collector, and he's offering a reward to whoever brings the item back. She moved the microphone to the man standing beside her. I'm offering $500,000 to have my stone back, he said in a gruff voice. Mr. Boris was a big man with graying hair and dressed in a tailored black suit. He exuded money and luxury, and I could easily see him spending that much on the box. Just call me and I'll pick it up. No questions asked. Could you tell us more about the stone? The reporter asked. It seems like quite the precious item. It's a collector's item I found a few years ago, Mr. Boris said. I frowned. This Boris guy, did he not know what the box was, what it did? Could he be a random human who had stumbled upon the box and added it to his collection? I hoped so, because if he was another supernatural who wanted the box, it meant he would come after me at some point if he found out I was the one who took it. I shuddered and changed the channel to my favorite, the home improvement one. Watching a couple in wonder at how their old house had a massive makeover and sharing in their happiness for a brief moment made me feel a little more human, a little less like a freak. At least, for a little while. Chapter 16. I left the tea shop around 6 in the evening, 2 hours before the shop closed. I left the last few herbs ready and also prepared tomorrow morning's batch. It was early for me, and before this mess landed in my life, I stayed until closing time most days since I had nothing to do. But tonight, I was busy. A chilly wind blew, and I skipped the puddle in the sidewalk from an earlier rain, but the gray clouds seemed to be getting ready for another shower. Killian waited for me in the parking lot. His frame leaned against my Corolla. He had changed from earlier, probably taken a shower too. Now he wore dark jeans, a dark green Henley tee, and the thin fitted suede jacket from before. Though he was borrowing money from the townspeople, he didn't have any qualms about spending it. As I approached, the wind blew again and tousled his hair, throwing the longer strands over his eyes. He ran a hand through his hair, straightening it. It was almost comical to see Killian so composed and regal beside my beat-up car. The two didn't match. "Ready?" he asked when I was a few feet away. I nodded and went to the driver's door. Killian waited until I unlocked the car and joined me inside. Instantly, the air inside the car became supercharged. I remembered his face-off with Adrian and wondered why he had done that. He was nothing to me. No one other than a partner investigating a crime, someone who would disappear from my life once we caught the killers and avenged our families. I knew he thought the same. So why did I feel odd? Like something was happening here, something I couldn't name. I was being stupid. I mean, Killian was hot, like the hottest man I had ever laid my eyes on. It was like being in closed quarters with Chris Hemsworth or Chris Evans and not feeling a thing. An attraction. I was half human after all, wasn't I? There were things like lust that were hard to control. I was definitely going in that direction right now. However, this was one-sided. Killian was powerful, handsome, and over 200 years old. Besides being a witch who he detested, I was a naive girl he couldn't wait to get rid of. I peeled out of the parking lot and took the interstate back to Portland. The sun was dipping on the horizon, and even though I had a rock ballad playing in the stereo, the air inside the car still felt stuffy. Halfway there, Killian spoke. "Did the jerk leave you alone after I left?" I glanced at him for half a second before paying attention to the road again. He's not usually a jerk. He acted like that because you were there. He got jealous." "Jealous?" Killian nodded. "So he's your boyfriend?" Ex-boyfriend, I corrected him, though I wasn't sure why I bothered. And why does it matter? He has nothing to do with what we are doing here. "Right." Killian glanced out the window. I tried focusing on the road and only the road, but it was hard with the big and now curious vampire by my side. 5 minutes later, he turned to me again. "Does he know you're a witch?" "No. Besides Delia and Rex and now you, no one knows. Tayden and Fawn didn't count. They were dead."
"Fascinating."
"Why is it fascinating? And why the sudden interest in my love life?" Killian shrugged.
"No interest whatsoever."
This was so ridiculous. I raised the speaker's volume and concentrated on the random lyrics to distract myself from the moody, brooding vampire next to me. The trip didn't take an hour. We parked in front of the witch's house, and this time we could see lights on inside the house. "She's home," I said as I got out of the car. I patted my jeans pocket where I had stashed the coin. Giddy anticipation fluttered through my chest. I hoped the coin had some kind of message that would lead us to the killers. Killian and I would find them, we would kill them, and our revenge would be complete. What would I do with my life then? One thing at a time. It was dark out, darker than usual because of the heavy clouds in the sky. But even so, I practically skipped to the townhouse's front door, Killian following closely behind me. I pressed the bell and waited. A couple of minutes passed, and nothing happened. "Can you hear something?" I asked Killian. He looked down at my feet. A moment later, he said, "The TV and water running. Probably a faucet." "Maybe she's busy in the kitchen and didn't hear it?" I went to press the bell again, but Killian caught my hand in his, the coldness of his skin shocking me. "Lavinia, those are the only sounds I hear. No breathing, no heartbeat. She's either not here and left the faucet on, or—" "No," I whispered. I grabbed the knob and turned. "It's locked." "I can fix that." Killian pushed my hand away and wrapped his hand around the knob. He turned it fast and hard, breaking the lock. The door swung open. Killian wrinkled his nose. "Blood." I ran inside the house and skidded to a full stop a few feet in. Catherine's body was sprawled beside the dining table just beyond the foyer, a chair on its side beside her, and a pool of blood under her. My stomach dropped, and nausea assaulted me. I had seen a few dead bodies in my life. My parents, the demons 2 nights ago, Tayden. But I didn't think it would ever get easier. I pressed a hand to my mouth. Killian knelt beside the body. "It's fresh. I would say she was killed not even half an hour ago." In his amazing vampire speed, Killian ran out of the house, leaving me alone with a dead body. I gagged and took another step back. Holy shit, I had to get through this. How would I investigate murders and avenge my parents if I couldn't look at a dead body? Focusing on my task, I stepped around the body and went to her kitchen. Perhaps she had the same herbs Fawn had, and I could do the same spell from before. Perhaps she, too, had left a message for someone else. I found the herbs and put the mixture together. It was almost ready when Killian came back. "Anything?" I asked when he knelt beside the body again. He shook his head. "Whoever killed her is long gone." He turned her body around, her arm falling to the ground with a heavy, wet thud. "She was killed the same way." I looked up from the bowl in my hands, and sure enough, the witch's body was marred by countless small cuts. Her fingertips were burned, and there was a clean cut through her heart. Sure, I would throw up any second. I turned my back to the scene and inhaled the sweet scent of the herbs coming from the bowl. "It can't be a coincidence," I whispered. I found the olive oil and added a few drops to the mixture. "I don't think it is. Whoever is doing this is either imitating whoever killed my brother, or it's the same group." He stood up and looked at me, his eyes clouded. "And I'm going to get these sons of a bitch." His gaze softened. "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "Not really." I held the bowl as I went back to where the body was. Killian watched over me, an odd expression on his otherwise hard face. Did he look concerned about me? No, again, that was my imagination. If he was concerned about me, it was because he needed me to help him with the investigation. Wishing I could close my eyes, I crouched down and spread the mixture on the floor, like I had done where Fawn had died. This time, it was creepier, more disturbing. I tried not looking at the mangled body as I made a circle. I closed it, set the bowl aside, and started chanting. The magic felt a little different this time, and it was dark blue instead of green. The snake of magic circled around the witch's body and disappeared inside her cardigan's pocket. Oh, shit. With trembling hands, I reached inside her pocket and fished out a hairpin. Like with the coin, a jolt of magic rushed through me, though I couldn't access it. I couldn't read it. I stood up and showed the hairpin to Killian. Same as before. He took the hairpin from me.
Do you remember seeing anything like this when your parents were killed?
I shook my head, though who knew? I had been so distraught, so messed up. I didn't see much of anything afterward.
I don't remember with my brother, either.
I placed the hairpin in my pocket with the coin and retreated from the body. We should call the police, let them know what happened. Killian looked at me.
And how will you explain this?
I can make an anonymous call from a payphone. All I had to do was use a little magic for any security or traffic camera to not work properly when I did.
All right, I'll clean up after us a bit before we do, though.
Killian picked up the bowl.
Last thing we need is for anything to lead back to us.
I stared at him for a moment. Once more, he was being considerate, more than I had ever expected from a vampire. My eyes shifted back to the body at my feet. Despite my disgust, I crouched down and touched her forehead with my fingertips. I hope you find peace, I whispered. I backed away, as far as I could inside the small townhouse, and as I left the body behind, panic started flaring inside me. This was the second witch who had been killed in the last few days. According to Fawn, other supernaturals in the area had died recently. Were they all killed by the same people? Were they targeting witches more? All I knew was that I was a target, one that was moving toward the killers, and I was going to face them without the full strength of my magic. It was suicide. I had only one chance against the killers. I had to break this blood promise, once and for all. Chapter 17. After making sure there was no evidence of us in the house, Killian and I left and bumped right into the neighbor. Thank goodness for Killian and his powers. He compelled the neighbor, made her forget she had seen us, and prompted her to check on Catherine. She would find the body and call the police. I felt empty and hopeless as I drove to Delia's house. This world was so much bigger and stranger and scarier than I had realized. And with the supernatural side of it being hidden so well, it was even more dangerous. I was lost in the middle of it all, sinking under the weight of too much new information and secrets.
Something is bothering you,
Killian said from the passenger seat. Darkness was in full swing now, as was the chill of the night. I had cranked up the car heater, and still my bones felt like they were freezing. I knew it was the shock and the adrenaline settling down, but I was still cold. I glanced at him, at the outline of his beautiful face in the moonlight. A lot of things are bothering me.
Like?
He prompted. My brows curled down. I hadn't expected him to goad me for more. The killers? The dead witches? The magical items? The boxes? The blood promise?
I know.
His voice was a little less coarse and deeper than usual.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I have been gone for 20 years, trapped inside that freaking box.
He paused.
Only a few people had cell phones, and they were huge things that only served to call someone else.
He gestured to my smartphone in the car's console.
Now look at this. You carry the world in your hands.
He sighed.
I wish I could get one of these and call Lord Reynard or Prince Cain or Prince Drake, but I don't even know their numbers.
You can ask Rex. He knows a lot. Maybe he knows someone who knows someone at Dumore Castle. He can get you a number.
Killian considered that. I think I would rather go there and see how things are first.
Is it hard staying here instead of going back to Dumore Castle? I asked, genuinely curious. So far, Killian hadn't shared much, but after what we had seen tonight, I needed something to keep my mind busy.
I think the hardest part is not knowing what is going on with them. A lot can change in 20 years.
I nodded and surprised myself when I asked, "What happened to your brother?" That had been on my mind a lot, but since it seemed like a delicate topic, I had held my tongue. I mean, you said he was a vampire, but you found him in a cabin. Wasn't he living in Dumore Castle with you?
He did, at first.
Killian sighed.
Elijah was 5 years younger than me when Lord Reynard turned us. He became immortal at 19. He was one of the youngest vampires in Dumore Castle, and also one of the weakest, which didn't make his life easy. Living in a castle full of strong, powerful vampires who thought a good fight was the best way to solve any friction. Not the way Elijah would have done things. He was more reserved and educated. I think that if things had turned out differently, he would have been a scholar, with his nose always buried in books.
Killian paused.
About 50 years ago, he confessed to me that he hated living at Dumore Castle, and that he hated fighting Lord Reynard's wars. I reminded him we were doing it to kill as many witches as we could.
I cringed, but if he noticed, he pretended he didn't.
But he said that even that wasn't what it used to be. He said we had already killed enough witches to fill an entire world with. He wasn't wrong. So he left. He built a cabin in the woods and retired to a quiet life surrounded by books. I visited him often, but since he left, things between us weren't the same anymore. We still had our bond. We were still family. But that was all. We had nothing else connecting us.
"I'm sorry," I whispered. Besides my parents, I had no one else. I couldn't imagine how it would have been to have a sister who had survived with me, to have her grow apart.
Not as sorry as I was. Am.
He ran a hand through his hair.
23 years ago, Sarki told me one of the 2 premonitions she had about me.
Sarki?
She's a half-vampire, half-witch Lord Reynard kept at Dumore Castle. At first, I didn't want her there, but she proved she hated her witch side as much as I did, and she proved to be a good asset to our forces. Anyway, she's an oracle of sorts, and often has premonitions that usually come true. The first one was about my brother. She said she could see him suffering and then nothing. I got there too late. He had been killed a couple of hours earlier, and the killers were long gone.
Just like it had been with Catherine. "I'm sorry," I repeated.
Losing him hurt even more than losing my parents and my sister. Maybe because I had lost them long ago, and that pain was already a little dull, easier to deal with. But then I lost my brother, and that pain is still fresh.
He pressed a hand to his chest.
Well, it has been only 3 years for me, right? Not 23.
I reached over and placed my hand on his forearm. "We'll avenge him." Killian's head snapped, and his gaze locked on my hand. I pulled it away. I opened my mouth to say I was sorry for touching him, but shut it. I intended to stay quiet for the rest of the trip, but something else nagged in my mind. Something he had said. "You said Sarki told you about 2 premonitions." What was the second?
That.
Killian stared at me. Even though I was driving and tried maintaining my attention on the road, I could feel the intensity of his eyes on me, as if he could see into my soul.
Never mind that,
he finally said, shifting his gaze to the dark road ahead.
That doesn't matter for this.
Okay. I recognized a rejection sign when I saw one. I had to say, I was impressed. Killian didn't look like a talker, and he had told me more than I ever thought I would know about him. My curiosity was piqued, and I itched to know more. But that rejection sign flashed in my mind. That was enough for now. A few minutes later, we arrived at Delia's house. The fire was strong in the fireplace, the scent of smoke mixed with cinnamon, and Delia was in the kitchen cooking dinner for us. "It'll be ready in a few minutes," she said, stirring a big pot. She looked at Killian. "If you need to feed, now is a good time." Killian glanced from Delia to me. Then he disappeared through the back door. A chilly fall wind blew in before the door rattled behind him. I stepped closer to Delia and smelled the pot. Chicken soup. Smells good." I glanced at Delia. Her braid wasn't as neat as usual, and her eyes looked tired. "What have you been up to?" She shrugged, her eyes on the pot. "I've been trying to open or destroy the box, but nothing works." "Where's the box now?" "In a wooden trunk with several chains around it, locked in the basement with wards and spells around it. I think only witch queens or higher demons would be able to locate it now, and only if they were actively looking for it." "Did you see the news? The man I stole it from is offering a reward for it." "I saw, and let me tell you, if I didn't know what this box can do, I would give it to him for that kind of money." I frowned. "Do you think people will come looking for it?" She shook her head. "They don't know what the stone he mentioned is. Only a handful of people know what the box can do." "Shouldn't we worry about the handful of people who do know?" Delia sighed. "Maybe. Meanwhile, I'll keep trying to destroy it and think of other plans. Like hiding it. That's still on my list." "I know," I said, leaning against the counter. But that was before we knew it was draining Killian's energy. What would happen to him if we got rid of it? He would have to lurk close to the box so he wouldn't feel pain. We didn't know the extent of this mess, how the box would affect him in the long run. "I have something else to tell you." Delia stopped stirring the pot and looked at me, clearly expecting bad news. I fished the coin and the hairpin from my pocket and showed them to her. I told her about Fawn, going to Rex, being led to Catherine, and finding her dead. Delia grabbed the coin and the hairpin from me. "I feel their magic." "Can you do anything? Try to read the messages in them?" Delia wrapped her hands over the items and closed her eyes. The air crackled with her power, but a moment later it fizzled out. "From what I can tell, these items hold something, but I can't get through." Shit. How would we find out what they held? That made our investigation harder. "We need to find a way to be one step ahead of the killers." I paced the kitchen. "There has to be a way to draw them to us." I stopped mid-step. Delia pointed a finger at me. "Don't even think about it." Well, using me as bait would be a bad idea since I didn't have my full magic to defend myself. But later, it could be our only solution. Speaking of that, all right, I won't. For now. But what about the blood promise then? "Oh, by the spirits, what about the blood promise?" Delia, try to put yourself in my shoes. My parents' murderers are closer than ever. Don't you think I should have my full magic when I face them? You know I don't like your revenge idea. If it depended on me, you would leave that to Killian and live a normal human life. But we're not humans, and I didn't want to be one. The only reason I had been careful was because my magic was weak. When I was able to reach my full potential, I wouldn't hide from other supernaturals. I wanted to fully embrace the supernatural world. Delia mumbled under her breath as she turned off the range and took the big pot to the round table on the other side of the kitchen. The plates, utensils, and glasses were all already here. Unfortunately, you're too old for me to tell you what to do. Then help me. I folded my hands together, begging her. You're powerful. I know you are. Can't you try to break the blood promise? I was powerful. I haven't used my magic in decades. I'm rusty and wouldn't even know where to begin. You said you're from the Wildthorn Coven, right? Someone there must be powerful. Can't you contact one of them, someone you trusted, and see if they can help me? Lavinia, Delia started, her voice brittle, tired. What you need to understand is that no super-powerful witch will be able to help you. It's impossible to break a blood promise. I refused to believe that. If a spell could be made, it could be broken. I sat down on a chair at the table, letting my weight fall. The chair creaked under me. This is hopeless. Delia halted by my side, her hand on my shoulder. Let's eat dinner for now. We'll worry about the world's problems tomorrow. Easier said than done, but I knew when this battle was lost, I wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. Not now. So I quieted down and pretended to eat my soup. I couldn't stop seeing Catherine's dead body each time I picked up the spoon, all the while making stupid conversation with Delia and Killian when he returned from his hunt. I glanced from Killian to Delia to my hands. A plan formed in my head, one that would upset Delia, if not them both. Afraid they would notice what I was up to, I forced myself to eat more soup. Chapter 18. I helped Delia clean up after dinner. Then we all sat around the fireplace with teacups for Delia and me, and wine for Killian, and talked about the box. Delia and Killian rehashed what we already knew. The boxes were created to lock supernaturals in and absorb their powers. They were connected, and when put in a certain order with a spell, they would activate and give those powers to one person, one supernatural. There were 15 boxes, and at least 5 of them had supernaturals inside. Before Delia escaped with the boxes, Akala put a spell on them so no one but her could open and use them. Delia tried opening them, breaking them, destroying, but nothing worked, so she ended up hiding them, each one in a different corner of the world, with spells to make it difficult for people to stumble on them. One box ended up with a collector, and a demon wanted it, though we were sure the demon didn't know what the box truly was and what it did. And I stole that box, was able to open it and free Killian, who was still connected to the box somehow. Now, we didn't know what to do with the cursed box. We should keep trying to destroy it, Delia suggested. You don't know what will happen if you do, Killian said. What if you destroy it and it kills me? Delia looked at him as if he was a bat on the wall. Kill one vampire to save the world from ultimate chaos and destruction? I'm up for that. Killian grunted. I think I should take it to Demore Castle. Lord Reynard is old and powerful. He might know someone who can make it inactive. By the spirits, this again. I can't with you and this Lord Reynard. What? Are you jealous Queen Gira isn't as great of a leader as Lord Reynard? That's why you're so touchy about him? Delia gasped. "Leave Queen Yira out of this. I haven't seen or talked or heard about her or any other witch from my coven since I was first taken to Dark Witch Manor." While they bickered about stuff I didn't understand and people I didn't know, I slipped out of the room and headed to the kitchen with the pretext of refilling my teacup. But as soon as I was there, I dropped the cup on the sink and stepped out in the porch. I stopped a second, looked up at the dark, starless sky, and took a deep breath in. Rain. It would rain again soon. I was disappointed and tired and a little mad with everything, and Delia was a big part of that. She had taken me in, taken care of me, and now she didn't want to help me. If she had her way, I wouldn't even be mixed up in this mess. I would be a dumb human doing dumb human things. Then I had to act by myself. I climbed down the back porch as if I was going to take a stroll outside. I didn't run, but I didn't walk slowly either. I felt like I was sneaking out, running away from Delia and Killian, though that wasn't entirely true. I needed some space to figure out what I was going to do, and I didn't want them nagging me. I drove away and didn't look back. A minute later, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. Of course, it was Delia, but I didn't answer. An hour later, I stopped in front of the treasure chest. The rain had started halfway to Portland, and now it fell in a steady downpour. It was unlikely that the pawn shop was open with this weather and this late, but Rex was my only option right now. I pulled my jacket over my head and raced the short distance from my car to the awning over the store's front door. I tried the knob, but it was locked, so I knocked on the door. A minute passed, and nothing. I knocked again. "Rex, open it up! I'll make it worth your while." Another minute passed. I was about to knock harder when the door opened and the half-fae, half-goblin appeared, a glare fixed on his face. "You better, witch." He stepped back and let me walk inside the dark place. "Thanks," I muttered, stepping in. For a moment, the darkness enveloped around me, almost suffocating me. Then my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I saw a faint light coming from the back. We made our way to the counter in the back, and Rex turned on a side lamp, illuminating more of the place. I took a deep, relieved breath. "So what do you want this time?" "I need you to point me to the most powerful witch you know." He shook his head. "I did that yesterday, and what happened? The witch was found dead in her home. Are you sure you're not involved in that?" "What? No!" I cried, shocked he would think that. We might not be buddies, but I had been dealing with Rex for a long time now for him to know I wasn't that kind of person. Though I think it was the same killer who got Von Strain. Rex exhaled. "I think so too. Witches aren't safe right now, and you shouldn't be out by yourself this late at night. You want to be next?" I hadn't mentioned that it was possible it was killers, plural, and I didn't think it was only witches they were after. Unless Killian's brother was a fluke in their plan. If they were the same killers from back then, we weren't sure yet. "Just tell me, Rex. Besides Catherine, who else is a powerful witch you know?" "Around the area? No one." "And what if it isn't in the area?" I asked. His thick, hairy eyebrows lifted. I grabbed a thick ring covered in diamonds from the pouch in my purse. I had been saving it for something special. This might be it. "I can give you this as payment. Just tell me." He grabbed the ring in his hands and stared at it, enchanted. He pocketed it, then faced me again.
There are several witch covens around North America you could try reaching out to.
But I don't know where and how to find them.
I have a friend, a half-demon, who has a contact inside one of those covens down in New Orleans.
My jaw slacked. Half-demon? New Orleans?
Yeah, witch. Not all demons or half-demons are bad, and no coven lives nearby. Take it or leave it.
Shit, was I up to take a flight down to New Orleans for this? Yes, I was. So if I wanted to go to New Orleans and meet with the coven,
I'll give you my friend's number.
Rex picked up his phone from under the counter and typed on it.
He'll meet with you and help you get in contact with the coven.
What if he's like you and doesn't want to help?
He owes me a few favors. He'll help.
My phone dinged with a new text. I picked it up and saw the half-demon's name and the phone number. Anything else I should know? He considered my questions.
New Orleans is full of supernaturals, even more than Portland. Be careful.
I will. Thanks, Rex. As I exited the treasure chest, I started browsing for flights to New Orleans. It seemed I was going on a small adventure of my own. Before I booked the flight, I waffled many times. What the hell was I doing? Going to NOLA on a whim because a demon could get me in contact with some witches who might be able to help me? And leave Delia alone with the box and the killers in Portland. I had to do this, though. If I didn't, I would always wonder what would have happened. Would the witches be able to help me? Would I break the blood promise? Would I be full half witch or just this thin shell for the rest of my life? I felt bad about leaving Delia behind with the box and Killian to deal with the murders and investigation by himself, but it would only be for a couple of days. They didn't need me. I was packing my bag when I heard the front door opening and closing. For a quick second, my heart stopped, but then I remembered who had my code and could easily enter, even without it. Damn it.
What are you doing?
Killian asked from my bedroom's doorway. I grabbed another one of my teas, folded it, and put it inside my bag on my bed. Nothing. He took 2 large steps and stopped beside me.
That doesn't look like nothing.
I didn't want to tell him. Why would I? But he wouldn't stop nagging or leave me alone if I didn't. I could lie, but what was the point? It wasn't as if he could stop me. I mean, he probably could with his strength or compulsion, but why would he? I'm going to New Orleans. I quickly told him what I had done since leaving Delia's house and my plan. My flight leaves in... I checked the time on my phone. It was already past midnight. This was becoming a thing, and I didn't like it. 5 hours? I had gotten a red-eye flight there and booked the flight back for 2 days later. Hopefully that was long enough to find the witches and have them help me. Killian crossed his arms, his brow furrowed.
I'm coming with you.
I stared at him. Why? How? You can't compel a bank teller to give you more money, and I won't lend you money for a plane ticket. One corner of his lips tugged up.
I don't need money for that. I don't even need a ticket.
Compulsion. Right. He could compel people to let him on the flight. What about the box? You can't stay away from it for too long.
Leave that to me.
He looked at my phone.
You said your flight is at 5 in the morning, right?
Right.
I'll meet you at the airport at 4.
He dashed out of my apartment with his super speed, not even giving me a chance to rebuke or tell him I didn't need a babysitter. With a sigh, I resumed packing. Chapter 19. 7 hours total, 2 flights, 1 short layover, but we arrived in New Orleans before noon without any problems. At 4 in the morning, I had met Killian at PDX. He had 1 small bag in his hands and no documents, but he was able to go through check-in and security with compulsion. He also had the box in his bag, one he had stolen from Delia when she was trying some spell to open it. He said that right when she was closing the trunk, he picked it up with his super speed and she didn't see it. Why had she been doing that in the middle of the night? Anyway, she would only notice the next day when she took it out to try another crazy spell on it. She would be livid. Killian compelled the people at the security checkpoint to check his bag manually, and then he compelled them to forget what they saw. It was genius and a little scary. So what, a vampire could do whatever he wanted? If he asked a random person to jump off a building, they would? Or a military leader to lose a battle on purpose? A rich person to donate all their money? The possibilities were endless and could easily be used for evil. Right now, Killian wasn't being evil per se. He was just scoring a free flight to accompany me in my quest. But who said he hadn't done this before, for other reasons? And everywhere he went, Killian got fans. A guy at the security checkpoint flirted with him, then 2 flight attendants practically fought over him, and our Uber driver melted at Killian's feet. I agreed, okay, he was handsome and incredibly hot, but did people need to be so obvious about it? I had booked a shitty hotel in the worst corner of New Orleans, but once again, Killian stepped in. I almost told him not to do it, that he was already abusing his powers. But when he showed me the suite in one of the best hotels in the French Quarter, I shut my mouth and went with it. The suite opened up to a large living room with sleek, modern furniture, wooden floors, and glass walls. On the right and on the left, there were 2 giant bedrooms with California king beds, walk-in closets, bathrooms that were larger than my entire apartment, and balconies that overlooked Bourbon Street. I had never seen anything like it. "It's incredible," I whispered as I stepped into the bedroom on the right, claiming it. "I thought if we're coming to New Orleans, we might live it up a little." He shrugged, then disappeared inside the bedroom on the left. As I closed my bedroom's door, my phone rang and Delia's name flashed on the screen. I put my phone away, then gawked at the bedroom. The first thing I did was to take a long, hot shower in the amazing bathroom and its rain shower, and the second one was to take a deserved nap. I had been running on low fumes for several days, and I needed rest. Besides, we didn't have anything to do until this evening. I had called the half-demon Rex had told me about, and we had agreed to meet at a bar in the French Quarter at 6 in the evening. Until then, I could rest. Since we were out and about, I decided to follow Killian's words and live it up a little. I pulled my hair up into a tight ponytail, the red ends hanging down my back, and applied some makeup, powder, mascara, eyeliner, and lipstick. For clothes, I chose leather leggings and a tight red blouse with thin fabric, which showed some of my black bra underneath. I put on big silver hoops in my ears, black boots with my dagger inside them, and picked up my leather jacket. There, now I was ready for a night out in New Orleans. I exited my bedroom and found Killian in the living room, looking out the ceiling-to-floor window as usual. He stood in front of it, his hands in the pockets of his black slacks, his dark green shirt with the sleeves folded to his elbows, showing off his toned forearms and 2 buttons undone. Right now, with the setting sun giving him a golden glow, he looked like someone out of a romance book cover, one of those brooding billionaires who weren't looking for romance but found it anyway. He turned to me, his green eyes on mine, and my breath caught. Holy shit, he really was handsome. His eyes darkened as he looked at me, at every inch of me. I felt naked and hot and nervous. What was going on through his mind when he looked at me like this? But then his jaw ticked and his eyes locked with my bare neck. 3 seconds later, he averted his gaze. I cleared my throat. Are you ready? Killian nodded, but didn't say a word. I frowned. What about the box?
I put it inside the air vent, he told me.
Great. It wasn't like anyone here knew about the box, right? A few minutes later, we walked across Bourbon Street, weaving between animated tourists, loud performers, and giddy locals as the evening grew colder. The scent of sugar and alcohol and a mix of perfumes clung to the air, and the bright colors of buildings, lights, and costumes were everywhere. I glanced around, taking every detail in. A group of young adults stood outside a bar, and a pang of jealousy cut through my chest. I was 20 and had never gone out with friends or done other teenager things. I didn't think I ever would, not being what I was, not with the baggage I carried.
We're here, Killian said, pointing to a bar across the street.
The Devil's Corner. If this didn't sound like the place a demon would hang out, I didn't know what did. A long line of people trying to get in formed in front of a huge bouncer, but with Killian, we didn't have to worry about that. One quick look into Killian's eyes, and the bouncer happily let us in. The moment we stepped in, I felt the walls of the narrow and dark bar closing in on me. My body tensed, and the familiar panic flared in my chest. I focused on breathing in and out through my nose. The scent of alcohol, cigars, and cheap perfume wafted freely, and I wrinkled my nose. That helped me a little, bringing a sense of reality back to me. I'm not in a small box. I'm not in a closet. A long wooden bar took over the left side, where a humongous shelf behind it covered the entire wall. Colorful LED lights were strung between the shelves, illuminating hundreds of bottles. The lights were dim, but they were enough to scare the darkness away. I took one deep breath and relaxed my shoulders. Killian raised an eyebrow at me.
Are you okay?
Shit, he could probably hear my heartbeat, faster than normal. Yeah, I'm fine, I lied. The bar went on, longer and deeper than I expected. See, it's not a shoebox. To the right, wooden tables, leather couches, and booths stretched along the place, most of them occupied. Waiters and waitresses dressed like the bartenders behind the counter walked around, taking orders. A young waitress in green walked toward us, bobbing her head and rolling her shoulders to the sound of the low pop song filtering through the speakers on the ceiling. With a smile, she halted in front of me. "You must be Lavinia." Yes, I said, a little wary. "Come with me?" She beckoned me to follow her. I glanced at Killian, and he nodded at me. All right, then. I followed the waitress through the long bar, noticing the horrible golden gray and black wallpaper and the abstract metal sculptures at proportional intervals on the wall. We stepped through a large archway into a more private part of the bar, where thin walls, as tall as the top of my head, divided seating areas with lush black leather couches and low tables covered in drinks and glasses. Here, the song wasn't as loud, but the sound of chatting and laughter was more pronounced. The waitress took us to one of the seating areas at the end of the room and gestured for us to go in. I stopped and looked before proceeding. A man with black hair and a goatee sat in the center of the couch, a whiskey glass in his hands. He saw me and stood up, a wicked grin stretching over his lips. "Lavinia, it's nice to meet you. Aren't you a doll?" He extended his hand to me. I stepped in and took his hand. "I'm Brule, Rex's friend." "It's nice to meet you too," I said, forcing my voice to sound even, composed. In truth, I wasn't happy about meeting a demon, but at this point I would do almost anything to have my full magic back. I pulled my hand back and pointed to the vampire standing beside me. "This is Killian." The demon sized up Killian, who stood still, perfectly perfect. Killian didn't say anything, but it was clear he was annoyed to be here. Well, he was the one who wanted to come. "Please sit down." Brule pointed to the couch before sitting back down in the same spot as before. I sat on his left, a few polite feet away, and Killian sat on the other side, on the edge of the couch, as far away as he could get. Brule picked up a wine bottle from the table. "Can I get you something, doll?" "No, I'm good." I waved the drink off. I was here on a mission, not for fun. "Thank you for meeting us on such short notice." "Rex is a good friend, though I haven't heard from him in a while, but he said this was important." He leaned closer, his dark eyes shining with mischief. "I confess, my curiosity was what drove me here. So, what can I do for you?" Rex told me you can get me in contact with a powerful witch coven in the city." "Ah, the Light Grove witches. They are the most powerful light witch coven around." Light witches? Did that mean there were dark witches? I was curious about it, but I didn't want to look like an amateur to this demon, so I kept my mouth shut. I would find out about it some other way. "Good. How does it work? You contact them and let them know I want to meet them?" "I can do that," the demon said, his smile widening. "But there's a price for everything, doll." 1, the doll thing was getting old. 2, I knew he would ask for something, so I had brought another diamond-encrusted ring I had stolen a while ago. I fished it out from the jacket pocket and showed it to him. "Is this enough?" Brule laughed. "No, doll. I don't need jewelry or money. I need to feed." I scooted back, and from across the table, Killian snarled. "What do you mean?" "I feed from strong emotions," Brule explained. "All I need is to feel some of your emotions." "And how does that work?" "Just hold my hand, and I'll steal some of your emotions. Don't worry, doll. I won't be stealing as in you'll never feel them again. I'll just share them with you during the connection. It's harmless, really." Share my emotions with him? Like what? My panic? My fear? He could take those away if he wanted. I looked at Killian, and this time he shook his head at me. I couldn't deny I was a little worried, but what other choice did I have? If I didn't do this, Brule wouldn't tell me how to find the Light Grove Coven, and if I didn't talk to the witches, I would never break the blood promise. Brule offered me his hand, and I took it. Instantly, darkness enclosed me. 2 seconds later, right when I was about to panic, the sunlight shone on my face, and I raised my hand to cover my eyes. I looked around and found myself in a park in Portland I had been to a few times, Forest Park. I sat on a wooden bench near the trailheads, looking out at the street several yards away. I patted my pocket, It was full of cash and jewelry I had stolen the night before. Guilt and despair threatened to engulf me. It had been the first time I had stolen more than I needed to survive 4 years ago. I had considered taking it all back to the owners. I got up from the bench and marched toward the sidewalk to catch the bus. Just then, I bumped into a woman, Delia. She held onto my shoulders and made sure I was stable before letting me go. "Where's the fire?" she asked with a contagious smile. A wicker basket full of herbs looped around her arm, and tucked underneath it was a small leather book with big words in Latin on the cover. Magicae. For some reason, at the moment, I knew. "You're a witch." A sense of belonging hit me so square in the chest, I began crying. Like a doting aunt, Delia wrapped her arms around me and held me tight, even though she didn't even know my name. The darkness came back, ripping Delia from my eyes and transporting me someplace else. I was back in the hotel room, watching Killian before the window. Once more, the sun bathed him in golden light, making him look more like a god than a vampire. Still powerful and striking, and completely edible. My chest constricted, making me breathless, and butterflies danced in my stomach. My heart raced, and a hot sensation made me press my thighs together. Holy shit, I was more attracted to Killian than I thought. I let out a gasp and dragged my hand down my stomach, under my pants, and I moaned. Then the darkness was back, wrapping me like a heavy blanket. But this time it didn't leave. I brought my hands up and touched a wall. I turned in a circle, touching walls, clothes in hangers, and a thin wooden door. I was in a closet. And not any closet. The closet. The panic exploded in my chest, and I banged against the door. "Let me out!" A scream pierced my ears, and I went rigid. "Shut up, evil witch," a man said, disgust all over his words. "You have to die." "No, please, A sickening, crunching noise came from the other side of the door. I slapped my hands over my mouth. "You too, filth," the first man said. "What a shame. If I had known you associated with witches, I would have killed you a long time ago. Boys, tie them up." Heavy footsteps echoed in the room. The sound of my mother's faint grunts and my father's protests filled my mind, pressed against my skull. "Don't do this," my father begged. "Please, not all of them are evil. I can prove it." Another crunch sound came. All I could imagine was the killers hitting my father with some kind of weapon, breaking his nose, his cheek. And yet my father didn't stop protesting, begging. But the killers didn't care. I crouched down and covered my ears, rocking on my heels as the sounds became louder and louder. The screams, the laughter, the grunts, the wet noise of something being cut. "Please make it stop," I whispered. "Please make it stop." The darkness swirled around me and faded away. Weak and trembling, I slipped from the leather couch to the bar's slick floor. What? I glanced up and found Killian holding Brule by the throat, the demon's feet dangling in the air. "What did you do to her?" Killian asked, his fangs bared, his eyes dark, the black veins around them. Brule gagged. Even if he wanted to answer, right now he couldn't. "Killian," I whispered. He let go of the demon, who fell to the floor, and turned to me. In a flash, he was crouched beside me and, holding my arms, helped me up. "What happened? Are you okay?" My head spun a little, my heart still beat a mile per minute, and the panic was just below my skin, threatening to come out and take me under again. But I focused on him, on the sudden gentleness of his strong features, on the softness of his green eyes. I was really dizzy and weak because right now, Killian looked like he cared for my well-being. He made me relive it, I said, my voice still faint. The night my parents were killed. I just relived that. That son of a... Killian turned to Brule, but I closed my hands around his forearms and tugged him back. It's okay. I'm okay, I said, more to myself than to him. Are you sure? He helped me sit. Beside us, a pale Brule stood and straightened his shirt. Killian glared at him. Don't think about going anywhere. If you do, I'll hunt you down and rip you apart. The demon raised his hands. I took a deep breath and faced the demon. Damn, how I wanted to be strong enough to strangle him myself. The panic attack had left me drained, but I could still put on a mean face. I narrowed my eyes at the demon. I hope you got a good kick out of that. The demon glanced from me to Killian and back to me. He dipped his chin once. I took too much. What a liar. If Killian hadn't stopped him, he would have taken much more. He had even changed my memory of that moment of Killian at the window, probably because it amused him, because then my emotions would be stronger, and he could have taken more. Bastard. You had your fun, I said. Now pay up. Where and how can I find the Lightgrove Coven? Chapter 20. I wanted to go to the antique store Brule had told us about right away, but Killian insisted I was weak and dizzy and I needed rest. More rest, because apparently sleeping for 3 hours that afternoon hadn't been enough. Despite my protests, Killian took me back to our hotel room, and I have to confess, I barely remember any of it. At one point, he had to pick me up and carry me to our suite in his arms. I think he put me in bed, took off my boots, covered me with the blanket, and then everything went dark. So dark, so tight. The air heavy, the walls too close. A hand clutched at my lungs, and I couldn't breathe. I spun around, trying to find an opening, a knob, something that let me open this space. My arms and legs shook hard, making it harder to move. The hand squeezed harder, and I screamed. Lavinia. I sat up in bed with a jerk, gasping for breath. I glanced around, finding my bearings. I was in bed, the covers at my waist. I still had my earlier outfit on, sans boots. My dagger rested on the pillow beside me, and moonlight filtered through the windows on the right. Killian stood on the left side of my bed, wearing black cotton pants and nothing else. I swallowed and scooted until my back was pressed against the bed's headboard. What happened? You tell me. You were the one thrashing around and screaming. Shit. Sorry about that. His brows slammed down. It was the demon's magic, wasn't it? It gave you nightmares, made you relive it in your dreams. I took a deep breath and nodded. It's okay. I mean, it isn't, but it'll be... The nightmares go away. Eventually. Slowly, Killian sat on the bed. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes, I wanted to tell him. Stay with me. That was the fear and panic talking, I hoped. Because if it wasn't, then what did it mean? I wasn't stupid. I knew what it meant, but I didn't want to buy into that. I cleared my throat and started pushing away from the bed. I need some water.
Right here.
Killian grabbed a full glass of water from the nightstand.
I brought it when you first fell asleep.
I frowned. Wait, he stayed here until I fell asleep. I shook my head, pushing those thoughts away. It was a difficult feat, with him seated so close, his pretty face and his rock-hard body on full display. Thanks, I muttered. I drank some of the water, then placed the glass back on the nightstand. You don't need to stay here.
I know,
he said without hesitation.
Lavinia, you want to talk about it? Tell me about it.
I shook my head. Oh, hell no. I never wanted to remember any of it. But there was just the two of us here, in the near darkness, in this amazing hotel room, and the way Killian sat close to me, his eyes and voice telling me he was really interested in this. I caved. We lived in a small apartment in Detroit. I started. My dad worked for a contractor, and my mother worked as a barista at a coffee shop. They tried their best to live life as humans, though my mother taught me magic. She taught me so that I would learn control. She was afraid I would end up outing myself to humans. I shrugged. One night when I was 11, my father came home, yelling that they found us. My mother made me promise I would never use my magic. Then she shoved me inside the coat closet in the living room and spelled it so I couldn't leave and no one could see it. Then the killers arrived. I don't know how many, but there were more than one for sure. I heard everything while in that dark, tiny space. I heard my mother's scream, my father's pleas, but the killers didn't care. They wanted to erase evil. They thought my mother was evil, and since my human father was now associated with her, he was evil too. They killed my parents, and there was nothing I could do. A ball settled in my chest, and tears brimmed in my eyes. The killers left. A neighbor found my parents. The police came, they took their bodies, and I stayed locked in the closet. The spell faded after 24 hours, and I was able to leave. A sob lodged in my throat. By then, I had no idea where my parents' bodies were. I just knew that if I went looking for them, someone would find me and try to take me to social services, and the last thing I wanted was to be adopted by humans who wouldn't understand me. I packed a bag and left, too. Killian's brow furrowed.
Now I understand.
What do you understand?
Your claustrophobia and nyctophobia.
Damn, he really had picked up on that from my body reactions. I don't have nyctophobia. He raised an eyebrow. Okay, I do, but that has been manageable. I reached to my purse on the nightstand and pulled out my magical flashlight from it. I got this from Rex. I turned it on. Do you see the light? He shook his head. Then I passed it to him. What about now? Killian aimed the flashlight out, but I didn't see anything.
So only the person holding it can see the light. This is neat.
He handed it back to me. It is. I turned the flashlight off. I always have it with me, along with that dagger. I pointed to the dagger on the pillow beside me. My dad gave it to me when I was 8. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember him and my mom talking about almost being found out. I think we were almost caught back then, and he gave me the dagger, as if an 8-year-old would know how to use it.
Do you know how to use it now?
I paused. No, I muttered, ashamed. His eyes fixed on mine, so intent.
I can teach you.
My breath caught. Little fly me was ensnared in his attractive web. That would be great, actually. Killian ran a hand through his hair and averted his eyes.
So when your parents were attacked, you were 11. Where did you go?
Anywhere and nowhere. At first I tried finding the killer's trail, but I hadn't seen anything. I had no solid clues. If I heard their names, I forgot in my panic-addled mind. So I roamed from town to town, stealing small things here and there to survive. I wiped at my eyes before the tears fell. Until I ended up in Portland, where I stumbled into Delia. Right away, I knew she was a witch. And for some reason, she couldn't resist me. She made me stay close by and became like an aunt to me.
Understandable. It's hard to resist you.
I stilled, sure I hadn't heard him right. He cleared his throat. He stood up, lightning fast.
It's late. You should try going back to sleep.
Sure, I muttered, still confused. Had he really said what I thought he had?
Night,
he said, before zipping out of my room as if he had never been there. I sat frozen in my bed, my mind whirling. Holy shit, what was happening? Was Killian as attracted to me as I was to him? Or was that my imagination? Regardless, it gave me something to think about, something better than my sad past and my terrible moments. But before I went back to sleep, I got up and took a shower, put on my pajamas, and then hugged my pillow with a small smile on my lips. Chapter 21. When I woke up early in the morning, Killian wasn't in our suite. Where had he gone this early? And what about the sun? It was already up and climbing, and I still didn't know if it could hurt him or not. I waited for a little while, but when he didn't come, I ordered breakfast for myself. Beignets and chamomile tea. Perfection. After breakfast, I checked myself in the mirror. I donned black leggings, a thin gray sweater, my leather jacket, my boots, and my dagger tucked inside. Besides the heavy bags under my eyes giving it away that I was still tired as hell, I looked okay. I waited for a few more minutes, but the day was wasting away, and I had to talk to those witches. Anxious and a little worried, I left the hotel. And I bumped into a massive wall. Killian held my elbows before I landed on my butt on the hotel front steps.
Sorry,
he said, releasing me. I took him in. He looked pristine in dark jeans, a burgundy shirt, and his thin suede jacket. The sun shone behind his back, giving him a golden halo. But he wasn't an angel. He was a vampire. "Doesn't the sun hurt you?" I asked in a low voice.
It can if I stay in it for too long. Like this, it's just uncomfortable, but tolerable.
I nodded. The next question blurred out of my mouth before I could stop it. "Where were you?" He ran a hand through his hair. He had been doing that a lot lately.
I went out to feed.
Oh. Shit, I forgot he couldn't easily find his food in a restaurant like me. Are you ready to go? Do you need to rest?
I'm ready.
He gestured for me to walk with him. I fell into step beside him, and we strolled down Bourbon Street.
And to answer your other question, I slept during the afternoon like you.
Let me guess, vampires don't need much sleep?
Not like humans, or most supernaturals.
Man, it sounds so great to be a vampire. I wrinkled my nose. Aside from the whole blood thing. A chuckle came from Killian, but when I glanced at him, alarmed, he wasn't even smiling. Damn it. I shook my head. Oh my God, could I stop thinking about him that way? Yes, I was attracted to him. There was no reason to lie to myself, but that was it. There was nothing more, and I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole. Not when I knew he was a bloodthirsty vampire who killed without hesitation. Besides, he hated witches and planned on leaving with the box once we found the killers and brought justice to our families. For now, I could simply enjoy the view. We stopped in front of an antique store, a 3-story building squeezed between an apothecary and a coffee shop. Intricate framework adorned the gallery on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and crystal chandeliers could be seen through big floor-to-ceiling windows. Brule said this was the entrance to the Light Castle, the Light Grove Witches' headquarters. I turned to Killian. "You don't need to come with me." Killian's brows curled down. "I know, but I want to." That didn't make sense. "It's okay, Killian. I know you don't like witches. Entering their nest is probably too much for you, and—"
"Lavinia."
He grabbed my hand. Alarmed, I looked into his deep green eyes.
"I want to,"
he repeated, his tone steady, strong. My heart squeezed. What was going on here? As quickly as he took it, Killian let go of my hand and opened the front door for me. I thanked him and entered the store. I hadn't been to many antique stores before, but this was how I imagined them. Dark, crammed with all kinds of crap, and hard to walk through. Even the air felt heavy and dusty. We weaved to the back of the store, where a brunette woman sorted small items in a box. She saw us approaching and smiled at us. "How can I help you?" "I'm looking for the—" I felt odd saying this. What if this wasn't the right place? What if this woman was a human and Brule had tricked us? It didn't matter. The worst that could happen was to lie it was a prank. "For the Light Grove Witches." Her smile disappeared. "How do you know about us?" So we were in the right place. "A friend of a friend told me. I'm in need of help." The woman frowned. "What kind of help?" "I'm a witch, well, a half-witch, and my magic is locked by a spell. I need someone powerful to break it." "Since you came to us, I'm assuming you're not associated with any coven." I shook my head. "My mother died when I was 11. I have no idea what coven she was from." "Give me your hand." I hesitated, but laid my hand in hers. The woman, witch, closed her eyes. "Revelare." Her magic enveloped my hand for 3 seconds, then it was gone. "You don't seem to be a light or a dark witch. You're probably from one of the covens to the north, though I can't tell which one." That was interesting, but not the reason I was here. "Thank you for that, but can you help me?" She tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. "Perhaps. I'll let you pass, mostly because Queen Denise likes a challenge. But be warned." She shifted her gaze to Killian. "The Light Castle is full of skilled witches and protected by the Light Order. Don't try anything funny if you want to get out alive." Killian gave her a sharp nod, and I said, "We won't." "I'll send a message to the council. They will be waiting for you." She beckoned us to a closed door behind her. She opened it. "Through here." Killian and I went through the door. I glanced back to ask for directions, but then the door closed and darkness surrounded us. I inhaled as the darkness pressed against me. My heart went into overdrive. A hand slipped into mine.
"It's okay."
Killian tugged me closer to him. until my shoulder and my entire arm touched his chest.
"You're fine,"
he whispered, his mouth so close to my ear. Slowly, the darkness faded, revealing a short hallway with 2 sconces on plain walls and a second door a few feet from us. Killian reached for it and pushed the door open. We stepped through it, and I gasped. "Incredible," I said, in awe. The first thing I saw was the immense gates, and beyond them, a huge white castle under the brilliant blue sky. A stone path led to the castle gates, flanked by lush grass and colorful flowers. I turned around and saw 14 portals placed between tree trunks at the edge of a forest.
"Welcome to the Light Castle," someone said.
I turned again. 8 men stood before the closed gates. They were dressed in light gray leather armor and white cloaks. A metal stick hung from their waists. One of them stepped forward.
"I'm Finn, captain of the Light Order, and this is Rod. The 8 of us will escort you to the council."
"Thank you," I said in a low voice. Holy shit, this was something else. Castles, portals, warriors. I had never seen or even imagined something like this in my entire life. The gates rose, and the guards formed a living corridor. Killian and I walked past them, with Finn and Rod taking the lead. As we crossed the stone path and the beautiful garden to the steps in front of the giant castle doors, they opened by themselves. Finn and Rod led us from a grand foyer past a winter garden, by wraparound stairs that went on forever, and down long hallways with floating white flames. Every so often we saw guards placed at entrances or patrolling the corridors. This place was a fortress. The long hallway ended at a set of double doors, but Finn and Rod turned into a seating room to the right in the middle of the hallway. 2 young witches stood there. One with blonde hair streaked red, some piercings on her pretty face, and wearing leggings, a tee, and a red leather jacket. The other had long, light brown hair, fair skin, and cute freckles on her nose. She wore jeans and a gray sweater.
"Please wait here," Finn said.
As Killian and I turned into the seating room, I noticed Finn glanced at the witches, and one corner of his lips tugged up. I looked at the witches and saw the brown-haired one waving at him. The guards retreated to the other side of the corridor, clearly still watching over us. I turned in a circle, taking in the room. Several velvet couches with clawed feet, thick rugs, a couple of doors on the other side, and again the floating lights along the walls. But no windows. What now? "Hi," the brown-haired witch said. "I'm Sadie, and this is Hazel." The blonde and red-haired witch wiggled her fingers at me. "You're waiting to meet the council?" "Are you here to enter the initiate program too?" Hazel asked. I frowned. "Initiate program?" "Oh, you don't know about that? It's when light witches ask to join the coven," Hazel explained. "You have to go through a test. If you pass it, then you join the 6-month initiate program. If you pass that, then you're a full member of the Lightgrove Coven." She pointed to the pin on her tee, a white pentagram. "I'm an initiate." Sadie pointed to the pin on her sweater. It was different from Hazel's. Sadie's had a rune in the center of the pentagram. "I'm a full member." Oh, wow. So this was how it worked to join covens. For some reason, Delia had made it sound like a witch was born into it, unless different covens dealt with it in different ways. "Oh, no, I'm not here for that," I told them. I need help with the spell." "I see." Sadie nodded. "Well, if anyone can help you, it's Queen Denise. She's a powerful witch." Hazel cleared her throat. "And her boyfriend's mother," she whispered. Hazel pointed to the warriors at our backs. I glanced over my shoulder, and sure enough, the warriors were all watching us. I turned back to the witches. "Oh, so Finn is your boyfriend?" Sadie's cheeks gained a faint rose color. "Yes, he is." "What about you?" I asked. "Is Rod your boyfriend?" "He wishes," Sadie said with a chuckle. "I have a guy, Sean," Hazel said, her tone low, as if she was a little sad. "He's human, though I'm not sure he's my boyfriend. We haven't talked about official dating status yet." I bit the inside of my cheek. "It must be hard to date a human." Hazel nodded. "A little." Sadie jerked her chin to Killian, who stood a few feet to our side, rigid and stoic like a statue. "What about him? Is he your boyfriend?" "What? No." I coughed. Holy shit. "No, he's just a friend." "Right." Hazel winked at me, then frowned at Killian. "Is he a human?"
"I'm a vampire," he said, with excellent hearing.
I stared at the girls with huge eyes. Shit, I felt like a kid who had been caught misbehaving. The girls chuckled. "Hazel!" a woman called from one of the doors in the back of the seating room. She looked sharp like a general, with her black hair tied in a tight braid and battle-ready with scars all over her neck. Hazel cringed. "Shit, it's Moira. I better go." She smiled at me. "It's nice to meet you. I hope you find what you're looking for." She rushed out of the room, and I could hear Moira reprimand Hazel for not being in the library studying. "Moira is Hazel's tutor, and as you can see, she doesn't really like Hazel," Sadie said. I frowned. Hazel seemed awesome. In another lifetime, I could see us becoming good friends, just like Sadie. A pang cut through my chest. These witches had found their place. They had a community and support, even if some, like Moira, seemed to be a pain in the ass. All I had was Delia, who was now mad at me. She hadn't stopped calling or texting since yesterday, but I had been ignoring it all. And now there was Killian. But Killian didn't count. His time beside me was limited. Finn stepped forward.
"It's time."
The double doors opened by themselves, and he gestured for us to go in.
"Come in, please."
Holding my breath, I walked into a big room with 10 white chairs forming a circle and 5 witches in long, ballroom-like gowns who stood in front of half of the chairs. Killian stepped in behind me, and then the doors shut with a resonating click. "Welcome to the Light Castle," a witch with long, raven hair said. "I'm Denise, the Queen of the Light Grove Coven, and this is my council." She gestured to the other witches. "Lenora, Clara, Grace, and Amelia." I stared at the beautiful, striking witches and the animals perched on their chairs. A red bird, an owl, and snake. What were those? "I'm Lavinia, and this is Killian," I forced myself to say. "Thank you for letting me come here." "I'm curious about your predicament." Denise beckoned us closer. Killian and I stepped between the chairs, so we were practically in the center of the circle. I couldn't help but notice the markings on the floor. Were these runes? "But first, may I know what a vampire is doing here?" Killian stood tall, taller than before, as if he needed to. Though we were among several witches, he was still powerful and severe, at least to me.
"I'm her companion,"
he said simply, his voice sharp. Denise rose her eyebrows. "I see." She watched Killian for a while longer, then turned her attention to me.
"What can I do for you?"
I suddenly felt so silly. A weak witch like me coming to stand in front of these clearly powerful witches in a giant castle. I think my mother cast a spell over me so I couldn't use much of my magic right before she was murdered. I met with a witch who said that the spell is actually a blood promise and no one but my mother can break it. I refused to accept that, so I've been looking for a witch to help me. I opened my arms, and I ended up here. Denise frowned. If this is indeed a blood promise, the witch is right. We can't break it. No, I hadn't come all this way for this. Can you at least check if it really is a blood promise? I offered my hand to her, hoping Fawn had been wrong. Denise hesitated, but she took 3 steps closer and took my hand in hers. Her touch was gentle and warm, and when her magic rushed into me, I gasped, not used to so much power. She closed her eyes and hummed low in her throat. A moment later, she opened her eyes, pure white. I almost pulled back, startled. She blinked, and her eyes went back to normal. It is a blood promise. Shit. She dropped my hand. Do you have any other family members? Not that I know of. Why? A blood promise can only be broken by someone with the same blood, she said. Unless you bring your mother back from the dead, or find someone else from her family, like a mother or a sister, perhaps, there's no way to break that spell. Wait, someone with the same blood? You mean I can break the spell? Denise shook her head. No, you can't. Blood promises have that caveat. Otherwise, it would be easy to break them. It has to be another witch. My shoulders sagged. My mother was long gone. If her mother was still alive, or if she had any sisters, there was no way for me to find out. So I was really destined to not have this damn spell broken. Ever. This sucks, I muttered. Denise showed me a sympathetic smile. I'm so sorry, Lavinia. I wish we could help you further. Denise, a woman with a plain but striking face, said, How about Alme? Right. Thank you for reminding me, Lenora. Denise's smile was back. Alme is a powerful witch and a seer of sorts. With a simple touch, she should be able to see your past and your future. She would know if your mother had other family members who could break the spell for you. That's amazing. Hope bloomed in my chest. How can I meet her? She lives on the northeast coast, but she's supposed to come visit us in a week. We have asked her for a favor. I'm sure she wouldn't mind checking on you, too. The hope crashed and burned at my feet. I can't stay that long. I have a flight back to Portland tomorrow. Unless I changed it. But what then? What would I do here while I waited for Alme? What about the killers back in Portland? Delia was there by herself. It's a shame, but thank you for your help. I'm sorry I've wasted your time. And mine. Coming all the way here for nothing. That had been a waste of time and money. Is there anything else I can do for you? I shook my head, but Killian cleared his throat. I have a question. It's a request for news, actually. Denise frowned. What is it? I've been away for 20 years, and I have no way of contacting my coven, Dumore Castle. I would like to know any news you have. Denise glanced at the other witches before returning her eyes to Killian. Well, a few years ago, Lord Reynard was murdered by one of his own. Killian froze. What? Impossible! There was a war between the vampires and the witches. Lord Drake now leads Dumore Castle, alongside the Silverblood Coven.
Silverblood is a witch coven,
Killian said, his tone low, hard. Denise nodded. Queen Thea of the Silverblood Coven is Lord Drake's mate.
That can't be.
A lot has changed in the supernatural world in the last 6 or 7 years, Denise said. You should contact Dumore Castle. They will get you situated.
Besides sending a letter or going there, I don't know how to contact them,
Killian said. 20 years ago, there were barely any cell phones around, and landlines were rare nowadays. Even if Killian remembered phone numbers, those had probably changed since then. I can find Lord Drake's number for you, Lenora said. Just give me 1 hour.
No, it's okay.
Killian crossed his arms.
I've been away for 20 years. They can wait another few weeks.
It was the same thing he had said to me before. The witches exchanged an odd look. Thank you, I said, before I turned to leave. Wait, there might be one more place you could try, Denise said. I stilled. I would take anything at this point. A place? Yes, it's owned by a witch doctor, but she has plenty of tricks up her sleeves and incredible knowledge. She might be able to help you find a local witch like Alme. That was promising. What's the place called? The Midnight Cauldron. Chapter 22. During the walk from the antique store to the Midnight Cauldron, I itched to talk to Killian. He had learned his lord was dead, there had been a war, and his coven was now associated with witches. I could only wonder how he was feeling. But every time I opened my mouth to ask him, I took a good look at him, at his "I hate the world" expression, and closed my mouth again. If I tried talking to him now, I would either push him away or get yelled at. We arrived at the Midnight Cauldron, located in one of the narrow streets in the French Quarter, and I wrinkled my nose at it. There were no signs or indications that the place was open, but I tried the door anyway. To my surprise, it opened, and I walked into the overstuffed place. This time, Killian didn't follow me inside. I glanced at him. Aren't you coming? He stared out at the busy street ahead.
I need a few minutes to clear my head. I'll be back before you leave.
My gut tightened, and a little disappointment blossomed in my chest. Since he had come with me to New Orleans, I thought of him as my partner in crime. Whatever I did, wherever I went, he would too. And now he was abandoning me when I was about to enter a strange, possibly magic-filled place. But I couldn't be mad at him because of that. I knew he was probably hurting, or at least confused. He did need time alone. Of course, I said, before forcing myself to turn my back to him and walk in the shop. Shelves with herbs, potions, crystals, vials, stones, and what else filled the room, even more crammed than the Lightgrove Witch's antique store. "Welcome to the Midnight Cauldron," a voice came from the back. I weaved around the shelves and found a dark olive-skinned woman behind the tall counter. She had thick dreadlocks and black-painted lips and wore a dress with a tight bodice that pushed up her cleavage and a ragged skirt. "What brings you here?" "Are you Kalisa?" "I am, child." "Queen Denise of the Lightgrove Coven told me you're a witch doctor and perhaps can help me." The woman cocked an eyebrow. "Did she? Now, child, what help do you need?" "My mother made a blood promise to block my magic," I told her, "but I need to break it." "Blood promises can only be broken by whoever cast it, child." the same thing over and over. I know, but my mother is dead. Queen Denise suggested you might know seers who could see my past, and maybe find out if my mother has any family members alive that could help me break the spell. Kalisa frowned. I'm sorry, child. I can't help you. Damn it. I opened my mouth to beg, but my cell phone dinged. Then it dinged again, and again. Cursing under my breath, I picked up my phone and checked the texts. Damn it, Delia, I said. Kalisa paled. Delia. A witch? She asked. From the Wildthorn Coven. My mouth hung open. Yes. Kalisa's eyes twinkled. So was I. Her lips tugged up in a small smile. She was one of my closest friends. I remember the day she and several other of our sisters were kidnapped. We went after them, searched for them, but they had disappeared, vanished. She was taken by a warlock, Soren, but Soren is dead. If she was taken, how's she still alive? Kalisa asked. Everyone assumed the witches were all dead. She escaped, I told her, a long time ago. I was curious about why this witch had left their coven too, and now lived as a witch doctor, but I didn't want to pry. Kalisa's eyes shone. So she's fine? She's well? I nodded. She is well, and very bossy. I showed her my phone, indicating the texts and calls I had received, all of them demanding I came back and explained myself to her. Kalisa let out a chuckle. Sounds like Delia. She inhaled deeply and nodded. All right. For Delia, I can try to help you. She waved me closer. Come with me. I followed her around the counter, through a narrow doorway, and into the back room. More shelves with even more sinister stuff covered every inch of the place. A large desk sat at the corner, tall piles of old books over it. A large, red-stained rug took over the only empty space in the entire room. Red stain. Blood? I shuddered. How are you going to help me? I asked, a little wary now that I was deep in her lair. If Delia had escaped from Soren 20 years ago, that meant she was taken from the Wildthorn Coven even before that. She hadn't seen Kalisa in a long, long time. Once upon a time, Kalisa might have been a witch like Delia, but who knew what she was and how she fared now? After I left the Wildthorn witches, I learned voodoo magic, Kalisa said as she pushed me to the center of the rug. It's dark and sometimes odd, but it's powerful. She took some herbs and rocks from the shelves. I'm not a seer, but I have ways of trying to find family connections. I blinked. You mean you can find out if my mother has any family members alive? I can try, but I have to confess, voodoo magic is volatile. Kalisa placed the stones and herbs around me, forming a wide circle. Sometimes it works perfectly. Sometimes it doesn't want to. What do you mean sometimes it doesn't want to? I asked. Will it hurt me? No, it won't, Kalisa said. It just might not work at all, but it shouldn't hurt anyone. Shouldn't? It didn't mean it wouldn't. I hesitated for a moment, but then it was gone, as I kept telling myself I would do anything to break this blood promise. I had come this far, I wouldn't stop now. What do I have to do? Kalisa stood in front of me. Show me your hand. I extended my arm between us. Kalisa took my hand in hers, produced a small black needle from a hidden pocket in her dress, and pricked my finger. A fat drop of blood formed. Ouch! A little warning would have been nice. Kalisa squeezed my finger, letting the blood drip to the rug, staining it more. I frowned, wondering how many times she had done stuff like this back here. Truly, I didn't want to know. She stepped back. "What now?" I asked. "Just stay there." Kalisa closed her eyes and chanted in a language I didn't know. I glanced around, suddenly awkward and unsure. If Killian were here, I would have felt a little safer, surer of myself. Now, I wasn't sure of anything. The chanting got louder, and Kalisa's hand moved faster in the air, as if she was coordinating a magic I couldn't see. I felt the circle charging, the magic surrounding it. But then it all fizzled out. Kalisa opened her eyes. "The magic doesn't want to play with me today, or something is blocking it. Like the blood promise is preventing me from seeing anything related to it, to you." Damn it. What do I do now? "I don't know, child, but I sensed something else during the spell," Kalisa said. She pointed to my torso. "Are you carrying enchanted objects?" I raised my eyebrows and slowly pulled out the coin and hairpin from my pocket. "You could feel them?" Kalisa nodded. She stepped into the circle and reached for the objects. "The magic in them is screaming." "They belonged to witches who were murdered in Portland," I told her. "I believe they left messages in those objects." "I can try to see that." Kalisa took the hairpin from my hand. She whispered something, and then the hairpin floated in the air between us. A bright light shone from it, forming a curtain of images, like a projector. "These are a witch's last moments." It was like watching a homemade movie. The witch, with her graying, curly hair in her face, was on the floor, and 3 sets of legs stood around her. "You mean she enchanted this object to record what happened to her?" I asked, shocked. Kalisa nodded, though this object wasn't in a good position. She pointed to the top part of the image. "We can't see more than their legs." The images were soundless but horrifying. The black-clad legs and boots stomped on the witch. Her mouth opened in what could only be screams. The tip of a sword appeared beside her head. My gut tightened, and I turned away from the images. I hadn't seen my parents being murdered, but I had heard them. I didn't know which one was worse, to see or to hear it. Kalisa watched the images from the coin, but I didn't. I couldn't. But after it was done, she told me it was the same thing, just a different witch, a different place, and a different angle. And yet she couldn't see the men's faces. I was assuming they were men because of their legs and the little I had seen from their hands, but I could be wrong. I picked up the coin and the image faded. "They must have spelled the items, hoping other witches or supernaturals would find them," Kalisa said. "Unfortunately, the recording didn't get enough of their murderers." "But now I know there are 3 of them, they dress in black, and carry swords," I said. "The witches around here have a main antagonist group," Kalisa told me. "The Brotherhood of Purity. They started long ago, with pretext that the witches had come from the devil and the world should be cleansed of them. A lot has changed since then. I don't think the church supports them directly anymore, but the group has grown larger. They mostly attack light and dark witches, their original enemies. I also know the Blackthorn hunters used to hunt any supernatural, though their new leader is changing things, and now they make sure the supernaturals have hurt others before killing them." "So none of those groups would be behind this," I said. "I can't be sure, but I would think not," Kalisa agreed. "I'm trying to think of other groups like that, but none come to mind right now." Or they could be like us, people who wanted to exact revenge on supernaturals who killed their families or loved ones. Thank you, I told Kalisa, for trying to help me and for unveiling the magic in the items. My pleasure, my child. She held my hands in between hers. Sorry I couldn't help you more, but I hope you find what you're looking for. Other than avenging my parents, was there anything else? And tell Delia to call me. She grabbed a card from one of the shelves behind her and gave it to me. We need to catch up. I got the card from her. I will. Thanks again. Chapter 23. By the time I exited the Midnight Cauldron, I was starving. Thankfully, Killian had been right at the door. He had come back before I left, like he said. As we walked down Bourbon Street, I told him about what had happened with Kalisa, about not being able to see any family members because the voodoo magic didn't want to help, and about the images from the items. Then I convinced him to join me at a bakery and sit outside, on the second-floor balcony overlooking Bourbon Street. A large awning covered the balcony, but even so, Killian had the collar of his jacket up and wore sunglasses. I ordered beignets and tea. I could eat beignets for breakfast, lunch, snack, dinner, and dessert. And Killian asked for wine, but since they didn't have it, he settled for black coffee, no sugar. As usual, the waitress flirted with Killian, or tried to. He didn't seem to pay any attention to her. Is it always like this? I asked once she was out of earshot.
What do you mean?
Women melting and becoming horny puddles at your feet?
It's not only women, he said casually. Some men do it too.
Yes, I had noticed that, and I couldn't blame them.
It's a vampire thing, one of our powers. We are inherently attractive to lure our victims. Think of it as if we're the honey and humans are the bees.
Was that why I was so attracted to him? Because of his powers? That should be it. How are you feeling? I asked, my voice low. Killian's brows curled down.
I'm fine. Why?
You seemed upset when you learned Lord Reynard is dead and someone named Drake is the new lord.
Queen Denise must have heard wrong. Lord Reynard is thousands of years old and powerful beyond imagination. He wouldn't be killed easily.
A grunt escaped from his throat.
But if it's true, then I need to go back as soon as we're done here. I need to know what happened.
And what about Drake? Do you think he'll be a good lord? Killian lowered his sunglasses.
Prince Drake is a good soldier in Lord Reynard's army, but I always thought Prince Alex would take over the castle if something happened to Reynard.
He tisked.
What I don't understand is how Prince Drake became associated with the Silverblood witches.
Queen Denise said Lord Drake and the Witch Queen are mates.
I know, but how did they find that out? They had to be close, like friends, for the bond to snap. When did Drake lower his guard like that?
I flinched. Like he and I were close now. The hatred was clear in each of his words, and I felt like hiding under the table or running. Instead, I focused on simpler things. Lord Drake, Prince Alex, Queen Thea, so many titles.
Lord Reynard started our ranking system soon after he founded Dumore Castle. Besides the Lord, who is the head of the entire coven, there are 10 princes, handpicked and trained by Lord Reynard, his most trusted soldiers, like generals in his army.
He folded his sunglasses and put them in his jacket pocket.
A few years before I ended up in the box, one of the princes had died, leaving a seat open. I was being groomed to become a prince before I was kidnapped.
From his tone, I could hear that meant a lot to him, and it had been snatched from his reach. I'm sorry, I whispered, trying to understand his situation. I could sympathize with his feelings. He had had a family and career, and it was all yanked from him. He had lost everything, and now that he was back, it was all different. That couldn't be easy. He lifted one shoulder.
I'll figure it out when I go back.
I nodded. Silence fell over our table, but soon the waitress was back with our order. Again, she batted her fake eyelashes at Killian, but he didn't even glance her way. Annoyed, the waitress stomped away. I took a bite of my beignet, almost moaning. Damn, this was too good. I would have to ask Delia to find the recipe online and start making these for the tea shop. It would be a success. That was, if everything remained the same after we found the killers and dealt with them. What if these men aren't the same ones who killed my parents and your brother? I asked, careful with my tone so other patrons couldn't hear us. Even if I whispered, I knew Killian could hear me.
We'll still make them pay.
Killian took a sip of his coffee.
What they are doing isn't right.
I frowned. Didn't you say you used to hunt witches? How is this different? His eyes darkened.
I hunted evil witches, ones who incited wars with vampires and werewolves, who kidnapped humans for their sacrifices, who kept human males in their dungeons for their pleasure. The witches killed in Portland were harmless. Unless they had dark secrets we didn't know, they weren't evil.
No, they weren't. From what we knew, they were witches trying to live as humans as much as they could. There was nothing evil about that. I thought you hunted witches, that you didn't care if they were evil or not. Killian didn't answer right away.
Well, I can't change what I've done in my past, but I can change what I do now. And I'm learning not all witches are evil.
He gave me a pointed look. So he didn't think I was evil. He didn't want to kill me anymore. I didn't delve into that because I was afraid of the answer. I ate the rest of my beignets in silence, and Killian drank another cup of coffee. When we were done, Killian offered to compel the waitress so we didn't need to pay, but I refused. I preferred the right way. We exited to the street and joined the crowd wandering the French Quarter. It was mid-afternoon, the sun still high in the sky, and we had a lot of free time since our flight was tomorrow morning. It was exciting to see the tourists mingling around the crowd, taking pictures of everything and everyone. People danced, shouted, laughed, and had fun. Once more, I stared at them, a little jealous. I always wanted to break the blood promise and be a full witch, I told Killian as I watched a group of tourists pose for a picture in front of the Café du Monde. But sometimes, only sometimes, I wished I had been born a regular human. Perhaps things would make more sense then.
Right after I was turned, I wished I could go back in time and refuse it,
he said in a low voice. I stared up at him. He walked by my side, his arm brushing against mine as we dodged the crowd, his hands in his pockets.
The first couple of years were hard. The bloodlust can drive a vampire mad. And sometimes, especially during quiet nights when there were no witches or werewolves to go after, I thought about the fact that I was now immortal, and that the rest of my family was gone, and I would never be with them again. The only thing that made sense to me was my brother. If he hadn't turned with me, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done.
Suddenly, I wanted to hug him, to tell him he did well, and everything worked out and he would be okay. Someone bumped into my shoulder and almost took me down. With his super speed and reflexes, Killian wrapped an arm around me and pulled me to him. My body pressed against his, my hands splayed across his hard chest. My chin was within an inch of his collarbone, his arms secured around my waist. We stayed like that for a minute, as if there weren't a throng of people walking around us, as if we weren't under the sun that could be hurting him, as if that position, that moment, was the most normal thing. I lifted my head up and glanced at him. Killian stared down at me, his green eyes dark, his brow furrowed, and his lips pressed in a thin line. His jaw hardened, and his gaze slid down to my mouth. My heart skipped a bit. This was it. He was going to kiss me. Even if he hadn't felt anything until now, this right here changed things. I could see it in his expression, in the way he held me against him. Even if he didn't understand this, even if he hadn't wanted it before, now he did. Now he wanted me. Then his eyes went lower, to my throat. Oh, shit. Killian didn't want me. He wanted my blood. His eyes returned to mine for 2 seconds. Then he let me go. "We should go back to the hotel," he said, his voice hoarse. Lightning fast, he turned and stalked away. I stayed planted in the same spot for another 5 seconds. What the hell had just happened? Chapter 24. The next 12-ish hours were the most awkward ones of my life. At the hotel, Killian kept to his side of the suite and only left in the early morning when it was time to go to the airport. During the flight, he slept, or pretended to. During the drive from the airport to my apartment, he remained quiet. I kept searching for what I could say, what topic I could touch on to break the damn ice. But every time I turned to him, ready to speak, I glanced at him, at his squared shoulders, at his permanent frown, at the rigidness of his mouth and jaw, and promptly gave up. When I entered my apartment at noon, I went directly to the kitchen and placed a kettle full of water on the range. "More tea?" he asked, his first words to me in several hours. "Always." I stared at him, a hand on my waist. "What's the plan now?" "First, My phone rang. I glanced at the screen. "It's Delia." With a sigh, I answered it. "Hi. You're back, aren't you?" she asked, but she didn't wait for an answer. "Get your ass here right now and tell Killian to come too." She paused. "I'll have tea and biscuits ready for you." A smile adorned my lips. Despite being clearly mad at me, she would still feed me. "We'll be there soon." I turned off the call and looked at Killian. "I'm guessing you heard." He nodded. I turned off the range. "Give me 10 minutes to shower and change, and then we go?" "I need to feed," he said. Oh, so that was what he was going to say before. He placed his bag on the couch and fished out the box from it. "Take it with you." He put it on the kitchen counter. "I'll meet you there." He rushed out of the apartment. I grabbed a kitchen cloth and wrapped it around the box. When I arrived at Delia's, she really had the kitchen table set with fresh tea and biscuits fresh from the oven. But Killian wasn't there. "Should I yell at you, or do you know how stupid your actions were?" she asked as she poured hot water into my mug. I flinched. "Can't you be a little less hostile? I'm tired of fighting with you." "Then stop doing stupid things." She placed the kettle back on the range and sat down at the table with me. "Now tell me, where did you go and what the hell did you do?" "Let me return this first." I handed her the cloth-wrapped box. She glowered at me. "Of all the stupid things you've done." She took the box from me and set it on the chair beside her. I frowned. I didn't think I had done stupid things in my life because I barely had a life to do stupid things with. But that was beside the point. Delia was right. Killian and I had taken a risk, but thankfully nothing had happened. So, I inhaled deeply and told her all that had happened, including the bit about Kalisa. What? Kalisa left the Wildthorns? Why? I shrugged. I have no idea, but I think you can ask her. I handed her the business card Kalisa had given me. She seemed interested in catching up. Delia frowned. I've been living in hiding for so long. I'm not sure catching up is a good thing. I sipped my tea. Licorice root and hibiscus, one of my favorites, plus the yummy biscuits. She knew how to smooth me over. Anyway, I couldn't accomplish what I wanted, but we got information about the killers. Not enough to identify them, though. No, we'll need to continue investigating. Speaking of which, any more deaths while we were away? The back door opened, and Killian entered. Delia and I looked at him. Besides feeding, he had changed, too. Gray jeans, dark blue Henley tee, and the suede jacket. Damn, he looked good. He always looked good. I shook my head and glanced away, reminding myself that this attraction was part of his power. It wasn't as if I could control it. No one could. He muttered, "Good morning," and after pushing the chair with the box far away, sat at the table with us, though this time he didn't even touch his tea. To answer your question, Delia started. No, there weren't any more murders in the last 2 days. How long were the murders apart before? I asked. It's all over the board, Killian answered. Some are back to back, and others are a week apart. It doesn't seem these killers have a schedule. We still don't know if they are hunting a specific type of supernatural or all of them, I mused. If we knew, it might help us narrow things down. But from what we learned, they killed witches, shifters, goblins, demons, and more. There's no visible connections between them. Delia gritted her teeth. Perhaps it's some human psychopaths who learned about the existence of supernaturals and now think it's their job to rid the world of them. Why would psychopaths care about ridding the world of evil? I asked. Less competition, Killian said. Then they are the evil ones. I frowned. No, that can't be it. There has to be another reason. I refused to believe someone would just kill another without a reason. Not that killing was ever right, but still, the world had to be better than this. So what? Delia asked. Now we wait for another murder to happen? I stared at her. I thought you didn't want me investigating this, and now you're in it too? When you can't beat them, join them, she said, clearly not happy. Or something like that. I half smiled at her. Good. Welcome on board. She rolled her eyes at me. We should contact as many supernaturals as we can in the area, Killian said, coming up with a plan. Delia, you must know some. I think Rex must know a lot more. If they haven't figured it out yet, we tell them what's happening, ask them to spread the word, and... What if the killers are among them? I asked. They will know we're on to them. That might happen, but a lot more supernaturals will know what is happening. They might take better precautions. It'll make the killer's job harder. They might slip at some point, and we'll be there to catch them. Delia nodded. It's better than nothing. True, I said. What if... Delia's phone rang, and she closed her mouth. She picked it up from the kitchen counter. Hello? A frantic voice came from the phone. Killian stilled on the other side of the table. Wait, calm down. She turned on the speaker and placed the phone on the table between the three of us. Teresa, what's happening? I know about the murders, Delia, a female voice said, her voice high. Witches have been killed in Portland, and I'm sure I'm next. She let out a sob. I know I'm being watched right now. I set up wards around my house and I can feel them across the street. Them, I mouthed. This witch knew it was more than one. She had seen them. Teresa, don't engage them, Delia said. She picked up her phone, stood, and gestured for us to do the same. Block your doors and windows with magic. We'll be there as fast as we can. Stay on the phone with me. We moved fast. We left the dishes on the table. Killian got the keys from me, I got in the back seat, and Delia slipped into the passenger side, all the time talking Teresa down as she panicked. Delia grabbed my phone and hooked it up to the car, putting in the GPS for the witch's address. It was outside Portland, but still 40 minutes away. Killian accelerated, taking my car to speeds I never thought it could. Teresa, we're on our way. Just hang on, okay? A loud crack came from the phone. What was that? They broke through my first ward, Teresa whispered. Killian sped up even more, zipping past the cars on the interstate, leaving them in the dust. I wasn't sure we would arrive there alive. Can you see them? I asked, if she could give us a clear description. A moment later, she answered, No, all I can see are shadows watching the house. Her voice trembled, and I could only imagine she was scared shitless. They are closer now, though, by the trees in my front garden. Another crack echoed louder, and she yelped. That was my last ward. How are they breaking through her wards? I asked Delia in a low voice. Humans wouldn't know how. These had to be supernaturals, too. Teresa, run, Delia told her. You have to run, now. We heard the shuffling of her feet, and then a huge boom. Teresa screamed. Teresa, answer me. Look here, a male voice said, full of disdain. She was calling for help. The call ended. No! Delia called her again, but it went to voicemail. Damn it, Killian said under his breath. He pushed my car farther, and it trembled with the excess speed. 10 more minutes. We'll be there in 10 more minutes. Delia sank in her seat. It'll be too late. She was right. 8 minutes later, when Killian brought the car to a sudden stop in front of a small yellow house with a beautiful garden, we ran out of the car and into the house. Killian didn't bother with the knob. He kicked down the door with his strength, and it came off the hinges. Sure enough, Teresa was on the floor in the middle of the living room, blood oozing from her body. Delia knelt beside her and pressed 2 fingers against her throat. Don't bother, Killian said. I don't hear a heartbeat. Delia inhaled deeply. I don't think I ever told you this, but I had moved to Portland first. I thought it was wiser to hide myself in a big city where other supernaturals were. Her eyes filled with tears. I met Teresa when she had gone to Portland to visit some of her friends. We hit it off right away. My eyes widened. Did she mean... She lived in another house back then, and I moved in with her. But she didn't want to stop seeing her supernatural friends, and I was trying to hide. After a big fight, we broke up, and I moved away. She wiped at her eyes, but I still cared for her. Oh, Delia. I rested my hand on her shoulder. I'm so sorry. Delia pushed up and glanced at me, her eyes shining with tears. She didn't leave us with nothing, though. She showed me the reading glasses in her hand. I bet she recorded her last moments, too. I frowned. I wasn't sure Delia should watch that. I took the glasses from her. Don't worry, Delia. We'll get these sons of bitches. Chapter 25. For the next 2 days, life went on, but it wasn't completely normal. At least, not in the way it used to be before I had gone to see Fawn Strain at Arcana's Cove and stolen the box and met Killian. I went to work at the tea shop, trying my best to focus on my job, but it was hard when there was so much on my mind. Delia stayed home, once more with the box, baking and sending her pastries and scones to the tea shop every morning. Killian moved around a lot. He divided his time between Delia's house, my apartment, and the tea shop. I also knew he went to the woods to feed. Since he came back from inside the box, he felt the need to feed more often. He hoped it was a side effect from being lost for 20 years, and soon it would normalize. He told me that before, he fed once every 3 days, and he could go as long as 1 week without blood, but 10 days was pushing it. He wouldn't die without blood, but he would stop functioning until he could drink more. So disgusting. During breaks and in the evenings, Killian and I researched online whatever we could about the murders. We paid Rex to help us hack the police department and see the reports. All the victims had the same MO, plus we were able to find several others, first in Seattle, then in Portland. We dug further and found reports of the same MO all over the country, Canada, and Mexico, spanning at least 2 decades. "This has to be the same group," Killian said one evening. I thought so too, but there was no way to be sure yet. From the reports, the police seemed lost on who was committing the crimes and how to search for the killer. They still thought it was only one person. As planned, we spread the word about the murders to all supernaturals we knew and asked them to keep spreading the word and be careful. As we expected, most of them had already noticed and were on the lookout. But most of the supernaturals didn't live in big communities like witch covens or werewolf packs. They were witches, goblins, shifters, and more who wanted to pretend they were human. They weren't trained to expect danger, to fight it. If the killers came after them like they had come to Fawn, Catherine, and Teresa, chances were these supernaturals wouldn't be able to fight back. We didn't tell them about the trick the last 3 witches used by recording their last moments, because Teresa's recording proved it didn't matter. Unlike the last 2 witches, Teresa had been smart, and she had worn her glasses when she looked at the killers and caught everything. But the killers wore masks, an extension of their intricate leather armor. All we could see was that they were males, and nothing more. On the 3rd afternoon after the last murder, my anxiety peaked. Since they had arrived in Portland, the killers hadn't taken this long to kill. We would soon have another murder on our hands, and we weren't any closer to capturing them. I ground some herbs with my trusty mortar and pestle, my mind lost on the murders, when a man walked into the back room. I looked at him. "I'm sorry, but this is an employee-only area." I closed my mouth, recognizing him from the news. Mr. Boris stood 3 feet from me, his eyes intent on mine. "I see you know who I am. I know who you are, too. You're the thief who stole the stone from my house." I dropped the mortar and pestle on my work table. "I don't know what you're talking about. And how did you get in here? Beth should have stopped you."
"She tried, but I have many tricks."
The olive tone of his skin darkened until it turned ash gray. Horns sprouted from behind his ears. His mouth stretched to reveal razor-sharp teeth. His nose grew bigger, and his eyes darkened. His body bulged inside his suit, and his hands turned into claws. My stomach dropped, and I took a step back.
"I'm a demon, little witch, and my real name is Boriston. I can rip you apart in the blink of an eye, so don't toy with me. Where's the stone?"
"I don't know what you're talking about," I insisted. His hand shot out, and he closed it around my neck, his sharp claws grazing my skin, his grip tight, but not overly so. If he wanted, he could sink them in deep, and I would be done for.
It took me a long time to track you down, bitch. I know Tayden betrayed me and hired you to steal the stone from me, and now he's dead. That's not a coincidence, is it? You killed him.
I don't... He squeezed a little harder, showing me what he could do.
I said, don't toy with me. Tayden wanted the stone because we could absorb its powers. It made us strong. But he wanted it for himself. My guess is that when you stole it from me, you noticed it could do the same thing for you, and instead of giving it to Tayden, you killed him and kept the stone.
I swallowed hard, the fear spiking inside my chest and my mind spinning. They could absorb its power? Like use Killian's life force or something? But couldn't that be done only once all 15 boxes were put together? Also, this demon kept saying stone. Didn't he and Tayden know it was a box, not a stone? I don't have it, I croaked.
Liar.
He leaned closer. His rotten breath filled my nostrils.
You have 24 hours to surrender the stone to me. Otherwise...
He smiled, his sharp teeth glinting.
You know what will happen.
He dropped me. My knees wobbled, but I managed to stay on my feet. Boriston changed back to his human form, straightened the jacket of his suit, and walked out as if nothing had happened. I sat on the stool beside my work table. Shit, now I had one more problem added to our already long list. Deal with this demon. Chapter 26. The encounter with Boriston had left me a little shaken. When Adrian came in later, I yelped and almost dropped boiling water everywhere. He still hadn't gone back to Seattle, and Susie was starting to worry about it.
I think he wants to quit college but doesn't know how to tell me,
she told me one day. Damn, I had hoped this was a phase. With his scholarship and his talent, he couldn't give it up. That evening, I exited the tea shop through the front door and waited for 5 minutes. Killian had been here waiting for me the last couple of days, but tonight he wasn't. I called him. He had bought a phone for himself. It was a must nowadays, though I reprimanded him for his manner of obtaining it. Delia was the one who answered it. He went out to hunt, she told me. He said the pull from the box has been increasing and it helps when he feeds more. He could have taken his phone, I complained, though I didn't want to talk to him while he ran around the forest chasing deer and killing them. He's not used to having it yet. True. 20 years ago, cell phones were huge and heavy. It wasn't an easy, mindless thing to carry around. All right, I'll be there soon, I told her before turning the call off. We had slept at Delia's house the last 2 nights. She had made a good case of having the 3 of us together in case the killers came for us or someone came for the box. It would be safer. At first I argued about it, but even Killian agreed it was a good plan. I lost the case. So after work, I'd drive by my apartment where I would shower, change clothes, and grab whatever else I needed before heading to Delia's. As I drove to my apartment, lightning flashed in the distance, followed by thunder. It rained a lot in Oregon, but thunderstorms weren't common. This one, though, seemed like it would be huge. Lightning cut the sky, closer this time as I entered my building. Inside my apartment, I switched on the lights and halted. Something was wrong. I grabbed the dagger from inside my boot and took a step inside, leaving the door open in case I wanted to run. The heavy feeling, I had felt before. Like déjà vu, Boriston stepped out from the shadows in the corner of the living room in his demon form. He waved his hand, and the door behind me closed. Fear snaked around my spine. "You said you would give me 24 hours." And in that time, I would have come up with a plan with Killian and Delia about how to deal with him. Now I had nothing.
"I lied," he said with a snarl. "Last chance, little witch. Where's the stone?"
"I don't have it." It wasn't a lie. The box wasn't with me. It was with Delia. He let out a growl and lunged at me. I twisted out of the way, throwing my purse out of the way and lifting my dagger high. Killian still hadn't taught me how to fight, but this was a dangerous situation, which meant I raised my hand, and a small blue bolt zipped from my palm to Boriston's chest. It hit him hard, jerking him back. He chuckled.
"Do you call that magic?"
Damn, I knew my magic was weak, but did he have to taunt me about it? Boriston came at me again. I sent another bolt of magic toward him, but he deflected it. I swiped my dagger wide, scratching his arm and angering him. He slapped my wrist hard, making me lose my grip. The dagger clattered to the ground. I crouched down, but the demon grabbed a handful of my hair and twisted my head back. I screamed. The pain that spread through my skull. Bastard!
"You're no match for me, little witch. Just give up and give me the stone."
"Never," I said with a groan. I reached up and closed my hands around his wrists. I spun, weighing him and making him lose his balance. His grip loosened and I escaped from him. I reached for my dagger, and when he came for me again, I sidestepped him and plunged the dagger in his gut. The demon stilled, his eyes wide.
"You bitch!"
He yanked my dagger out and threw it at the wall, barely missing the window. It landed on the floor with a loud clatter.
"You're dead, little witch."
A wave of magic swept through me, pushing me toward him. I fought against it, wondering what kind of demon had powers like this. The demon closed his hand around my shoulders, a smile over his lips. I jerked against his hold. "Let me go, creep!"
"Now we'll have some real fun."
The lights in the apartment dimmed, plunging us into near dark. The fear returned, tightening its hold, making it hard for me to breathe. The front door burst open. 3 figures clad in black stepped in. The blood rushed from my body, and my stomach dropped to the floor.
"What the hell?"
The demon pushed me aside.
"Who are you? What do you want? If you want the stone too, get in line."
The 3 men walked in farther, their looming presences filling the air with tension and darkness. They wore all black, their faces covered with masks that molded around their eyes, nose, and mouth. For a moment, they reminded me of those superhero movies where they used cool disguises so people wouldn't recognize them. But these were no heroes. These were monsters. They killed supernaturals in cold blood, without mercy. They might have killed my parents. I scooted back toward the other side of the living room, trying to regain my courage so I could face them, so I could hold them accountable. They had to pay for what they did. The men loomed over Boriston, who still thought he could take on the killers. Didn't he know what they'd been up to? I reined in my fear and glanced around my apartment. Shit, my purse with my phone was beside the front door, behind the 3 men. But it had been open when I threw it, and the contents had spilled out. My chapstick, a pen, and my car keys had skidded far and landed right beside my dagger, a couple of feet to my right. If only I knew the spell those witches used to record their last moments, I could activate it now. I would taunt them, pull off their masks, and expose them to the world. What would happen to me? I wouldn't be able to take their masks off and fight them. They would kill me. Was I okay dying if I could expose my parents' killers? Yes. No. Maybe.
Answer me, Boriston said. What do you want with my stone?
What we want is to kill you, one of the killers said. A sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked. Boriston poised to fight back, but he was no match for the man. In seconds, he was on the floor. Then the other two turned to me. Panic seized my chest. This was it. I was going to die. I wouldn't avenge my parents. I wouldn't help Killian solve the mystery and kill these men. I couldn't die like this. With a yell, I threw both my hands out and sent 2 big bolts at the men. The bolts, the biggest I had ever conjured, hit them square in the chest, pushing them back a couple of feet. I picked up my dagger and my car keys from the floor and ran. I opened the window and jumped out on the fire escape. I jumped down several steps at a time, hitting myself on the metal railing, scraping my shoulders and arms, but I didn't care. I had to get away. Above me, a huge lightning bolt illuminated the skies, and the loud thunder startled me, making me trip on my own feet. I clambered the last few steps, sure I would fall head first and crack my head on the sidewalk. I wasn't sure what was worse, to die a stupid death of cracking my skull, or in the hands of my parents' killers. At the sidewalk, I glanced back. One of the men was out on the fire escape. He watched me for a moment, then gave up. He went back inside, and I ran to my car. Chapter 27. I drove like a mad person, my hands trembling, my legs shaking, my breathing shallow. At some point, when I was sure I wasn't being followed, I stopped the car on the side of the road and took deep breaths. Oh, shit, what had I done? I had been face to face with the killers, and I had run. Like a coward. I was a coward. I leaned my head over the steering wheel and let the tears come. Tears of fear, of frustration, of disappointment in myself. How could I have done this? How could I have left? This was what I had been working toward for so long. I had even suggested using myself as bait before. If Delia had agreed, what would I have done? Run at the first sign of trouble? This was ridiculous. I was ridiculous. I let the tears flow until my energy waned and my limbs turned numb. When I was sure I wouldn't cry anymore, I took a deep breath and drove to Delia's house. By the time I arrived at Delia's, the rain had started, a thin blanket of mist and showers. I parked the car in its usual place and stepped out, bracing myself for what was to come. Killian waited for me on the porch. When he saw me, his brows slammed down. In the blink of an eye, he stood a foot from me.
Your heart is racing and you're hurt. What happened?
I sighed. Let's get out of the rain before it soaks us. Killian walked beside me, his attention on me every inch of the way, as if he was afraid I would trip again and fall face first. Delia grew pale when she saw me. By the spirits, what happened? We went to her kitchen. I slumped into a chair at the table, Killian by my side. Delia buzzed about, making me calming tea. I was halfway through the cup before I found the words. Boriston's visit at the tea shop, his threats, his visit to my apartment, how I fought back, and then the 3 killers' invasion. and how I had run like a coward from them. Killian's body stiffened as I spoke, his jaw hardening, teeth gritting, and then Killian was gone. Knowing him, he went to my apartment to track the killers. Delia patted my hand over the table. You weren't a coward. You assessed the situation and saw there was no way out of that. It's better to live and fight another day. It still felt wrong. We have to do something about the body. The last thing I need is for the police to find a body in my apartment, especially the body of a wealthy demon who has been in the news. He will. She poured more hot water in my mug. Drink it all. It'll help you sleep tonight. I nodded. Delia looked at me, her eyes gleaming under her fluorescent kitchen lights. I'm glad you ran, Lavinia. I wouldn't know what to do if you got hurt. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I nodded, trying not to cry. Delia rose from her seat, organized a few things in the kitchen, then disappeared inside her bedroom. I stayed in the kitchen until I was done with the tea. My emotions were running on fumes right now, and I could use a good night's sleep. I washed the mug and dragged my feet to Delia's guest bedroom. Killian had been sleeping on a mattress in her basement. Changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and crawled into bed. But sleep didn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the 3 killers standing over my parents, killing them while I ran. Like a coward. I tossed and turned for over an hour before I gave up. Wrapping a blanket around my shoulders, I shuffled to the front porch in my stocking feet and sat in one of the rocking chairs. The rain whipped sideways in the wind. Lightning cut across the sky in thick bands, and the thunder growled. Fresh rain and pine spun in the cool air, chilling my heated skin. Normally, the fall rains soothed me, but tonight I felt like I deserved to suffer, to feel the wrath of an angry god, of Zeus throwing his might at me in the wild night. Every crack of thunder, every burst of light made me jump. I thought of Killian as I pulled my blanket tighter around my shoulders. He had been gone a long time. Was he still out there in the storm, tracking the murderers? As if conjured by my thoughts, Killian appeared in front of me, dripping wet. I slapped my mouth before I cried from the shock. Sorry, he muttered as he peeled off his soaked jacket. I didn't mean to startle you. He set the jacket aside, and I stared at him. His saturated shirt clung to the defined muscles in his shoulders and chest, and his strong biceps and triceps peeked from underneath the short sleeves. He ran a hand through his dripping hair, pushing the strands off his face. Lightning flashed, illuminating the hard set of his jaw, the straight line of his nose, the pucker of his lips, the brightness of his eyes, the tall, lean figure of his hot body. Holy shit. I pressed my hands to my cheeks and averted my eyes. It's okay, I muttered. They were gone. He took off the cushion from the rocking chair beside me, then sat down on it. I couldn't track them in this rain. It washes away everything. However, I did clean up your apartment. And the body? It's far away, he said, somber. It'll be a while before the police find it, if they find it. Like all the others. What had my life become? Thank you. I curled my fingers into the fabric of the blanket, drawing it even tighter around me. Killian turned his gaze to me. How are you? I'll survive, I guess. I shrugged and stared at the storm again. Just need to find a way of accepting the fact that I'm a damn coward. That's not true. Killian shifted in his chair, but I didn't look at him.
You did the right thing. If you had stayed, you would have died, and then...
I looked at him. And then? His jaw ticked.
And then I would hunt them down to the ends of the earth and make them pay.
I frowned. Wasn't that what he planned to do already? But the way he looked at me, the intensity of his gaze, the tone of his voice, I shook my head once. No, Lavinia, don't go there. They came after me, I whispered. Or they followed Boriston to my apartment.
Either way, they were at your place. They saw your face.
Killian clenched his hands into tight fists.
You're a loose end. They'll be back.
I sat straighter. We should take advantage of that. It was stupid and irresponsible. When I had suggested it days ago, I had meant it, but I hadn't had any idea of how it would feel to have my parents' murderers standing over me. Now I knew. I had already faced them, and I had failed. This was the way for me to redeem myself, to clear my mind, to stop feeling like a coward. Killian's gaze chilled.
No.
Why not? You'll be there, Delia too. The three of us should be able to take the three of them.
We still don't know what we're up against. If they're human, then yes, you're right, it would be easy. But what if they are high-ranked demons or warlocks? We can't take that chance.
We get help then, from other supernaturals, I suggested. Let's talk to Rex. He'll spread the word. I bet other supernaturals are fed up with being hunted. They will help us.
Lavinia.
A rumbling started low in his throat. Don't Lavinia me. It's a good plan. It's the only plan we have. We should do it. I shot to my feet. It was late, but I didn't care. I would wake up Delia and get this going. I turned to the door. We can plan for... A cold hand closed around my wrist and pulled me back. I stumbled toward Killian, who stood half a foot from me, his gaze sliding over me.
Don't,
he said, a snarl in his voice. I glanced up at him, at his beautiful, impassive face. I itched to run my fingers over the hard line of his jaw, down his neck. I wanted to stand on my toes and press my lips to his chin, to... Don't what? I snapped from the trance. It was just his power. It was just his power.
Put yourself in danger, he said, his voice low. His eyes locked on mine, taking my breath away. I can't bear it.
What was he... Killian pulled me closer, leaving an inch between us. His free hand reached up. His fingertips trailed down my jaw and my neck, waking up butterflies in my stomach. It was like I had imagined doing to him, but this was better, much better. I leaned into his touch, entranced again. Killian cupped my face, his cold touch sending a delicious shiver down my spine, and leaned into me. His cold, mint breath washed over my lips, and a creaking sound came from inside of the house. Killian dropped me and stood several feet away. He glanced out to the storm, his jaw harder than ever, and I stared at him, confused. The front door creaked open, and Delia peeked out. "What are you two doing out here?"
"Nothing,"
Killian said, staring at her.
I'm going to bed."
He marched past us and disappeared inside the house. Delia raised an eyebrow at me. "What's up with him?" It took me a moment to swallow and find my voice again. "I don't know." Delia shrugged and gestured for me to come inside. I forced one foot after the other and went back to the guest bedroom. I flopped on the bed, bundled in my blanket, and stared at the ceiling, thinking, reliving Killian's touch, the way his lips curved, the smell of his skin. He had almost kissed me. Again. If Delia hadn't come when she did, he would have. I touched my lips, the ghost of the kiss that never happened haunting me. Killian hated witches. He didn't want to be here. He put up with Delia and me because of the murders. That was it. Could something have changed? No, why would it? He was a powerful vampire, an almost prince of Dumore Castle. I was a broken half-witch. No connection existed between us. Just the immense attraction I felt toward him. Deep down, I knew it was his vampiric lure, but this damn desire, my body felt hot, imagining the kiss that never happened. How would his lips feel? His hands on my body? Oh, shit. Enacting the vision Brule made me have, I slid my hands down under my pajamas shorts and my panties. I imagined Killian kissing me, pushing me against a wall, ravaging me, and I relieved some of my tension. Chapter 28. Ever since the killers had been in my apartment, Killian hadn't left my side. He went with me to the tea shop and to my apartment whenever I needed to get another change of clothes or something else. The first time we had been there after Boriston's murder, I was shaking. But Killian had done a good job with the cleaning. There was no way of knowing a demon had died in my living room. Still, I hated my apartment now. Perhaps after we got the killers, I would look for another place. Boriston's disappearance hit the news. Apparently, Boriston, or Mr. Boris, had no family, just dogs and a large staff that worked at his mansion, with no heirs. We also let supernaturals know another one of us had been killed. I argued with Delia and Killian about using me as bait. The killers already knew me, they knew where I lived, and they had seen my face. They wouldn't want to leave loose ends. I was already bait because I felt their eyes on me. They followed me everywhere, waiting for the right time to attack. But I was never alone. While Killian's constant presence should have thrilled me, the almost kiss 2 nights ago had left things incredibly awkward between us, and I was sure he had heard me when I pleasured myself that night. If he really was a vampire, there was no way he didn't. At the time, I hadn't thought about that, but now it was practically mortifying. More than ever, Killian always stood as far away from me as he could. A permanent frown etched his features, and there was a bite to his tone that reminded me that this vampire hated witches. He had probably been considering killing Delia and me. Was that what was happening? Did he feel disgusted that in a moment of weakness he almost kissed a witch? That was the only reason I could think of. Since Delia and Killian didn't want to hear about the use me as bait plan, I spent as much time at the tea shop as I could, especially since the fall festival was in a couple of days. Thankfully, Adrian had returned to college, which made Susie happy and me a little less apprehensive about him being at my workplace. Another 2 days passed, and it was finally the Saturday of the festival. I woke up early, got dressed in black leggings, boots, a thin sweater, and my leather jacket, and went to help Susie and Delia set up. Even though this was usually a fun day, my insides were in knots. It has been days since they killed anyone, I told Delia as we opened the boxes Killian brought from the car and placed the pastries, scones, and cakes on the display racks. Susie's brew tea shop stand always took a big chunk of one of the green's corners, with a long table/display that served as a counter, other tables with our equipment behind it, small foldable tables and chairs to the side, and a large tent over most of it for shade. People went around the green, enjoying the shows, the art displays, the shops, and the games, and most of them stopped by us, even if only to get a cube cake, something I came up with last year, and it was a huge success. Delia cut her cakes into small cubes, and we offered them for free on a tray at the display with colorful toothpicks. Even if they didn't buy anything, they came back another day to order cakes and other things. "Or they killed someone and no one knows yet," Delia said as she reached for the last basket of scones from a box. I frowned. I had never considered that. From what Delia and Rex had told me, many supernaturals lived in exile without friends and family. If they were murdered, it could be days, maybe even weeks, until someone found out. I shuddered. I turned to put the empty box aside and pick up another, and almost bumped into Killian. "I've got it," he said in a low voice. He took the box from me, his fingertips grazing mine. Shivers shot up my arms. I yanked my hands away. He placed another box between Delia and me. "Here we go." Then he went back to the car to get more boxes. I stared at him as he walked away. Even though it was partly cloudy, the forecast said no rain until later tonight. He wore the collar of his jacket up and his sunglasses. I wondered what I could do to help him feel better. Other than telling him to stay out of the sun and away from us, I had nothing. "You're falling for him," Delia said. I glanced at her, my eyes wide. "Don't look at me as if you didn't know." I worked my jaw, but no words came out. Delia let out a sigh. "I see the way you look at him." "I'm not falling for him," I snapped, hoping it wasn't loud enough that he could hear. "It's just, he told me one of a vampire's innate powers is to be attractive, to lure humans and others into their web. That is it. I'm attracted to him because of his power." My cheeks heated up. Damn, I never thought I would have this kind of conversation with Delia. "I think it's more than that," Delia said. She lined up the scones so they formed a pretty star around a big cake in the center of the display. "And I see the way he looks at you, too." She paused. "He's falling for you, too." "What?" I almost dropped the tray I had been moving. "You're mistaken. He hates witches." That was something I told myself all the time. It was my way of protecting my heart. If he ever refused me again, there was an excuse. He might have hated them before he met you. Now he's probably confused about his hatred for our race and his feelings for you. I blinked. No, it couldn't be. I glanced to the car parked across the street. Killian bent at the waist to pick up a box from the trunk. Could Delia be right? No, she couldn't be. Was that why he had pulled back from kissing me twice now? I couldn't believe what Delia was telling me. She was mistaken. Killian wasn't falling for me. Killian returned with 3 more boxes and set them beside us. "These are the last ones." "Thanks," Delia said. I busied myself with the boxes and the display, not looking in his direction. Susie, Beth, and Adrian arrived about the time I finished the display. I had forgotten Adrian always came to help during the fall festival. The air around us chilled as Adrian and Killian stared at each other in a silent showdown again. I ignored them and shifted to work on my herbs. The others finished setting up just in time. At 10 in the morning, the festival opened with remarks from the mayor at the stage that had been set up for the event, then a dance from a local group. Music filtered from the speakers, drifting around the green, and the air smelled of sweet tea, cinnamon baked goods, and more spices and drinks from other stands. Families with small kids, couples on dates, and friends strolled the pathways between the stands. At noon, the service picked up as more residents came for lunch and stayed the rest of the afternoon. That was when Sarah and Audrey, Susie's sister and niece, arrived to help. Like Adrian, they always helped with the festival. Susie insisted that even though the load was too great, we needed to offer great service. I couldn't agree more. Even Killian helped.
"Better than standing in the back and watching," he said when Delia teased him about it.
In the middle of the afternoon, when things slowed down, Adrian pressed his body to my side.
Want to walk around the stands with me?"
I glanced from my herb mixture to him. I don't think that's a good idea.
"As friends, if you want. It will give us an opportunity to talk. I miss you, Lav. Not just I miss dating you. I mean, I miss you."
Damn, he looked like a lost puppy right now. I hated that I had to keep crushing his heart, but it was his own damn doing. If he left me alone, I wouldn't have to turn him down so often. I opened my mouth to tell him no when Killian stepped to my other side.
"Can you help me with something?"
he asked. I looked at him. Sure. I turned to Adrian with a small smile. Sorry, I pointed to Killian. I didn't want to see the disappointment or the hatred in his gaze, so I gave him my back and followed Killian to the other side of the stand. We rounded the last table, and Killian reached for an empty box. He placed it on the table and opened it. My mouth gaped. You don't need any help, do you?
"I didn't mean to eavesdrop," he said, looking at the box, "but I couldn't leave it alone when it was clear you didn't want to go with him."
I stared at him. I wouldn't thank him for that because I could get rid of Adrian by myself. I wanted to ask him why he had done that, the real reason, but I knew he wouldn't tell me. I walked away and busied myself with my herbs again. Thankfully, Adrian didn't bother me anymore, and for a couple of hours, I lost track of Killian. Later that evening, Tim, Sarah's husband, arrived. We didn't need any more hands, but I guess he came to spend Saturday night with his family. When the stand seemed to be winding down, I told Susie and Delia, I'm going to walk around a little. Of course. Susie practically shooed me off. Delia waved at me with a rare smile. Laughing, I stumbled out of the stand and into the corridors taking over the green. Darkness had fallen, but all stands had lights, illuminating their shops and most of the paths between them. As I wandered, the townspeople waved at me, and some even stopped to greet me. My first stop was the cotton candy stand. I bought a big bowl and picked at the pink stuff, sucking the sugar from my fingertips. 5 seconds after I left the stand, someone fell into step beside me. I didn't need to look to know it was Killian. I could feel him, his powerful body, his cold energy. I was drawn to it like a moth to the flame.
Is that good?
He asked as I pulled a large chunk apart and shoved it in my mouth. Cotton candy? You've never eaten it? He shook his head. Oh, I kind of want to force you to try it, but it's super sweet. Not sure if you would like it.
Give me a small piece.
I did. Killian sniffed it, then put it in his mouth.
Damn, this is sweet.
I warned you.
Yes, you did,
he whispered. The moon peeked from behind the partly cloudy sky. Killian and I strolled along the paths of the green. I wasn't even looking at the stands as we passed. I was just enjoying his company. We reached the other side of the green where all the games and rides were, an arcade, a carousel, a teacup ride, a small Viking ship, flight simulator, and, in honor of Halloween, a haunted house. From the outside, it didn't look like much, a big dark tent and a sign in red. Kids and teenagers lined up for each ride except for the haunted house. Only a handful of teenagers waited their turn.
"The haunted house doesn't seem popular,"
Killian said, slowing down.
"Is it bad?"
I shrugged and matched his pace. I wouldn't know. It's dark and tight, remember?
"Right."
He stopped, his eyes on the haunted house. Then he turned to me.
"Let's go in."
I blinked at him and repeated, "Dark and tight?" He slipped his hand in mine.
"I'll be with you the entire way."
Taken aback, I let him pull me to the line. The teenagers before us went in as we halted behind them. A guy appeared from the tent's flap.
5 minutes, he said. "Then it's your turn."
Once he was gone, I pulled away from Killian. "I can't do this." Killian held my hand, not letting me go.
"This will be good for you. A controlled environment. You know you're entering a tent in the middle of the green. Humans set this up, and everything inside. And I'll be right beside you."
He squeezed my hand. When he put it like that. But still, it was too much. I wasn't prepared for this. I started to tell him that when the guy came back and gestured for us to go in. Killian took the lead, pulling me behind him. We stepped in, the flap closed, and darkness surrounded us. I froze in place. Killian pulled our joined hands to his chest, making me step right into his side.
"I'm right here,"
he whispered close to my ear. I inhaled deeply, focusing on Killian, on his presence, on his wide frame, on his hand in mine. Slowly, we walked forward through the winding corridors of the haunted house. Several creepy portraits lined the wall of the first room. Antique dolls with glass eyes sat on shelves and dressers bathed in dim red lighting. The dolls' heads rotated and their arms moved, pulled by springs and cords. As we walked through the room, one of the dolls jumped at us. I screamed and turned to Killian, but ended up chuckling at the ridiculousness of the situation. The doll had been pushed from the dresser. Killian and I moved to the next room. Mannequins danced to a creepy song under low green light. One of the mannequins moved right in front of us, its face a skeleton mask and holding up a fake knife. Again, I screamed and held on to Killian. I couldn't help my reaction. But then I took a good look at the plastic dagger and the mask. Holy shit, these came from the dollar store. One corner of Killian's lips curled up.
"Told you it would be a good exercise."
He had been right. I was still on edge. After all, we were mostly in the dark, in narrow corridors. But the ridiculousness of the place was too much. I couldn't help but laugh at it. We went on to the last room. Large fake aquariums lined the walls. Rubber snakes, rats, cockroaches covered the floor and spilled from tables. When we crossed by the center of the room, a bucket of rubber cockroaches poured over us. I screamed louder than before, mostly because, ew, cockroaches. But I knew they were fake and started laughing. A short hallway led from the last room to the flap that opened to the outside. We moved slowly, my belly hurting from laughing. Killian tugged my hand, and we both stopped in that dark corridor.
"I see now why no one wants to come into the haunted house," he said, his tone amused.
"Yeah, me too." I pressed my free hand to my stomach. Oh my God, that was ridiculous. In a good way. I took a deep breath and calmed down a little. I stared up at him. Thank you for that. His eyes searched mine.
"Anything for you."
My breath caught. The way he held my hand so close to him, this moment, this tiny place, the way he looked at me. "Killian," I started, not sure what I would say. I couldn't find any words when his gaze dipped to my neck. Damn, so that was it. Like I always thought, he wanted my blood, nothing more. I pulled back, but Killian held my hand and tugged me closer. His eyes moved to my mouth, and it was all I saw before he crashed into me. I gasped as his lips brushed mine, a butterfly's kiss, so soft, so gentle it was barely there. Oh, damn, I needed more, so much more. I fisted his jacket and held him in place close to me. A snarl rumbled from his chest, and then his lips claimed mine, not gentle at all. I opened my mouth, letting him in. Killian's hand clasped behind my back as his tongue plunged in. Oh my God, his kiss was pure sin. I had been kissed before, of course, but not like this, not by him. His mouth tasted like cotton candy and mint, and I wanted to eat him all day long. Killian let go of my hand, sliding his around my waist, under my shirt, touching my bare skin. My knees liquefied. He splayed his hand on my lower back, his touch eliciting a shiver up my spine, and held me against him, my body glued to his. Paradise. I wound my arms around his neck as somehow he deepened the kiss even more. My brain turned into fog, and all I knew was Killian. Killian's mouth. Killian's body. Killian's sensual touch. A scream came from the haunted house, followed by laughter. Killian broke the kiss. He dropped his arms, stepped back. His eyes met mine. His jaw hardened. Without another look, he turned and left. He left me alone in the dark. Chapter 29. I marched out of the haunted house, dragging my pride behind me. Killian was a few yards away, walking fast to God knew where. I didn't know what to make of what had happened. Did it mean Delia was right? He was confused about hating witches and feeling something for me? Or it was my blood he was falling for, and it was hard for him to stay away. If he wasn't such a stoic vampire, maybe he would have the guts to tell me. But no, he was the silent, suffering type. And I was a sucker for those. With a sigh, I headed toward the stand. I had to see if they needed help closing up. On my way, I found Delia talking to a woman in front of a jewelry stand, and Killian was right there with them. I turned, pretending I hadn't seen them, but Delia spotted me. "Lavinia, come here." Shit. I puffed my chest out and walked to them. My pride was wounded, the rejection hot in my veins, but I wouldn't let it show on my face. "What's up?" I said when I reached them. "This is Cameron," Delia said, gesturing to the pretty woman with scarlet hair and a brilliant smile. "She's a Blaze Fae," she told me in a low voice. "We met years ago through Teresa. I had told her about the festival years ago, and she finally decided to check it out." She showed me to the stand behind them. "She makes jewelry." "Hi," I said, with a small, tight smile. I wasn't in the mood for this. "Nice to meet you." Speaking of which, for someone who wanted to hide, Delia had met a whole lot of supernaturals, hadn't she? "You too." She stared at me, her hazel eyes almost orange. "Delia talks a lot about you." Funny she never mentioned you. No, that was my anger talking. I wasn't this much of a bitch. Usually. "So nice of you to come all the way here." It sounded forced and automatic. Delia shot me a glare. Yeah, she noticed. "The festival is well known, even in Portland," Cameron said. Besides, when I mentioned the murders to Delia last week, she told me she was investigating them. Her smile faded. I knew Fawn and Catherine, and then there was Teresa. She shot a sad glimpse at Delia. That's too close for comfort. I wanted to tell her that she didn't need to worry. We would catch the bastards. But instead, I said, I know what you mean. Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to help at the tea shop stand. With that, I turned and walked away. Lavinia, Delia called, but I didn't look back. As I expected, Susie and the others were getting ready to pack up, so I launched in head first, hoping the movement would give me something to think about, instead of thinking about Killian, about the kiss, about his hand on my skin. I shivered.
Are you cold?
Adrian asked. He started taking off his jacket. No, Adrian, I'm fine. I let out a sigh. Look, I'm not in a good mood, and I have a headache. I might be more of a bitch than usual, so please, for the love of God, don't push it, okay? He nodded.
If you have a headache, you should just go. I'll cover for you.
I stared at him. Why couldn't I like him? Why couldn't his kisses set my body on fire like Killian's did? Why couldn't Killian be this nice? I shook my head. No thinking about Killian. The vampire was a road to complication, and I didn't want to take any of those. I'm fine, I just need to do this. Thankfully, Adrian left me alone, but Delia and Killian returned. Killian started helping right away, but Delia glared in a way that promised death. What the hell was that? She asked. I exhaled. I'm not in the mood, Delia. Cameron is a good friend, and you were a brat in front of her. How old are you again? Are you sure you're 20? Holy shit, can you lay off me? I can, after you learn some manners. And you'll start by escorting Cameron back to her house with Killian. You two should look around, make sure everything is all right. I stared at her. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my mother. No, but I'm the only one you've got. With that, she stomped away and went to help the others. I groaned. Susie, who had been close by and must have heard at least some of it, offered me a sympathetic smile before taking some equipment across the street to the store. Holy shit. In a matter of minutes, we had the stand down and everything packed in our cars or back in the store. Cameron showed up then and parked her car beside mine. She waved at us, a huge smile on her lips. She seemed so chipper it was annoying. Killian leaned against my car, waiting for me. I stomped to him. You don't need to come, I told him.
I want to.
He offered his hand to me.
But I drive.
My car, my rules. He crossed his arms.
Lavinia, you're mad, and
I pointed my finger at him. Don't even go there. But he was right. I was mad, and doing and saying stupid things. If I kept feeling like this, I would drive us off the road on purpose. With a look that told him I wanted to claw his eyes out, I handed him my keys and slipped into the passenger side. This would be one hell of a ride. Besides the awkwardness inside the car, nothing much happened. We followed Cameron to her house in Portland. We looked around. Killian even ran in his super speed with his super hearing and sight and didn't find anything. Cameron thanked us profusely. We made our way back to Forest Creek. I watched the outside the entire time, pretending Killian didn't exist, until we exited the interstate and followed the road leading to Delia's ranch.
Lavinia, we should talk about what happened.
No, I interrupted him. Don't go there. He grunted.
You're not making this easy.
I gaped at him. Rejecting me is easy? He glanced at me as if I was crazy.
Who said anything about rejecting you?
I blinked. He wasn't rejecting me, but he had kissed me and walked off, ran from me. What had that been then? You're not making any sense, Killian. His hands tightened around the wheel, his knuckles turning white.
Sometimes you're so irritating.
I gasped. I'm the irritating one? You're the stoic, quiet one that snarls and grunts more than anything. You also walk away at inappropriate times. He cursed under his breath as he turned into Delia's long driveway.
You think this is easy?
You tell me. You left me alone and in the dark. Did you realize that? He spared me another look, but his shoulders sagged.
No, I had not.
I crossed my arms and faced forward. My stomach dropped, and my blood chilled. Oh no. Killian turned his attention to the house at the end of the driveway, and he slammed his foot on the brakes. The killers stood on the porch, holding Delia between them. Chapter 30. Killian and I looked at the three men. They wore the same black leather outfits and masks from before. From here they looked human, and yet they had Delia standing among them, her hair a mess and her shoulders down. She had fought, and they won. How could humans subdue a witch?
Stay in the car,
Killian said. He opened the door.
I'll take them down before you count to 10.
Wait, no! Killian ran toward the porch as fast as a bullet, but halfway there he slowed. A few yards from the front porch's steps, he stopped. I opened the car's door and climbed out.
You can't use your powers here, vampire,
the middleman said. He had light blonde hair cut in an army buzz. We have this. The shortest of the trio showed us a chain with a huge red pendant.
It's a talisman that neutralizes any supernatural powers.
But ours, the third one said with a chuckle. He had shaggy auburn hair and was clearly the bulkiest of them. So they were supernatural.
It doesn't matter, Killian said. I can still take you down.
He vaulted over the steps and landed right on top of the blonde one. Shit. I grabbed my knife from inside my boot and ran toward them. Lavinia, stay back, Delia shouted, her voice breaking. I hesitated, but it didn't matter. Bulky saw me coming and rushed me. He tried to grab me instead of hitting me, but I easily ducked under his big, slow arms. I swiped my dagger wide and cut his shoulder. Bulky let out an enraged grunt.
You're dead, bitch.
He came at me again. This time, though, he used his entire body. I pushed my dagger forward, going for his chest, but the man was a bull. He blocked my strike with his arm, hitting hard on my wrist. I gritted my teeth as pain numbed my hand, and I dropped the dagger. He barreled into my chest. I had no chance. He wrapped his thick arms around me, immobilizing me. I jerked, I screamed, I kicked, elbowing him, hitting him with my head, but the way he held me, there was no way out.
I've got her,
Bulky said, carrying me toward the porch. I glanced up and saw Delia with her wrists bound by dark ropes glowing green, and beside her the blonde and the short one tackled Killian, who fought like a martial artist even without his super agility, strength, and speed. If this wasn't such a dire situation, it would have been entertaining to watch. Bulky threw me on the porch beside Delia and straddled me. I screamed and scratched him, but he grabbed my hands with his big one and tied the same dark ropes around my wrists. I gasped as its magic canceled mine, making me tired and weak. A talisman and magical ropes. What sorcery was this? Then Bulky moved on to help the other two with Killian. The three of them were needed to take Killian down, but down he went. The ropes surrounded Killian's wrists and ankles. My stomach sank. We were done for. Blonde grabbed Delia by the arm.
"Bring them in."
Bulky took a handful of Killian's suede jacket and dragged him inside. Shortest wrapped his sticky fingers around my shoulder and pushed me to the living room. Blonde moved the coffee table to the side, and we were thrown there, in front of the fireplace, our knees on the worn rug covering the floor. Blonde, Shortest, and Bulky halted in front of us, their feet apart, their hands at the ready like soldiers, looking down at us as if we were insects.
"You escaped our clutches before, witch," Blonde said to me. "We've been after you since then."
I shuddered.
"She had this."
Bulkius showed them my dagger. I hadn't even seen him grab it before dragging me to the house. Blonde took the dagger.
"I know this dagger."
I gaped at him. What?
"It was David's, a fellow blackthorn hunter," Blonde said,
his tone amazed.
"His father gave it to him. He carried this dagger everywhere."
I shook my head. That was my father's name, but this didn't make any sense. You're saying you're from the Blackthorn Hunters and David was too?
Blonde nodded. "During our academy years, David was our friend. He was also the best student in the academy. He graduated with high honors and received offers from almost all Blackthorn Hunter outposts in the world."
Jealousy covered every one of his words.
"David moved to an outpost in Canada and made a name for himself, until he disappeared."
"I remember that," Shortest said.
"Hunters of every outpost showed up to search for him, but no one found him or his body. Several years later, we found David on a raid in Chicago. He was living as a human and married to a witch. Zyra was her name. He wanted to live with his wife and his daughter."
He leaned toward me and grabbed my chin.
"That's you, isn't it?" "Take your hands off her,"
Killian shouted. Blonde stared at him.
"Or what? Those are enchanted ropes, vampire. You can't escape."
Blonde dropped my chin and straightened.
"Anyway, we fought David and his witch. He gave me this."
Blonde took off his mask. I gasped at the nasty scar that cut across his nose.
"But we killed your parents."
The floor beneath me opened and swallowed me whole. That was how I felt at the moment. My father hadn't been a human. He had been a demon hunter, and he had been killed by men he once had considered his friends.
"Where were you?"
Bulky asked. I averted my gaze. It wouldn't make any difference now, but I didn't want them to know I was right there, listening to everything.
"Shame you weren't home," Shortest said. "We would have had fun killing you."
Killian jumped from his knees to his feet in one fluid motion, but Bulky kicked him in the gut before he could do anything else. "Killian!" I screamed as he fell back, grunting in pain. The trio laughed. Sick bastards. Killian rose to his knees, but kept his head down, his breathing heavy. My chest hurt for him. "So," Delia started, her voice sounding older than her real age, "you've been killing supernaturals because you're demon hunters?"
That was what we were created for, Blonde said between gritted teeth. Randall became the first demon hunter, and the hunt for the supernaturals began.
But you're also a supernatural, Delia remarked. Shortest punched her in the face. Her head snapped to the side, her body rocking with the impact, and I screamed.
We were chosen to do what others can't, Blonde said, almost spitting with every word. We're the police for supernaturals. We understand the laws, what has to be done.
I frowned. That wasn't right. Police officers weren't above the law, and they didn't go around killing humans just because. You're sick, Delia croaked. Shortest pulled his arm back to punch her again. Stop, I cried. Blonde waved him off and then fixed his sick eyes on me.
Why, the three of you are dead, along with any other supernatural we find.
Not all supernaturals are evil, I protested.
For Pete's sake, Bulky muttered. She sounds like Ray and Aaron.
Shortest spat on the floor.
Don't talk about those idiots.
Who are Aaron and Ray? I asked before I could stop my tongue.
Oh, this is entertaining. Supernaturals who don't know squat about our world.
Blonde sat down on the edge of the coffee table, his eyes shining with amusement.
Randall Boucher was the first demon hunter. He founded the Blackthorn Hunters and the Blackthorn Hunters Academy. A couple of years ago came Aaron Belmont, a half-demon hunter and half-demon, and Ray Lowe, a half-demon. Both of them killed Randall and convinced the entire demon hunter population that supernaturals weren't evil and shouldn't be killed.
Just like I always said. Shortest grunted.
So twisted and wrong. All supernaturals are evil.
He pointed at us.
You're evil, and you'll die for it.
I frowned, putting two and two together. So you went rogue.
Oh, she's smart. Blonde showed me a nasty smile. Yes, we went rogue.
But that was a couple of years ago. I did the math in my head. You killed my parents before that.
Blonde shrugged. Whenever we were sent on a mission, let's say we widened our range and included any nearby supernaturals on our list.
He winked at me.
That's how we found your parents. And killed them, Bulky added proudly.
My stomach twisted.
What about my brother? Killian asked.
Blonde's brow furrowed.
Your brother? A lone vampire living in a remote cabin in Maine. He was killed 23 years ago.
The trio exchanged a glance.
Oh, that was when we were after the dark elves in the mountains, right after we graduated, Shortest said. We were kids, remember? When we found the vampire, we thought it was our lucky day. Oh, yeah, I remember. Bulky laughed. The idiot never saw it coming.
Blonde turned his nasty grin to Killian.
It was the easiest kill we've ever had.
Killian charged them again, and this time he got a kick to the face. I turned to him, but Blonde grabbed my hair and pulled me up. I cried in pain.
Enough chit-chat, Blonde said. Time for playing.
He pulled me close to him.
We'll enjoy killing you one by one, and we'll start with that witch.
He jerked his chin to Delia before passing me to Shortest. Bulky advanced on Killian.
Come here, little vampire.
Killian tried fighting off Bulky's grip, but with his arms and legs bound, there wasn't much he could do.
Lock these two somewhere they can't bother us while we play with the older witch, Blonde said.
He faced Delia. Delia! I shouted, as Shortest pushed me away. He opened a random door, the one leading to the basement. He flipped the light switch on.
"Go down,"
he said. I didn't move. He fisted my hair in his hands and forced me down. When we reached the basement floor, he glanced around.
I know where I can put you."
He retreated to the farthest wall. What? Ice coated my bones as I remembered what was there. No, not the closet. Please, not the closet.
"Just shut up, witch."
He opened the door and shoved me inside. I screamed. No, please. Bulky appeared at the door and pushed Killian inside. He stumbled over me, and the two of us toppled against the back wall. The door closed, and darkness covered us. No, I muttered. The panic flared hot and deep and dark, its cold hand dragging me down while the walls closed in around me and the darkness filled my pores, filtered inside me, wrapped around my lungs. I gasped for air. I couldn't breathe.
"Lavinia."
Something touched me. A figure. A cold body. I jerked away, screaming louder. The body pressed against mine, pinning me to the wall.
"Lavinia, listen to me. Listen to my voice."
The words pierced through the darkness, flooding my mind, my senses.
"You're okay. I'm here with you."
I stopped screaming.
"I'm here with you this time, and I won't leave you alone."
I knew that voice. I liked that voice.
"I will never leave you alone again. I promise."
I inhaled deeply, as if emerging from underwater. "Killian," I whispered. He lowered his head to mine, his forehead touching mine.
"Yes, I'm here. You're not alone."
I took another deep breath. The panic was right there, suddenly numb, but it wouldn't be for long, not while we were still inside this closet. It wasn't the tiniest I had ever seen, but it was still small and dark. The walls closed in around me, the darkness drowning me. "I don't know if I can make it," I told him, my throat tight. Killian pulled back a little, lifted his arms over my head, and then lowered them, embracing me with his tied arms.
"Yes, you can. Focus on me, on my voice. Think of nothing else."
I lifted my bound hands and fisted Killian's shirt, keeping him close to me. I rested my head on his neck and inhaled his peppermint scent. I focused on that, on his scent filling my nostrils, taking over my senses. It was the only way I wouldn't go crazy in here. A shriek echoed through the darkness, and I stilled. "Delia," I said, my lips trembling. She screamed again, and tears filled my eyes. I buried my head on Killian's chest. I couldn't relive this. I couldn't hear her being killed while locked in a closet. Not again. Please, please, please. Another scream cut through the walls. A sob ripped from my chest as my body trembled. I was losing it again.
"Lavinia, the box,"
Killian said suddenly. I blinked, forcing myself to focus on what he was saying. "What about the box?"
"It's in here."
He moved a little to the side and kicked something.
"The trunk with the box. Delia and I moved it in here a couple of days ago."
I didn't follow. "So?"
"So those two demons wanted the box because they could absorb my power when I was inside it. Perhaps you can do the same and break us out of here."
I blinked, though I couldn't see him in this darkness. You want me to absorb your powers? Are you crazy?"
"It's the only way. If we don't break out of here, Delia will die, and then we will."
Another scream came, and I whimpered.
I can't break out of these ropes, and they have that damn talisman. There's nothing we can do unless you can use the box.
That sounds crazy. I have no idea how to do that, and even if I could, I would hurt you.
We don't know that. But let's say, yes, you hurt me. Better hurt than dead. You take those crazed demon hunters down, and then I'll heal.
You don't know that.
Lavinia, you have to try,
he insisted. Another scream made me jump.
We're wasting time.
No, this was too much, too fast, and inside this dark closet, I couldn't think straight. Use the box to absorb his powers. How did I even do that? That's crazy, I muttered.
Just do it.
He lowered his head to mine again and pressed his lips on mine, ever so gently.
For me. Try it. Do it.
Oh, shit, when he put it like that. I closed my eyes and winged it. The box, the box, the box. I pushed away the fear, the darkness, the closet, and let the image of the box fill my mind. Just the box. I reached inside me for my magic, but it wasn't there. Whatever talisman the hunters were using, it was powerful. Still, I tried. I reached for the trunk and imagined myself breaking down the chains Delia had put around it, undoing the wards, slipping my hand in and picking the box up, the box glowing with my touch, opening. A rush of magic came from inside the trunk. Killian grunted and fell to his knees. I hesitated and turned to him.
No, he said, his voice strained. Keep going.
I swallowed a whimper and focused on the box. The box reacted to my touch. It seemed to be waiting for me. The box that was so powerful it could break through this damn trunk. Now! The mental scream reverberated through the closet, and the trunk shuddered and opened. I reached inside it and grabbed the box. Instantly, the grooves appeared and the lines shone, illuminating the closet, and the box opened. I hesitated again when I saw Killian seated on the floor, his bound hands clutching his stomach, his teeth gritted.
Don't stop,
he said, his voice faint. As long as I didn't kill him or put him back in the box. I stayed as far away from him as I could, afraid he would be sucked into the box again. As fast as I could, I inhaled and pictured the magic in the box floating to me, into my veins, mixing with my blood, feeding my magic, joining with it, and exploding all around me. I gasped when I felt it. It was happening. Like an avalanche, the magic rushed into me, so strong, so powerful, so vibrant, so deliciously dark. Chapter 31. I had no idea one could feel this powerful. It was like I could think and it would happen, whatever it was. I wanted to be rich? Done. I wanted to end world hunger? Done. I wanted to take down all the evil in the world? Done. I wanted to destroy the men who killed my parents? On the to-do list. There was no stopping me. Without a minute to waste, I kicked the closet door. It broke at the hinges and flew out with a loud boom. As if I was floating, I crossed the basement, climbed up the steps, and emerged in the living room. The 3 hunters stood over a limp Delia, black swords glowing green in their hands. They looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. How? I threw my hand out, and a wave of magic rolled out of me. It hit the hunters hard and pushed them back until they stumbled over the couch and were pinned against the wall. They tried moving, but my power was immense, dark, delicious. I smiled, pleased by the sudden fear stamped in their eyes. I put the box down on the couch, but even then I kept siphoning the magic. It was endless, powerful, enticing. I picked up the talisman from where Bulky had dropped it. I closed my hand around it, and magic burst into it. It shattered. I felt the band that had been tying my magic before, Delia's magic, and Killian's power, snap. That was gone. Not nearly satisfied, I faced my parents' killers and raised my hands, ready to pull their limbs apart with my magic. I would see their blood smeared all over the floor, the walls, the ceiling, all over me. Lavinia. I blinked and glanced over my shoulder. Killian stood at the basement's door, leaning against the door jamb, my dagger in his hands, the ropes gone. Stop. That's enough. They killed my parents, your brother, I said, barely recognizing my own voice. I looked to the floor where Delia barely moved. They almost killed Delia. I know. Killian pushed against the door and stood straight. But this isn't you. You are not a killer. He stumbled forward, his untied hands across his stomach. His pale skin was almost translucent, and there were black circles under his eyes. I did this to him by absorbing his power. I was killing him. Oh my God. Horrified with myself, I reeled in the magic, all that I could, holding on enough to leave the 3 hunters glued to the wall. The rest I sent it back. I wasn't a killer, or at least I didn't want to be. But these men didn't deserve to live either. We can't leave them here. We won't. Killian stood beside me. I'll kill them. But you're not a killer, he said, interrupting me. He knew very well that I had killed a demon before, but it had been self-defense. But I am. I'm already tainted, and killing these bastards won't add 1 ounce of guilt to my conscience. He offered me a lopsided smile. Don't worry about me. How could I not when he seemed to be about to keel over at any second? And he was talking killing when he was this way? Not wanting to see this, I crouched beside Delia. A sob rose to my throat as I took her in. Hundreds of tiny cuts marred her skin, and her fingertips red from the burns. The killers had pierced her heart, but I had stopped them before they pierced their swords through her chest. Still, blood oozed from the wound. I pressed a hand to her chest and felt it moving slowly. Another sob ripped through my core. Gently, I smoothed her hair out of her face. I'm sorry I couldn't save you sooner. Delia's eyes fluttered. It's not your fault, Lav. She raised her frail hand and clutched mine, her grip so weak. You were like a daughter to me. I love you like one, too. Another sob raked my body. Don't say that. You'll be fine. I'll heal you. I pressed a hand to her chest and called my magic. But now that I had severed the connection with the box, there was nothing, not even a drop. You'll be fine. You were always a terrible liar. She offered me a weak grin. It's okay, Lav. Everything will be. She inhaled a ragged breath, and she didn't exhale. Tears blurred my vision, and I lowered my head to her chest. Behind me, The last wet slice of a sword echoed, and the thud of a body resonated through the floor. It was all over. Killian wanted to help me clean up, but all I let him do was take the bodies of the 3 hunters outside. I didn't want to see them again. He also needed to feed, as it would speed up his healing. It twisted my stomach in knots to even imagine it, but I knew he drank from the killers. I ordered him to rest after. He tried to fight me over it, but I wasn't having it. He was still visibly weak and hurt. He went to the guest bedroom, took a shower, and lay down. I wrapped Delia's body in her favorite blanket and left it in the middle of the living room. I knelt beside it, and even though I wasn't the religious type, I said a little prayer for her. I drank half a glass of pure whiskey and sat outside in a rocking chair. The sun rose behind the trees, bathing the world in golden light. It was beautiful in an empowering way, and yet I felt numb. I had finally avenged my parents, but revenge didn't taste as great as I had expected. In fact, I felt like a piece of my soul had shriveled. With Delia dead and Killian hurt, it was the icing on my rotting cake. Since their deaths, I had planned to break the blood promise, grow stronger, and avenge them. I had never thought about a timeline for all that, but maybe in my head it had spanned years. Now most of that plan was complete, and I didn't know what to do with my life. So many things had changed in so little time. How could I come back to normal after this? Was there a normal? Now that I didn't have a purpose to push me forward, I could really settle here, work at the tea shop forever, live a normal human life. As for Killian, he could take the box and go to Dumore Castle as he wanted from the beginning. And I would be free of everything tying me to the supernatural world. I shuddered, once more feeling the guilt crushing my bones. I had surrendered to the box's allure. I had welcomed that insane, dark magic. I had wanted it, craved it. If it weren't for Killian, I don't know what I would have done. And now that I had tasted it, I could feel it. The box's call, its magnetism. The box was inside the house, on the couch where I had last left it, but I could sense it. I could feel it as if I was reaching out to it, running my fingertips over its smooth surface. The power rushing. Here you are. Killian stepped out onto the porch. I blinked, shocked I had been in almost a trance. The box's trance. "What are you doing up?" I asked, confused. He had gone to bed.
I slept for 3 hours.
He sat in the rocking chair beside mine. I looked out at the horizon. Sure enough, the sun was halfway up the sky, bright and hot. The time had flown by me, and I hadn't even noticed. I returned my gaze to him. "Feeling better?" He nodded, his damp hair bouncing with the movement. He had taken a shower and changed his clothes to clean ones. I looked down at myself, dirty and splattered with Delia's blood. Shit, I should do the same.
"How about you?"
Killian asked, his tone soft.
"How are you?"
I almost told him I was fine. I let out a long breath. I don't know. I'm having a hard time processing it all. I didn't even want to think about it. I just wanted to be quiet and pretend nothing happened.
"I'm sorry," Killian whispered. "Delia was like an aunt to you, a mother."
I nodded and reached for my whiskey glass. Who cared if I drank at 10 in the morning? but the glass was empty. I still held it in my hands. What will you do now?
I'm not sure. I wanted to take the box to Demore Castle to Lord Reynard, but even that has changed.
He paused.
I'm not sure I should take the box anywhere. It's too damn powerful, and it shouldn't be in the hands of anyone, evil or good.
His words hit home. He had seen what the box had done to me, and I didn't blame him. If I liked him and had done that to him, what would someone with ill intentions do? I liked him. Those words bounced around my mind for a moment, but I pushed them away. We tried destroying it, though. It didn't work, I reminded him. Besides, we don't know what destroying it will do to you.
I was thinking we could continue with Delia's plan.
To hide it. Killian dipped his chin in agreement. I frowned. But what about you? You're weak when you're far from it.
I'll figure something out. There has to be something I can do. A potion I can drink or whatever that will allow me to widen that range. He stopped himself. Lord Drake and the other princes will help me figure it out.
Right. We should go right away. So he could get up and leave as he wanted. And I would stay here, all alone.
Yes, but first I should take the bodies away.
He stood.
I'll hide them deep in the forest, away from any hiking trails.
Just like the others. He looked at me.
What about Delia? You want to bury her too?
I shook my head. If she just disappears, people in town will be suspicious. And since I was staying, I needed to have all ends tied. I'll call the police, tell them I came to check on her and found her, just like the other victims they have been encountering. They would add her to the long list of unsolved cases. Then I'll cremate her. That was what she told me once, long ago, that whenever she died, she wanted to be cremated and her ashes scattered in the mountains.
I'll help you with that,
Killian said. I stared at him. Thank you. Chapter 32. I had alerted the police. They had come, investigated, taken Delia's body away, later released it to me, and I set up a quick cremation ceremony. Plenty of townspeople came by to show their respects. Susie, Adrian, Beth, even Rex and Cameron. Through it all, Killian stood by my side, a silent pillar that gave me strength whenever I thought I would keel over. Only once I closed myself in the guest bedroom and cried my eyes out for about an hour. Then I composed myself again and went on. On the third day, Killian packed his bags and met me on the front porch of Delia's house. It was mine now. A lawyer had come to see me after the cremation. Delia had had a will for a couple of years, and she had left it all for me. The house, the ranch, and the money in the bank. A lot more money than I had ever imagined she had. Ready to go? I asked, bracing myself to endure the next hour or so. Seeing Killian leave wouldn't be easy.
Yes, but...
Killian ran a hand through his hair. Today he wore dark jeans, a white tee, and his suede jacket. He looked like the perfect bad boy who enjoyed stealing girls' hearts. I didn't want to admit, but he had stolen mine. He took a step closer to me.
Lavinia,
Right. I cut him off. I didn't want to hear another rejection, even if he tried to be nice about it. I would rather he didn't say anything and left. That would be easier. We should go. I rushed to my car. Killian lagged for half a minute, then picked up his duffel bag and followed me. I drove down a logging road, as far as I could with my car, then we hiked the rest of the way. Killian got the backpack I had prepared with the shovels and the box and slung it over his shoulders. Thankfully, I had worn hiking boots, leggings, and a tank top under my jacket, which now was tied around my waist. Fall weather in Oregon was a mixed bag of chilly and comfortable. We went on for a few hours, deviating from the hiking trails. At some point, Killian had to help me cross over 2 creeks, using large rocks and fallen trees. The harder it was for us to get there, the less likely someone would stumble on it. The sun was already on its way down when we reached a sharp ravine on the mountainside, a place no human could get to without the help of a supernatural. I hoped no supernatural decided to come this way. Delia deserved peace. Killian let the backpack fall to the ground beside us and handed me a shovel. He held the other, and we dug a hole beside a boulder. Once we put the box deep inside and covered it back with dirt, Killian rolled the rock on top of it. Even if someone stumbled through here, they wouldn't see the place we dug. Killian stiffened.
"We aren't alone," he whispered.
My eyes bugged, and I mouthed, "What? How?" Killian dropped his shovel and glanced around. Shadows spilled from the mountain and the trees around us, dimming the sunlight and sending my heart in overdrive. Please, no more darkness. Gray-greenish creatures surged from the shadows, their sharp teeth snapping, foam forming at the side of their big mouths. The creatures stood on all fours and looked like big and furless wolves. Instead of ears, they had long, curling horns. Killian spread his feet apart and raised his hand, poised for an attack.
"Mutamogs."
"What?" I almost shrieked. "What's that?"
"A kind of neutral demon. They remind me of hellhounds. They get the scent of their victim and won't stop until they've killed it."
Oh, shit. The 8 Mutamogs surrounded us, and then a 9th one stepped from the shadows. It stood up like a human. Its features were slightly less wolf-like, its teeth a little less sharp.
"Give it to us, and we won't have to kill you,"
the 2-legged one said, its voice deep, with a heavy accent. I blanched. They were here for the box. How had they found out about it? Killian pushed the backpack closer to us with his foot. The box was in there.
"Then I guess you'll have to kill us."
The creature smiled in a twisted, sick way, showing all of its many, many teeth. It whistled. The Mutamogs attacked. I raised my hand at the Mutamog that jumped at me. A blue bolt shot out of it, hitting him square in the face and making him fall. Another one was on me in no time. I lifted my hand again, going for more magic, but this time the bolt was pathetic. It faded when it hit the Mutamog. The monster barreled into me, pushing me down. It snapped its sharp teeth right at my face, and I whimpered. Remembering the dagger in my boot, I reached for it. I groaned as I twisted under the creature's heavy body, recoiling from its rotted breath. My fingertips grazed the dagger's hilt. I kneed the Mutamog, moving it a little. The dog bit down just half an inch from my neck, but that had been enough movement. I closed my hand around the hilt of my dagger and pulled it free. I plunged it in the Mutamog's side. The dog howled. I pulled the dagger out and stabbed it again, this time in the chest. Did this creature have a heart? Who cared? A moment later, the monster stilled, and with a yell, I pushed its heavy body away from me. I shot up, and another one came for me. Oh, shit. I held my dagger, ready to use it again, but this Mutamog was smarter. It dodged my strike and closed its mouth around my wrist. I screamed, expecting to have my hand torn off within seconds. I stared, shocked that the monster held my wrist tight, not letting me use it, but it didn't hurt me. I kicked its side, and still it didn't press its teeth deeper or let me go. I lifted my free hand and focused on my desperation. My magic answered. and a blue bolt zapped the creature's face. It let go of my arm, and I took advantage of its confusion to strike true. I buried my dagger in its throat. When the monster fell, I stepped back, my gut twisting in disgust. A snarl came from my side. I turned in time to see Killian bringing the two-legged mutamog to the ground. Killian straddled him and kept his hand on the creature's throat, his fingers on the right place to crush his windpipe in seconds.
"What do you want with the box?"
Killian asked. The mutamog grunted.
"I don't know. I was sent to retrieve them."
"Them?" Killian asked.
"The box and the girl."
The mutamog pointed at me. I inhaled sharply. Me? Why? Killian pressed his fingers down, pressuring the creature's throat.
"Who sent you?"
The mutamog chuckled, a horrid sound.
"You better kill me now, because I won't tell you."
Killian punched him with his other hand. The creature laughed. Killian grabbed his head and snapped his neck. The sound echoed in my ears, and I felt like throwing up, especially when I saw I was covered in mutamog's blood. My stomach revolved, and I pressed a hand to my mouth. The shadows around us dissipated, and I took a deep breath. There was no more darkness. For now. Killian stood in front of me, his eyes murderous.
"He said he was sent to get the box and you."
"Any idea what it means?" He shook his head.
"But I do know that if they found you here—"
He opened his arms, gesturing to the ends of the earth we were at.
"Then they will find you anywhere."
I gulped. Shit, he was right. What now? He offered his hand to me.
"Now, you come to Demore Castle with me."
I stared at his hand. Killian and I hadn't talked about us yet. About the kiss. About what it had meant to me. About whatever. But here he was, telling me that at least for a while longer I didn't need to be alone. That I could stay beside him. That he would stand beside me. I liked that. I slipped my hands in his. Let's go.
Across the country. Drake. "The werewolves are at it again," Prince Kane said, as he handed me a leather folio from across the glass desk. I sighed and picked it up. "The ones from the north?" He nodded. "We should keep an eye on them." I opened the folio and read the report. I had dealt with these damn packs when they had been at war 7 years ago. It had been right before Thea had come to Demoire Castle, and everything had changed. Back then, the wolf packs had been at war with one another, and it took our intervention to break through, end the wars, and establish new alphas. Now, it seemed one of the packs had crowned a new alpha, and the other packs in the area weren't happy with the sudden change. Many centuries ago, Lord Reynard had been at the helm of the Demoire Castle, and he had made our coven so powerful that all other supernaturals came searching for our help when trouble knocked at their door. Many things had changed since then, including who now led the Demoire Castle, but not that. I still received reports from all around North America, and sometimes even from Central and South America. It was too much work for one coven, even if we were the strongest out there. I glanced up at Kane. We hadn't always seen eye to eye, but ever since I took over the coven, he had been a good advisor and a strong right hand. I needed 5 more Kanes around here, and maybe, just maybe, things would be a little smoother. I frowned. I knew Kane had his own personal troubles. He had mated a demon hunter named Nora, but she was too serious and dedicated to her profession to give it up to be with him. I hoped that in the future they found a way to work things out, because I knew firsthand what it was like to find a mate and have her beside me. My gaze shifted to the large portrait to the right of my desk, a photo of Thea, little Aurora, and me in front of the maze behind the castle. The two of them held my heart and my soul in their hands, and I would do anything for them. Even stick my nose into werewolf businesses to make sure everyone was safe, that they would forever be safe. We should send Prince Phelps up there to take a closer look into things, I told Kane. Tell him I expect a full report in 1 week. Yes, my lord. Kane lowered his head and walked out of my office. Taking a deep breath, I leaned back in my leather chair and glanced out the open window to the darkening sky. A lot had changed around here, including my office. After the majority of the castle had been destroyed and rebuilt, I hadn't adopted Lord Reynard's old office. It felt too heavy for me. I had chosen another room in the vast castle and asked Thea's help to decorate it. She had had the good sense of furnishing it like our chambers, with modern furniture made of glass and heavy wood, some metal details and beige leather upholstery, and cold ceramic floors. As if she had sensed my thoughts lingering on her, my phone rang and her name appeared on the screen. With a smile, I answered the call. Hello, beautiful. Sorry, Drake, it's Alme. I straightened in my chair and frowned. What happened? Where's Thea? She's right here beside me, completely fine. I didn't understand. Why was Alme calling me? She had arrived a few days ago to visit and check on the Silver Moon Witches Academy Thea was founding with Elisa's help. Alme was very interested in opening an academy for all supernaturals and wanted to see how things were going and what she hadn't thought of yet. All right, I paused. Then to what do I owe this call? Drake. There was a heavy tone to her usually calm voice. I just had a vision. I stilled. Alme was considered to be a very powerful witch with a rare foresight gift. She couldn't control her visions, but sometimes she could direct her focus and make them happen. And? I asked impatiently. Killian is back. Her voice broke. I stood suddenly. I hadn't heard that name in years. Killian had been a favorite of Lord Reynard's, and mine too. We had been preparing him to become a prince when Reynard sent him on a mission, but he disappeared. There had been no clues, no tracks to follow. It was like he had disappeared into thin air. How? And how do you know his name? She let out a long breath. I have so much to tell you about Killian and the boxes. Boxes? What the hell was she talking about? Drake, there's more. I braced myself. What is it? In the vision, I saw Killian, and I saw the boxes, and I saw a... Her voice broke. A war. A bloody war is coming.
This has been The Darkest Vampire, Book 1 of Rite World, The Vampire Wars. Written by Juliana Haygert. Narrated by Candace, Joice, and Maxx Pinkins.